means we have some big stakes action coming up.
Yeah, it's Wood Memorial Weekend. We're all excited, too, as well, to see who comes out of New York and is one of your Kentucky Derby, at least contenders. So that will happen tomorrow, but we got some great racing today. I'm still worried on how that fisherman got out there with the barbed wire. There was barbed wire out there, so I need to know how he got out there and how is he going to get off there.
I know. We'll have to do a follow-up at the end of the show and see how he's doing, as we will take a look at our feature race today, the 7th race this afternoon. And it's a fun one, particularly for 2 horses that are the shorter prices on the morning line. This is a 1-mile allowance, and we'll start off with Star of Wonder, coming back off a layoff since November for Brad Cox, the half-brother to Kentucky Oaks winner. She Dares the Devil.
Yeah, and a really sharp horse, right? A horse that won last time out at Churchill Downs. Both wins, or actually all 3 wins have been at Churchill. So we'll see how he does here at Aqueduct. But his races have been good. He's run well over sloppy racetracks. He's won at 7 furlongs. Then he won this race at 1 mile and 16. So he's won a little bit around 2 turns. I think the flat mile is perfect for him.
Yeah, it does seem like the right spot for him coming back in here today. And also coming back off of a layoff, you would imagine they have some high hopes in the future for a horse like this with the breedings. So Brad Cox and Javier Castellano going to be teaming up there. His main competition is right to his outside in the 3 Big Blue line for trainer Will Walden. He's run some very fast races, Paul, and I saw a quote from Will where he said he's still trying to figure out what his best surface and distance is. I'm very curious to see him back going a mile on the dirt.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think he's very interesting, and I think the other part about this horse is that, you know, this horse won at Saratoga with Lasix on with a 90 buyer off the claim. Since that point, he didn't put the horse on Lasix because he was in a ton of stakes races where you're not allowed to have Lasix. Lasix back on last time at Turfway. That was the result. So today, I think with Lasix, it makes this horse a better horse. Now, can he beat the 2 Star of Wonder off the layoff? I think today's the chance that you maybe can get it done. But I think Big Blue Line, better horse with Lasix.
Yeah, very good point there. We'll see if that does help him to beat Star of Wonder, the main contenders there in that fun 7th feature race coming up a little bit later on today. We hope you're playing along with all of the action as we take a look at what's coming up. We have Aqueduct, 8 races, and a pick 6 carryover of over 20,000, nearly 21,000 that kicks off in race 3. We're showing races 1 through 10 at Oaklan Park. They are running as of now. Muddy conditions there in Hot Springs, Arkansas. As always, today's races presented by Claiborne Farm. You can join Naira Bets today and play all the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com for your $200 deposit match. Horses in the paddock for race 1 here at the Big A. We will take a look at the field here. So they'll be going 1 mile and an 1/8 in this New York bred allowance. And no surprise, Paul, that Petrolo, currently the very short price favorite coming out of a live race.
Yeah, we're speaking of the Wood Memorial. Here's the son of Bellamy Road, who won the Wood Memorial way back when. K. Barcoa will be aboard for Kevin Bond. This horse hasn't been seen since January, but the races that he's shown, he's definitely a big player in here.
Makes him stand out there. So meet the rest of the field. Kicking things off with the one Ollie Can Dance. Omar Hernandez Moreno, I believe, will actually be aboard this one.
Yeah, and 1 for 20 lifetime, really tough to endorse.
Next will be your short price favorite, 7-5 on Petrolo, who makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, he does. 4 for 13 lifetime. If he had one little knock on Petrolo, he is 0 for 7 at Aqueduct.
See if he can seal the deal at the 1 mile and an 1/8 distance as well. Here's a long shot A-lister.
I think the horse that will be at least in front at 17-1.
Does have some early speed. Blame It on Daddy. This is a horse I've always liked, Paul. I jumped off today, but I think he's one that can handle the distance.
We had a great win first time on dirt in a long time, and then his last 2 starts, I wonder if the bump of the brake has hurt him or not. We'll see what happens today.
Boss 302, intriguing, stretching out.
Yeah, the Ilke Ketamachi, they had a big win yesterday at a big price. I wouldn't dismiss the 5.
And Landauer, Katie Davis going to be aboard for Gary Siaka.
A horse that has tried the 1 mile and 1/8 before, albeit at the maiden 30 level, but I think a horse that in this race, at least the son of Motown's got a shot at 4-1.
Well, 3-2 on Petrolo, who, as Paul mentioned, a son of Bellamy Road, a Wood Memorial winner, as we bring in champion jockey Richard Miglori, who certainly knows a thing or two about winning the Wood Memorial.
Thanks, Acacia. Hey, Paul. And I was second, actually, to Bellamy Road that day. I was, I think, in Howard Beach when he was in Oaklan Park. He beat me about 17 lengths. He was very good. I rode a horse for Shug McGahee, Survivalist, so I had won the Gotham on Bellamy Road, breathing different air that day, no doubt. But let's talk about Petrolo, the son of Bellamy Road. Could not look any better. Makes a ton of sense on paper. He should be forward, create his own trip. Track looks great today, too. We had a little bit of rain earlier in the day, but just enough moisture in his track to keep it a little bit on the lively side. And Petrolo's going to be very, very tough to beat here. The 4-horse, Blame It on Daddy, would be the most likely upsetter, and the board reflects that as he is your second choice. And from an appearance standpoint, Blame It on Daddy is just a standout. He does have a couple races to go back to that would put him, but albeit most those were turf races, so I don't know if that's going to translate, although he's won on dirt. His fastest races on figures have been on turf, but from a physical perspective, he is a standout. And just to try to change it up a little bit, I'm not going to go with some chalk. I'm going to just try to give it a shot with Blame It on Daddy.
All right, Richie, thank you. Blame It on Daddy. Looks like he should be able to handle the distance. Got high marks from Richie. He's just an interesting horse, Paul, that needs to get out of the gate, but looks like Luis Rivera Jr. giving him a big warm-up there.
Yeah, he's giving him a big warm-up. I wonder if they're going to try to show speed or at least be on the flank of the 3. You see Richie goes with the 4. I went with the 6 Landauer. I just think this is a field that may just get very, very tired towards the end, and Landauer and Katie Davis had some really wide trips. I hope she focuses on saving ground, but that may be the way he wants to be ridden, because he consistently is going 8 wide, 5 wide, 4 wide. I wish he would just save some ground.
Yeah, a very good point there, and he was far back last time out on a very rainy and gray day here in New York. Back to the favorite, the 2 Petrolo, as we touched on, son of Bellamy Road, won the 2005 Wood Memorial. Richie finishing second in there, but as he said, I mean, Bellamy Road just won by the length of the stretch, you could pretty much say, in a dazzling effort in this Wood.
Yeah, for New York Yankees owner at that time, George Steinbrenner, who had won 2 Wood Memorials, almost, 40 years and 20 years? Crazy. But Bellamy Road on this day made him the favorite in the Kentucky Derby. He did not repeat this effort. It was almost like too good that he was going to really regress in the Derby. But, man, like Richie said, he was breathing different air that day.
Big celebrations there in those iconic colors. Steinbrenners, as we see Bellamy Road head into the winner's circle following that dominant score in the 2005 Wood Memorial. Fun to see who can add their name to the history books. Well, I will say his son, Petrolo, they've got the shadow roll going on together, too, right? Just like his father, as this is from back in January when Petrolo finished 3rd behind Haggard's Fame and Liberty Central, both of whom would come back to win their next starts.
Yeah, it was a loaded race. And the race before that on a sloppy racetrack was a loaded race. He sometimes has issues out of the gate, but this was a good third-place effort. Like you said, against 2 next-out winners. He's the barometer to win this race. Can you beat him off the layoff and the fact that he's never won over at Aqueduct? That's hard to contest. You want to play that at 3-2.
Yeah, how much stock do you put into the fact that his 3 wins all came at Finger Lakes, not necessarily on the NYRA circuit?
It's a tough get, right? But then when you look at his last race and you think, okay, he ran against some good horses. Kevin's obviously very, very capable. I would think he stables most of his horses up at Saratoga with his father, but this one's been at Belmont, the training track. So obviously been training pretty well. Kai Barco has been riding well, too. So you're getting 3-2. I just thought that there's some other horses in here that you can go to. You mentioned the 4 who can get out to the mile and 1/8, and I think the 6 can get out to the mile and 1/8. But again, if the 2 runs any of those races back at Finger Lakes, he's going to be really tough.
Yeah, you mentioned some horses that may be getting tired in the stretch going the mile and 1/8. It's a taxing distance. Having foundation certainly important. I thought Petrolo, watching that last race, maybe a little bit high-headed in the stretch, like he was maybe struggling a little bit to get the distance, and he got caught. Now, he got caught by 2 very nice horses, as we saw, but the distance often is a really great equalizer going this 9 furlongs.
That extra furlong. Richie always talks about it. it's just a difference maker. And, you know, sometimes it could be a lot easier. Like Kevin Bond getting the 2. A lot of people will say, well, the 2's off a layoff. Sometimes it is getting easier to get them ready for a longer race so they don't have to sprint too fast early, and they can get into a nice little gallop and then go. But now the 4 taking money into the 2 here.
Yeah, all about getting that rhythm, as we'll see if Blame It On Daddy or somebody else can upset the apple cart in here. 3-1 on the horse. Paul has interested in Landauer, 9-2 on Boss 302. As the number 1, Ollie Can Dance, they're going to load him from the front of the gate. So typically what they do here, Paul, is if the horse is particularly tricky, they'll bring them around the front and back them in. Ideally, being in the starting gate crew, not an easy job.
Yeah, and this is something for a lot of people at home that don't know. They know the one Ollie Can Dance. He's run 20 times. They know exactly what to do. They got 3 or 4 guys that are working on him, and this is the way that he does it all the time, the way he backs in. For some reason, from the back of the gate, it's just not there. It's just like your animal. Sometimes your animal wants to go out a certain way or wants to walk a certain way or go a different trail. Ollie Can Dance goes in the gate that way.
Yep, and there they go. They got him in. Well done to the starting gate crew, and you're exactly right. They know these horses so well, especially a horse like this that has run several times. And there's Omar Hernandez Moreno, who will climb aboard inside the starting gate. As you see, one of the assistant starters there giving Ollie Can Dance just a few pats, keeping him settled and relaxed in that starting gate. So their expertise on full display there in the opener. 7-5 on Petrolo, your favorite, as we'll go a mile in 1/8 New York breds in the spotlight to kick off today's early pick 5 and this Friday card at Aqueduct. Here's the voice of the Big A, Chris Griffin, standing by with the call.
Landauer to the outside. Landauer. Katie Davis aboard. Going in. All set. And they're off. Very slow out of the gate was Ollie Can Dance, is going to spot the field about 4 lengths early. Petrolo is going to get rail position, gets right over to the rail. Easy lead here. Petrolo now gets some company, is moving forward from the outside draws. It's going to be A-Lister, who's going to assume command, is chased all the time by Boss 302. Petrolo is now tipped off the rail, was saving ground, moves out to the 3 path, is going to stalk the top 2 pace setters, and in behind them, that's Blame It On Daddy, who's now in 4th. Just behind them comes Landauer, and slow starting Ollie Can Dance is caught up with the field, is still at the back end, is about 6 lengths off the leader, 23-4 for that opening quarter mile. The leader is A-Lister. Boss 302 is chasing from second, didn't want to be on the rail, and Petrolo and Koa, they've moved to the center of the racetrack. They're in the clear, they're in 3rd, and just watching the action still. Patiently ridden, starts to move forward now through a 48-second flat. Half-mile time. Blame It On Daddy. No move yet as Landauer is trying to apply some pressure, and Ollie Can Dance still the trailer, now within 3.5 of the lead. A-Lister at a big number has a half-mile left to go. Here's the run from Boss 302 is in the 2 path. Petrolo is now still patiently ridden, starts to get a little encouragement in the center of the racetrack and still wide as they're one of the far turn now. Blame It On Daddy is saving ground down towards the inside. Landauer looking for a way out. A-Lister still in front. Here, looming up on the outside is Petrolo, and Petrolo is about to take the lead. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Petrolo is now called upon for the effort. A-Lister, Landauer's got momentum on the grandstand side. A-Lister is a very stubborn long shot down to the inside. Petrolo is just wandering about here through the stretch, now takes the lead, and Petrolo has a final furlong to get, and A-Lister will not go away. Can A-Lister, the big number, battle back on Petrolo? Petrolo's just edging clear late. Petrolo almost there. A-Lister one more time. Petrolo with a hard-fought victory wins it over A-Lister. Landauer finished 3rd. Then final running time, 1:51.30 seconds.
The favorite Petrolo gets the job done in the opener, but Paul, it was not a seamless trip from your favorite here. Bit of an eventful situation. We'll take a look at the stretch first, but a little bit erratic to switch leads. Finally did and is able to outrun Longshot A-Lister.
Yeah, K. Barco was handling this horse with care, thinking, okay, I have the best horse here. I'm going to go wide. I'm going to just prove I'm the best by 3 or 4 lengths by taking this trip. And then the 3 stung him a little bit. A-Lister, the long shot with Christopher Elliott, who just kept on chugging, but the 2 had enough left. And Landauer, the 6, who looked like he had them both in their sights, just kind of hung there. But like you said, I think it took a little sting out of the two, but the two got the job done. But that's maybe the way they wanted him to race, get him completely outside. And we'll get to that point. You made a good point right off the get, because as soon as they crossed that first turn, he got this horse outside into the middle of the racetrack. And I think even Chris Griffin said like the 5 or 6 pad.
Yeah, it's very interesting. So look here, this is a few strides out of the gate, and in the blue cap on the rail is the 2 Petrollo. You would think going a mile and an eighth, and you're in a perfect spot there on the inside, then Cabarcoa is going to take him to the outside, and all of a sudden he's very wide and off the rail, and he stays that way throughout the running of the race from anywhere to the 3, 4, 5 path throughout. You would wonder, why do you not stay there on the rail? But maybe he is a horse that just prefers to be outside.
Yeah, I think he prefers to be outside, or his other thing is, okay, the 3's in front now. He's the longest shot on the board. He might stop in my face if I stay in the inside. Meanwhile, the 3 was the one that gave him the run to the wire. So you never really know. So he got the job done, so he did the right thing, whether he was supposed to get to the outside or not. But the 6-5 favorite does get it done. But A-lister for Christopher Elliott. These horses that get on the lead by themselves, they can get brave.
Yeah, certainly did, and well done by Christopher using that speed. 5-pound apprentice doing the right thing with a 28-1 shot, who checks in second. And taking a look at the start once again. Slow beginning for the 1 Ollie Can Dance after not the easiest loading.
Well, I think when they put him in reverse, they forgot to put him in drive first. He was still in reverse when they put him in the gate, and then he went back into drive, yeah.
That's the worst. Petrollo with the win over Longshot A-lister in the opener. There's Kevin Bond, winning trainer. Cabarcoa in the saddle for Bond Racing Stable. Bring you prices and more when we come back, and we'll continue previewing Saturday's Wood Memorial. The Withers winner, Captain Cook, he's been good lately, and he is ready for the Wood Memorial. We already know he can handle the distance. Manny Franco looking for his Kentucky Derby mount.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NYRA-Bets. Open your NYRA-Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NYRA-Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. Just a reminder, you can follow along and get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit naira.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. The favorite gets the job done in the opener, Petrolo, with the win for Kevin Bond and Kirakoa.
And there's Kevin right there in the silver jacket right next to the horse. And congratulations to Petrolo, son of Bellamy Road, fitting on Wood Memorial Weekend out of the Reed. The Footnotes mare, be noteworthy. 5 for 14 lifetime and the first victory here at Aqueduct, so I'm sure the Bond Racing Stable has to be happy about this.
Absolutely. First win of the year as well for Kevin Bond. He hasn't run many horses. As you say, they really kind of heat up, all of the Bonds do, once Saratoga opens and we get to run up there. But I'm sure a happy celebration for the whole team for a horse that finished third at this distance last time out, able to get out the victory over A-lister, who ran very well at a big price with apprentice jockey Christopher Elliott. 2-3-6 in race 1. We'll take a look at the field for the second race today. Non-winners of 2 in life, $40,000 claiming race. And no surprise, Silo Ridge, the heavy favorite on speed figures, Paul. He's just run so much faster than anything else in here.
Yeah, he really has. He's going to be really tough to beat. I think the only horse that can really beat him is the 5, and that is Ari's Magic, who is getting bet. First time gelding, has run some at least comparable numbers or close enough to Silo Ridge, but I don't think that 3 to or even money is going to stick. I think you might see 2 to 5 by the time they're done.
That does seem to be a standout coming off of a nose defeat at this level last time out. Well, as we've touched on a few times on the show, coming up tomorrow on Saturday, our America's Best Racing race of the week is the Grade 2 Wood Memorial to go as race 12 of 13 on a jam-packed, action-packed card on Saturday at the Big A. Here's the field. 12 entered. We have been notified that Hill Road, unfortunately, will scratch due to spiking a temperature this week, and have been told by Safi Joseph Jr. that Bear Claw Necklace will also scratch and opt for an easier allowance spot instead. So a couple of horses due to come out there from the Wood Memorial, but you still have some of the big players, including Captain Cook, Paul, who's been very good in his last 2 starts, including winning the Withers at this distance.
Yeah, and I thought this was very impressive in the Withers. Now you can say, okay, who did he beat behind him? But go to 7 furlongs on a sloppy racetrack, and this was only the second time Rick Dutrow had the horse out to 1 mile and 1/8 and to finish like this. I thought it was very impressive. He's going to have to keep on stepping it up a little more to get into the Kentucky Derby consideration, or at least get into some of those numbers, but he's getting closer and closer, and he's got the right man that conditions him.
Yeah, certainly trending in the right direction for Rick Dutrow Jr. And I think certainly poetic as well as this horse, bred by Mary Lou Whitney Stables, previously owned by the late John Hendrickson. John and Mary Lou, of course, contributing so much to the sport of horse racing. Lost both of them in the recent years, and so was put into the sale at the end of 2024. And so even though not running in their colors, kind of carrying on that legacy a bit.
Yeah, and it's a really neat story. And I was saying on air last week, you know, we got Bob Baffert back in the mix now when it comes to the Kentucky Derby. We talk about a lot of Brad Cox horses, Steve Ashton, all these major trainers. Well, Rick Dutrow's back in the picture, and he's going to have horses in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, certainly is. He's a major trainer, and he's been there, done that as well. Well, speaking of Bob Baffert, he's sending Rodriguez here to the East Coast to try to pick up some points as he comes out of a second-place finish behind the Bob Lewis, behind Citizen Bull, and then third last time in the San Felipe behind Journalism and Barnes. Blinkers coming off, but as we know, Paul, Bob Baffert likes those very tiny cheater cup blinkers.
Yeah.
I would still imagine he's going to be sharp from the rail.
Yeah, he's going to be really sharp. And Mike Smith, if you watched, I mean, he set Madacat Road in the Florida Derby right to the front. I mean, he just does not mess around. I don't think he's going to mess around with Rodriguez as well. Bob doesn't want him to take any his speed away at all. Now, his one win was 107 Buyer. That was with Lasix. He needs to get back on track, but he's lost his Citizen Bull. And right now, your Kentucky Derby favorite, if they were going to run the race next week, would be Journalism, and he's lost to him. So he's got some quality to him. He might be his second race, but we'll see.
And interesting looking at Bob Baffert quotes, and certainly he's had success in the Wood Memorial in the past. His last win coming in 2006 with Bob and John, but Bob saying that he felt that this horse was still a little bit immature and thought that coming here to Aqueduct, a little bit of a quieter spot versus going to Keeneland, which is probably going to be packed, and he's a horse that's still figuring things out a bit and thought we haven't seen the best of him yet.
Yeah, you know, and obviously with the unfortunate situation, and I wanted to give a shout out to the people in Lake City and Hope, Arkansas, some of my friends out there with the tornadoes that have hit. Obviously, with the tornadoes hitting close to Kentucky, they're going to have to wait a little bit for those cards, so we'll see what happens in Keeneland. But the Wood Memorial is going to be very important, and we'll see what happens at Keeneland, and then we'll see what happens in California. California is going to be key, what happens with Barnes and journalism.
Absolutely, and that's Sanita Derby coming up on Saturday. But as far as Rodriguez, he will be ridden by Mike Smith, who has won the Wood Memorial 3 times, looking for his 4th, Richie, and good to see him back in New York, kind of where it all began for Mike Smith.
Oh, absolutely. Mike's emergence as a star rider certainly began in New York when he got here in 1988 and winning 3 Wood Memorials. I was fortunate enough to win the Wood Memorial once, and I was 20 years old when I won it, so I assumed I'd win a few more. Never quite happened, but Mike strung together 3 of them, has a chance to make it 4 today. And it's pretty remarkable what Mike's doing at his age. I mean, he takes care of himself, he works out, but I think you also have to learn to modify as an athlete, any athlete, whatever endeavor. You know, at some point, your body isn't going to do all the things you want it to do, so you've got to rely on your savvy and experience to, you know, get things done where your strength and your agility aren't going to be as good as they once were. Father Time's undefeated, but Mike continues to beat the clock, and he rides smart races. He knows where he needs to be, and one thing about it, you know, he is unflappable. They call him Big Money Mike for a reason.
They certainly do. Mike Smith, a 3-time Wood Memorial winner, 1990, 1992, and 1996. We saw him here at Aqueduct last year, of course, with Belmont Park under construction. All of our New York races, with the exception of Saratoga, run here at the Big A. But I know it's probably special always for Mike to come back to the East Coast and to New York.
Yeah, it is. You know, when he got his career started, I mean, it was Mr. Mott. He always tells me the story how he took off Cigar to ride Holy Bull, which you can't argue there. But and then he had the nasty accident where he got flipped over the hedge. He was in a body cast for a long time, and then he took his tack out to California. And he'll tell you from the beginning that Zenyatta, and then first Zeri, then Zenyatta really got him going again, got him back in the Bob Baffert barn, and it just got his confidence back. And Mig makes a good point. At his age, this man goes to the gym every morning. He's a good friend of mine. He's in insane shape, and he still can ride, and when he wants to ride, he's very tough. And I think Rodriguez will give a good account of himself.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what he can do. Of course, Mike Smith and Bob Baffert teaming up just a few years ago with Justify to win the Triple Crown. Here's a look at the 151st Kentucky Derby points leaderboard. Currently, as you mentioned, Paul, journalism, maybe he's not the highest on the points, and the Santa Anita Derby will be key this weekend, but he's probably been the most impressive, perhaps one of the most talked about 3-year-olds thus far.
Yeah, for Michael McCarthy, I mean, not many times you just fly back by a Bob Baffert horse. So, and that's what he did when he went right by Barnes. Now, the horse is number 12, Flood Zone. We forgot about that. He's in the UAE Derby. That is another one as well for Brad Cox. He's very interesting going over there.
Yeah, won the Gotham here in New York, so we'll certainly be cheering for him. And I mean, last year's UAE Derby winner, Forever Young, nearly won the Kentucky Derby when he came over here stateside. So good luck to Flood Zone and his connections over in Dubai. We'll have that coverage for you on Fox as well this weekend. Coming up, we'll look back on the 100-year history of the Wood Memorial, a race that has seen so much over the years. And we'll be looking forward to add to that history this weekend.
And they're off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And as the field turns for home,
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
They
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit ihdvstallions.com today.
Throughout its rich history, the Wood Memorial has played a key role as a prep for the Kentucky Derby and on through the Triple Crown. In fact, 11 winners of the Wood Memorial went on to win the Kentucky Derby, and 4 winners of the Wood Memorial went on to win the Triple Crown. Named for former New York State politician and Jamaica Racecourse president Eugene D. Wood, the Wood Memorial debuted in 1925 with a purse of $7,600. In the 35 years the race was run at Jamaica, 9 eventual Hall of Famers won the race, including Triple Crown winners Gallant Fox, Count Fleet, and Assault. The Marquis Derby prep moved to its current home, Aqueduct Racetrack, in 1960, and has continued to produce champions and Hall of Famers.
Bombay Duck on the rail, Foolish Pleasure on the outside. Past the 70-yard mark, and it's Seattle Slew in front.
Coach on the outside to the wire. Easy Goer has the lead.
Not every champion wins the Wood Memorial. Secretariat lost his final Kentucky Derby prep to Angle Light.
Far outside, it's Secretariat fourth.
Before captivating the nation and capturing the Triple Crown, including his record-setting score in the Belmont Stakes. 100 years of history, legendary performances, and all-time greats. The Wood Memorial has helped shape the landscape of the sport and the Triple Crown Trail. What lies ahead for New York's Marquis Derby prep?
100 years of history in the Wood Memorial. Paul and I were just talking about how much we love those old racetrack shots and seeing some of these spectacular horses that have run in this race over the years.
Yeah, I mean, those crowds were just unbelievable. I mean, it looks like people could reach out and touch the horses. Those were the good old days of having their tickets and throwing their tickets at the horses as they're going down the lane. But yeah, some great footage there. And it's really, really a privilege to be on the same staff of a guy that did win the Wood Memorial. I mean, a lot of people don't realize what kind of accomplishment that is.
Yeah, absolutely. A marquee day here in New York. As we'll take a look back at the 2009 Wood Memorial, which was won by I Want Revenge, ridden to victory by Joe Talamo, who was only 19 when he got this win.
Yeah, you know, they had asked me what was one of my favorite. Now, I understand you were a kid at this time, but he was the 2 at this time. He had broken so badly for Jeff Mullins. Joe Talamo was 19 years old. He gets in the crosshairs right here and clips heels. And it was like kind of crazy that he kind of like stayed above the horse. Watch right here as he almost goes down right here and then got through and then was able to just break dead last and win the race. He would have been your Derby favorite, although he had some foot issues after that, but man, he was a really, really good horse.
You love to see horses overcome adversity like that, especially kind of early on in their 3-year-old seasons.
Yeah, and he didn't even have to use the crop that day. Yeah. That's how much the best horse was, and I wish he would have run in the Derby.
Yeah, nice win there. Fun race to look back on. As mentioned, 19 years old when Joe Talamo won that Wood Memorial. Richie, I know you said earlier you were just 20 when you won the Wood.
Yeah, I think when you're young, you're a little bit naive and you don't understand the magnitude of these things, so you're probably less nervous. But Joe delivered an amazing ride that day. He stayed very cool. You know, when things go wrong is when you've got to be your coolest, and he was completely unflappable. And he also won with something left. These are big races in their own rights, but we got to remember they're preps. So you'd like to win them, but you also wanted to set a horse up to go forward, not tear them down. And unfortunately, I'm with Paul. I think he would have been a handful in the Kentucky Derby because he certainly was already battle tested.
Yeah, a field of 20 horses would have been no problem for I Want Revenge. Fun race to look back on. Nice call, Paul. You love looking back on all those storylines as well. Coming up tomorrow, the 100th Wood Memorial. Race 2, though, first coming up. Let's meet the field. Paulie starting off with Face the Facts. First off the claim.
Yeah, I think a horse that's got a big chance here with Kendrick Carmouche, who had a couple winners yesterday.
Yeah, he is 4 away from 4,000 victories. Here's the 3, Silo Ridge, your heavy favorite.
Yeah, heavy favorite with, I guess, reason. 5-year-old gelding should be really tough here, 2-5.
Cam Duke has speed, just never seems to seal the deal.
I know. This horse opened up 8 lengths, 3 back. So there's no doubt this horse is going to the front. It's just whether he can keep on going.
We'll use that speed for sure. Here is Ari's Magic on the big drop in class, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and a first-time gelding hasn't been seen since December, and you get Rudy Rod and Katie Davis.
Teaming up here with that class dropper has faced some good horses. Here's Enduring Spirit cutting back in distance.
You know, this horse had a nice win in the Rafael Ramos barn and then went into the Bashville Manor. This horse has a couple. He's the outsider for me getting Lasix.
Yeah, he's also taking a significant class drop. Tried the Jerome last time. And Celtic Prince to the outside, last out maiden winner.
Yeah, Romero Mirage riding very, very well. This one for Kerry Bryan, who broke maiden for the State Bred 40, now faces winner. But blinkers and Lasix helped last time.
Well, that's the field for race 2 at Aqueduct, as we will bring you the opener from Oaklan Park coming up on the other side of this break. Horses in the paddock during their final preparations for this maiden race. There's a look at Good Lord, currently the 2-1 favorite on the board. First off the claim for Steve Asmussen. More on him in the field after this.
Watchtower coming at Maduro. Maduro, Watchtower. Watchtower got her.
DeMarchelier standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race 2 at Aqueduct coming up, and there's a look at Silo Ridge for Lee Einseiler. This horse dropped to this level last time, Paul, and while he was defeated, he was very game and just beaten a nose that day.
Yeah, and he was 4 lengths clear of the second place finisher, and they were 3 1/4 lengths clear of the fourth place finisher. So these two horses really went to the wire, and it was just a bob of the noses here towards the end. So there's nothing to take away from this horse. I just think that he just got bested that day by Light the Way. So, you know, again, if he runs this race, he should win this upcoming race by many, unless somebody really steps up.
Yeah, it does have the fastest buyer speed figures on the card as well. You can see that. Ooh, just lost the bob there. Very tight photo for Silo Ridge. Jose Lascano going to be aboard once again. He's 2 to 5 right now on the board, warming up on the track. Probably the main other contender in this field is the 5 Ari's Magic on that big drop in class. But for more horses finish up their warm-ups, let's check in with Richie.
Yeah, listen, no false illusions here. Silo Ridge is going to be very tough to beat. He looks fantastic. He warmed up great. He's in an appropriate spot. I was looking for alternatives, which I tend to do when a horse is going to be a very short price. And 2 horses that stood out. One, the 2-horse Face the Facts, from a physical perspective, just was so well turned out. Now, he doesn't kind of match the profile I look for, where I like what I see from a physical perspective, and it kind of matches up with what I see on paper. So he's not checking all the boxes for me, but he looks terrific. But the 5 Ari's Magic is interesting. He returns as a gelding. This was a horse that was a ridgeling, meaning he had 1 undescended testicle. Now, he was eased last time. Horses have to go through a rigorous protocol to be okay to race again. So I have no doubt about his soundness or, you know, his ability to come back and run well. I think sometimes when a horse is a ridgeling, it affects them. It hurts. It could pinch them as they're trying to run. So now that he comes back as a gelding, he could be a lot freer behind, maybe a lot stronger behind as well. And I just thought he was the most likely upsetter. And that's where I landed, guys, because if you go back to his first race, the way he broke his maiden at Tampa, you see any version of that horse, he's going to be very competitive here.
Yeah, seemed at the beginning of his career like he had a lot of promise, Richie, and unfortunately, along the way, maybe just finding himself in the right place today.
Yeah, sometimes you need to get down to the level that makes you competitive, and I think that's what Rudy's doing here. Rudy Rodriguez, the trainer. So I like what he had to say about the 2 Face the Facts. You and I were both saying that horse, you know, off the long layoff claim, Michelle finally had a couple wins before this meet started, and her barn was running a lot of seconds. I think the 2 could run a big race in here. And I also thought, like I said, the 6 is very interesting.
Yeah, I thought Face the Facts a little bit intriguing, second off that big layoff. And you mentioned the 6 Enduring Spirit. I mean, you talk about class dropping. There's certainly a big drop in class for this one. You really kind of have to sift through those past performances.
Yeah, you do. And you're wondering, is Castellano going to send? Because if he sends, the 4 is going to go. The 2 doesn't have a lot of speed, but has shown speed before, so that's going to be very interesting. Who's going to be the horse that can come off the pace? That might be Silo Ridge.
Yeah, good point. Silo Ridge could be sitting that good trip there. We know Cam Duke is going to go out to the front, but historically not usually able to sustain it. 1 to 4 on Silo Ridge off those fast races. The one to beat coming up in race 2. Chris Griffin has the call.
Celtic Prince to the outside. Early pick 4. Starts here. Goes in. All set. Front of the gate open there. Face the Facts. A little stirred up. Didn't go anywhere. Closing the front of the gate. And they're off. Speed from Ari's Magic right out towards the front. Some pressure coming here from Cam Duke towards the inside. Now they line up 4 across the track, as joining these top 2 is Enduring Spirit, who's actually going to take on. And now Enduring Spirit, very keen on the lead, and now clears, is up by a full length, really wants to go. Enduring Spirit, Javier Castellano there in front. Having to steady briefly was Cam Duke, is right in behind with that second grouping, as they've got less than 4 furlongs to travel through a 22.44 opening quarter mile. So Enduring Spirit lets it out a notch, and Enduring Spirit No Choice is going to sprint for home now, is up by 3.5 lengths. Ari's Magic splits rivals, is trying to keep up at the rail. Cam Duke. Silo Ridge, the big favorite, Pink Silk, starts to warm to the task now, is moving forward 4 wide, as hard-ridden as Celtic Prince. And the trailer face the facts. They're still chasing Enduring Spirit, who hasn't come back to the field yet. Enduring Spirit at the top of the stretch is trying to fend him off, is going to drift down and lugs in towards the rail. And here comes Ari's Magic. Here comes Silo Ridge. They're traveling as a pair. And now it's going to be Silo Ridge trying to get to the spot, and does, over Ari's Magic, who dives down towards the inside. Silo Ridge is going to open up late. It's going to be the favorite to oblige. Silo Ridge gets the victory. Enduring Spirit will hold second over Ari's Magic. Then came Cam Duke. 1 minute 10.56 seconds.
Silo Ridge, the favorite, gets the job done here, but a little bit of drama going on in the stretch. Paul is pace setter, Enduring Spirit, bit erratic there, drifting in and out, refusing to switch leads.
Yeah, and you can see he's going towards the rail is the 6, and watch the 4 in the middle and the 3. And Jose Lascano is going to shut the door. I know that the horse in front was coming out a little bit, but he was clear, it looked like. He's going to have to look at the head-on whether Eric Cancel decides to do anything, but I don't know if there was any action here, and I think it might be 3-6. We'll take a look at the head-on here.
Yeah, as we take a look, the white blinkers is Javier Castellano and Enduring Spirit, who's setting the pace and hanging on that inside lead, which you talk about, and that's when you typically do see horses lean in a bit. Now he starts to lug out. Javier's going right-handed. That forces Katie Davis and Ari's Magic to dive down to the rail. Might have really impeded his momentum.
Yeah, the thing is, though, that the 6 was clear and was able to cut in front of Katie before that, so I don't think they're going to take any action.
Yep, Silo Ridge traveling like the best horse in the race, much like he looked like on paper. Loading in for race 1 at Oaklan Park, maiden claiming, going 6 furlongs. Any world-breaking thoughts?
I thought the 7 was going to be tough in here, but I like the 3 in here. Cindy Murphy, I think that horse can come from off the pace in here. So I was 3-7-7-3.
Nice price, 7-1 on the 3. My Kid Sid. Maiden claiming to kick off the day in the opener. Here's Matt Dinnerman with the call. Oh.
Ready to go in the opener. He broke through the front of the gate. Didn't get very far, though. So we'll wait for him. Comes out of the 6 furlong chute there and stops about, I'd say, 100 yards from the gate. So the outrider going to lead Jester Sang and Manny Esquivel back.
Jester Sang breaking through the gate there at the start. Great job by the outriders to apprehend him pretty quickly. And Manny Esquivel holding on. Didn't get very far, as you heard Matt Dinnerman say, but never something you like to see. Meanwhile, there is an objection back over at Aqueduct. Katie Davis against the 3 Silo Ridge. I would think it would be 5 against 6.
Yeah, because if you did, you know, the 5 did come. I mean, the 6 did come out, and they're going off there at Oaklan
Park. My Kid Sid was away slowly. Good Lord has early dash with Major Mac. These two share the top spot. Good News Rocket right off of them. And here comes My Kid Sid down on the inside. Irish Whiskey, part of the action here. It's getting pretty tight in there. Major Mac has to steady hard off of heels between horses when in tight. And Irish Whiskey, he's going to the lead now from Good Lord, who's a half length back pressing. World Fair has gotten outside, and he's third, 3 deep, out of harm's way going into the turn. He's gotten a good trip as the top 3 line up sailing into the turn. Gap of 2.5 to Jester Sang. Then Good News Rocket, another 3 back to My Kid Sid, and Major Mac at the back. Around the far turn, Irish Whiskey made a brief bid on the lead. He's bowing out. World Fair in the 3 path comes looking for the lead at the quarter pole. Good Lord attempting to stick to him. Irish Whiskey backpedaling in 3rd. He's called it an afternoon. He's getting tired as they come down the lane. A 2-horse battle at this point. World Fair on the outside with the edge. Good Lord trying from the inside under the left-handed encouragement. He's second, though. Outside, Major Mac coming on for 3rd. 16th to go, and here's World Fair to take a short lead. Good Lord still trying on the inside, coming back. World Fair with the upper hand, though, and he just gets there. It got tight. I'm going to call it World Fair, but Good Lord came back at him with Major Mac 3rd. We'll give it to World Fair, though. He got it by a nose, I think.
Tight photo finish there at Oaklan between the 8 World Fair and the 7 Good Lord. Late rally outside from the 6 Major Mac.
Yeah, and you can see Matt Dinnerman didn't want to call it late because the 7 lunged late, and the inside there gets the advantage, and he lunged really late. Oh my God, that is close. I think the 8 is physically in front. The 7 might have got the bob after the wire, but you got to go down to that low angle because when you get down to that low angle, it gives you a better angle. But man, I'm trying to look at this again. I think the 8 might have held, but I tell you what, the 7 made a late push on the rail.
That was a tight finish.
7-1, that's
Seven
what I was
actually
saying.
got the bob. Wow.
The inside, for some reason.
I never would have called the 7. You are the best when it comes to photo
It's
finishes.
just because those 7 and the inside, Richie will
Yeah.
tell you, but for me, the inside gets the advantage there because of that awkward kind of angle. And a good job by Keith Asmussen to stay right-handed and
Eric
stay on,
Asmussen
excuse
on
me,
the-
Eric,
yeah.
to stay right-handed on the
Yeah.
7 and keep him going because the 8 was about a length in front.
Yeah, very well done. Just getting up in the shadow of the wire. Good Lord. All for the Asmussen family. Owned and trained by Steve and ridden by Eric. Meanwhile, back over at Aqueduct, no change. And we're told, thank you, Chris Griffin, for letting us know it was a trainer's objection into the stretch there. 5 against 3. Stewards make no change as Silo Ridge traveling like the best horse in the field here and getting the win.
Yeah, I mean, I can get it. The connection's taking a little bit of a shot here, but like I said, if the 6 would have came out into the path of the third place finisher, then there would have been a problem. So, did they make a change?
No change, no.
No change, okay.
Clear there, like you said, in the stretch, just clear, though maybe not the easiest for the 5 Ari's Magic closing on the inside. There is actually an inquiry at Oaklan as well. I think it looks like what we can tell early on in the race. So inquiry at Oaklan, not official in the opener. It seems that the number 6, who actually came flying late at Oaklan Park, Major Mac, ended up getting checked back pretty sharply early on. We'll keep you posted on what goes on with that inquiry over at Oaklan. We're going to take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll preview what's to come on Dubai World Cup night at one of the most iconic racetracks in the world, Meydan. Last year, it was Laurel River in a blowout performance in the World Cup. We'll see who can get that big victory this year.
Charge It is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You gotta be wired a little bit differently to hop on top of a 1,000-pound animal and run 40 miles per hour with an ambulance chasing you. We do a very dangerous sport.
American racing revolves around the Triple Crown.
There are trainers, jockeys, and the owners.
There is unbelievable money in this game.
I just forced my way in. And I'm not leaving.
Some people look at us like we've lost our minds. Micropoli spends $20+ million a year on horses.
We're in your little Twitter feud.
Just Mike's loud mouth that I get tired of.
Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah!
I expect trainers to put the horse in the best position to win.
Good horse will take you all over the world. Our part's finding a top horse.
Trainers will be firing one jockey, hiring another. It's cutthroat. There's not much loyalty.
Make me look good, will ya?
Cars, motorbikes, you can press the brake. Horse racing, you can't.
I wasn't ready to retire. I'd rather die on the horse than die of boredom.
If you can win the Triple Crown, you're in the history books. You're a legend.
Tough trip right there.
Obviously, the prize money is huge. And there's a chance for the world to see who's really the best.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us on this Friday at the Big A. The sun is shining, which we love to see. And race 2 in the books. It's official. 1-4 favorite Silo Ridge gets the victory. Enduring Spirit, a little bit of drifting going on there in the stretch, but does hold on to second. But no beating the favorite there.
Yeah, and I think the big thing was Enduring Spirit out-dueling the 4 here, Cam Duke, early, and it looks like they took the inquiry down also at Oaklan too.
Yeah, there was a disqualification at Oaklan.
How did the 6 get disqualified?
Third place finisher. We were trying to figure out what was going on in the commercial there. So at Oaklan Park, the 6 Major Mac had finished third closing. It looks like, I thought at first watch, Paulie, like he had gotten checked back. It looks like maybe he caused some of that checking early on in the race, and so disqualified. New order of finish at Oaklan Park, 7-8-9-4.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, a little bit of drama there in those couple races, but coming up this weekend, the Dubai World Cup, such a fun night of racing and a really intriguing field, highlighted by Forever Young, who's 4-5 on the morning line, won the Saudi Cup, looking to be the first horse to win Saudi Cup and Dubai World Cup in the same year here. He has been nothing short of dazzling in his races coming back, just so impressive running down Romantic Warrior in that Saudi Cup.
You know, I've said this multiple times. He's about a trip and a couple, inches away from being undefeated.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the kind of horse he is. And this was his race where he faced the ultimate turf horse from Hong Kong, who was the richest horse in the world, who took to the dirt, and he had to call upon all of his class. Look how clear they are. I want to say rattle and rolls coming to, but what a race this was. And it just shows you the quality of Forever Young. If he keeps on going, he is going to be, and if he comes out here, he's going to be your favorite in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Beaten just ahead in the Kentucky Derby. Not an easy thing to do for the UAE Derby winner coming into the Kentucky Derby. We've not seen success. Also, as far as Japan's global dominance, the Derby, as of yet, not really a race they've been able to get close to, except this year. Yeah. And this horse, when, I mean, he was probably impeded quite a bit by Sierra Leone in the stretch, and he was just a head away from winning.
Yeah, you can argue he was the best horse in the Kentucky Derby. I mean, he was giant. And then his other race that he lost, he was the Classic, where he was really good that day too. So he's the best older horse in the land right now when it comes to dirt. So they're all going to have their running shoes on. Ushba Tesoro, we've seen him before. And you're also going to get a couple other horses in there, obviously.
Yeah, Ushba Tesoro, a horse that has run well in Dubai in the past, will be the final race of his career. He's an 8-year-old Ushba Tesoro, which is kind of crazy to look at. But Imperial Emperor, we saw winning the Al Maktoum Classic, the local prep at Maidan, trained by Bhupat Simar, who pulled the upset last year with Laurel River, who won by open lengths in the Dubai World Cup.
This was kind of similar to what happened with Forever Young. I mean, I thought he ran really well, but yeah, I mean, what Laurel River did last year, you have to have a little respect. Sometimes he'll set up his horses. I thought this was a good little effort. He's going to end up just, I think, chasing obviously a much the best winner, but I like the way he just keeps on and keeps on going. He's going to be, obviously, you're probably your second or third choice when it comes to it, but he's going to have to pick up some lengths on Forever Young.
Imperial Emperor, maybe a horse who started on the turf, who's now kind of slowly progressing in the right direction. We ridden by Ty Gaucher, who did win that Dubai World Cup on Laurel River last year. We'll have coverage for you of Dubai World Cup night from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. on FS1, the Dubai World Cup, FS2 as well. Wood Memorial at 12, Dubai World Cup at 12 p.m. on FS2, Wood Memorial on FS2 as well. So hope that you will tune in and watch that coverage. Such a fun night of racing. Plenty of exciting stuff to see over there in the desert in Dubai. We'll talk a little bit more about some of those Wood Memorial contenders when we come back. Linda Rice, looking for her first Kentucky Derby starter. She may have just that in Sand Devil, who's done very little wrong and will look to step forward this weekend.
Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen said, "Gun Pilot is an absolute beast. He has a lot of gun runners' great traits. He is a bigger and stronger version and was extremely talented. His easy Grade 1 win in the 7-furlong Churchill Downs Stakes proved everything I knew."
The gold, but it's Gun Pilot and Christian Torres.
Gun Pilot is Gun Runner's only son to retire to stud this year. New to Three Chimneys.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, race 3 coming up next. It's a mile. $40,000 claiming race here at the Big A, and one part of the entry remaining in Tabawatch, who looks like he could potentially be one of the main speeds in here, because not only was Magnolia Midnight the favorite when he came out, he was the controlling pace. Yeah, he was, and this is the horse that I like, actually, is the 1A. I just think muddy racetrack, sloppy racetrack, finally on a dry racetrack for the 1A. Well, the 1A Tabawatch, trained by Linda Rice. There he is in the paddock. Linda coming off yet another training title here in New York throughout the Aqueduct Winter Meet. And for trainer Linda Rice, we've seen her become a major name in New York racing. Some would say it's in her blood, as plenty of members of her family have had great success in the sport of horse racing as well. But this year, as she looks for her first Kentucky Derby starter, Rice herself is always reaching for more.
When I go to the barn in the morning and train horses that I'm excited about running, that's what drives me. Winning races, whether it be a claiming race or a stakes race or a grade 1 at Saratoga, it's so much more fun than losing. Okay guys, Jose, I'm ready for the first one. Go ahead, we're going from the half out 5/8. My father, he was a hard worker, and he was very ambitious, instilled a strong work ethic in my 3 brothers and myself, and he had a love for the horses his whole life, and he instilled that in us as well.
It's double booked in front.
My first good horse was a horse named Double Booked, a grass horse, when I started training at Monmouth Park, an affiliate of my father's named Ready Jack Go. But I would say that City Zip was a very good 2-year-old. I brought him here. He won all 3 2-year-old stakes here.
It's City Zip in front of the 16th. City Zip by 3.
He would be the horse that really helped move me along the path that I am on now. He's gonna win at Belmont. I like to claim a lot of young horses with lightly raced horses that I think have both potential on their pedigree side and, of course, conformation. So that's been a big asset to my claiming, which has been probably in the last 5 years I've been doing more of.
Voodoo Song digs in. Is he gonna do it? He is! Voodoo Song with a 4-star Dave!
New York racing is, frankly, it's my home. I've been here for quite a few years. I have gone from a young trainer that was struggling to climb the ladder to being a mainstay in New York. And I think by not diluting my business at different venues, I think it's been helpful for me to be successful right here in New York. I'm all about New York racing. My father always said, well, he didn't want to die in the harness. And I think about that sometimes, but I don't know what my day would be like if I didn't have horses to train or to be around or to be excited about. Linda Rice. I'd like them to say she was one hell of a horse trainer, and she earned it.
There's Linda saying hello to Jose Lascano in the paddock. They'll team up with Tabawatch coming up here. Of course, a big chance in this upcoming race, but I know she's excited about this weekend, as Sand Devil will look to become her first Kentucky Derby starter. She's been dominant in those training titles throughout the year here in New York, though, Paul.
Pretty good, right? 4 out of 7 with a second, another second in the Belmont Saratoga. She was 4th, but she keeps on racking up the wins, and I'm here to tell you, Linda, you are a very good trainer.
Yeah, absolutely. Just been so strong throughout. Again, coming off yet another training title in New York. So we'll take a look at Sand Devil. Again, looking to become the first Kentucky Derby starter for Linda, a New York bred who has really done very little wrong. Now, of course, one of the biggest questions will be as he stretches out to the 1 1/8 for the first time off the back of this 2nd place finish in the Gotham.
Yeah, and whether he wants to go the distance like you said, but he is a very consistent horse. He likes to go to the front end, likes to use his speed. He's got pedigree on the bottom side to keep on handling distance, and maybe this is the right horse for Linda.
Tried to get on the Derby trail last year with Arctic Arrogance, who did not miss many dances.
No.
He was a horse that was always right there. This year she has this New York bred Sand Devil. Showed he could compete with Open Graded Stakes Company last time out. But again, that distance will be a big question moving forward into the Wood Memorial. Back over to this third race today, though. This is a claiming race for $40,000 going the mile. There's Linda's Charge, Tabawatch, and as we mentioned, the scratches here not only meant to be some horses that would take attention, but ones who really did project to be the pace setters. So we'll see how this pace does play out, as this does also kick off today's pick 6 sequence and had a nice little carryover from yesterday coming into this sequence today.
Yeah, it was a tough card yesterday, and some bombs ran in. So right now we're at about 48,000. I would think it would get up to about 100, 150,000 by the time we spring the latches.
Here's the field, starting off with Linda Rice's runner, Tabawatch.
I like this horse. I think this horse, if Jose Lascano wants to take the initiative, goes to the front end, and they're going to have to catch.
This one claimed off of Brad Cox and taking a bit of a drop in class. The rail goes to the 2, Alternate Reality.
Lane Leslie's been riding great, and this horse was a good second last time out and a win 2 starts ago.
Been in good form, this horse, as of late. Here's the 3, Lost in Rome, long shot.
This one for Wayne Potts, 11 seconds. He's an 8-year-old now.
Next will be the 5, Mystical Curlin. Slowly but surely, we're making our way through the post parade here.
Here's the 5.
There
he is. Gustavo Rodriguez having a good year, and I think he's better off the layoff. This horse is just confusing with a lot of seconds.
Yeah, and probably wants to go a little bit longer as well. Here's Centavo stepping up in class.
Yeah, big long shot here. 6 for 51 lifetime.
And your favorite is now the 7, Costa Terra, first off the claim for Brad Cox from Linda Rice. So they've flip-flopped a couple horses.
Yeah, the 1A used to be in Brad's barn, and now in Linda's barn. The 7 used to be in Linda's barn, now in Brad's barn. But the 1A has beaten the 7 before, but the public is going 3-2 with Brad.
Yeah, we'll see how it does play out. Again, pick 6 kicking off here with that carryovers. We welcome in for the first time today, joining the show, Maggie Wolfendale. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Acacia. And Brad Cox and Linda Rice trading horses here, and we'll take a look at their current charges as we'll begin with the 1A, Tabawatch. And as you guys have said repeatedly, he looks as though he's a controlling speed and is warming up accordingly beneath Jose Lascano. Really kind of jumped away from the pony, nicely on the bridle, moving very well. And two, like Paul, I agree that a fast track under his feet is going to be more to his liking, because I was pretty disappointed in his effort last time out, and it was a 3-horse race and he was well beaten that day, but clearly one that doesn't necessarily like a wet track, though he's run okay on it in the past. So you got to be a little bit leery of that. And furthermore, there's the fact that Linda claimed him for $80,000 and immediately cuts him in half. Now, like I said, he's moving well out there, but he's a horse that I've never particularly loved all that much, you know, from a physical standpoint. He's always just like, oh, okay, he's there. He kind of runs the same. He's a little bit of a lacking of that killer instinct that you want them to have, but obviously has some talent. I do think he definitely has a tactical advantage today, though, as we'll move on to the outside with Costa Terra. Last time I thought he was with the track for the first half of the race, or for honestly 3/4 of the race. And then when he switched outside, you kind of noticed him spinning his wheels a bit. It was a track that was tilted towards inside runners back on February 23rd. So when he launched that 4 to 5 wide bid around the turn, he just kind of flattened out for the drive home. But looking at him in the paddock, he looks fine. He kind of took a little while to find a stride to put his head down and carry on for Javier Castellano. But since then, he looks good out on the racetrack as well. I do think he is a viable option. It's just his lack of early speed often hurts him so much in any race, especially today with the scratch of any other type of pace in here. Now, number 5, Mystical Curlin. He's one that I feel like often needs a start to get things going. You saw it back when he was coming in from that November to March effort, and he was a well-beaten favorite that day, and he just looked a bit soft. Now, he is a horse that fairly high energy, came in nicely on the bridle, displaying all the things that you want to see on this particular day. Great coat to him, like I said, but still just looks a bit soft for this first start back. So I'll take the wait and see approach with him, but to be fair, this is the easiest spot he has found himself in a while. So I do think he's an interesting proposition here, Acacia. I just wish it wasn't off the bench.
Yeah, the layoff, definitely something to contend with. Maggie, thank you. Mystical Curlin dropping, not having run since September. Back over to the 1A Tabawatch, as Maggie touched on just a 3-horse field last time out. He set the pace, was very disappointing that day. This is going back to November. He comes out of the same race as Costa Terra, and he gets the win this day, Paul.
Yeah, he did get the W this day, and he was kind of a little bit off the pace. Now, he's been in front before. I do think he's the lone speed, but I wonder if he needs a target or not. But he got the job done on this day with Joel Rosario. I miss Joel. I haven't seen him in a while. But this was a win on this day, and it was on the flat mile. So I just think this horse is, with the scratches, will be a lot closer up today.
Yeah, should be. I would imagine tactically, Jose Lascano well aware of that. Mirage and Mystical Curlin could be forwardly placed as well. As far as Costa Terra is concerned, he was 4th in that race that Tabawatch did win. They're interesting horses because they're very similar parallels. One was former Linda Rice, now Brad Cox. One is former Brad Cox, now Linda Rice. Both of them are coming off of 2 bad races, and they both have back class. I am a bit surprised with the scratches that the one who has less speed is currently the favorite.
Yeah, and the one that they claimed for 80, you know, Linda claimed the 1A for 80, drops for 40. Costa Terra was claimed for 40, stays for 40. Now, Costa Terra is more, I think, pace dependent because it comes from way off the pace, where Tabagashi, I think, is a horse that is more tactical. So I don't understand why the 7 is your favorite, but then again, we'll see what happens. And the 2 is taking money, alternate reality, because if you look at those 2 races to go to, they're not bad since claimed by Chris Engelhart. A little bit of a freshening, nice second-place finish last time out. Kind of might have bounced off that sloppy effort. But the 2 at 5-2, I thought I was 1A, 2. I wasn't a big fan of the 7 here, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, but the thing with alternate reality, maybe he doesn't have the class of the other 3 horses we discussed.
Yeah.
At least he has. His last 4 races have been good. You know, he's in good form, whereas I think a couple of the others are coming off bad performances.
You know, so many times, that you make a good point, because so many times we look at the horses that what we're going to project, they're dropping in class, when we forget about the 2 who's in this class running decent numbers and running decent races.
Yeah, it has been good as of late. Lane Luzzy, who had a pretty strong winter as well, going to be aboard alternate reality. Just circling back to Costa Terra quickly, a quick note. He's drawn to the outside. Do note that he is typically the type of horse that runs with his head turned out. That's how he always runs, and you could even see it in his last race when he's trying to close. So just something to keep note of as he's going to try to be dropping in and saving some ground from that outside post.
He is 1 for 2 over sloppy racetracks. We're getting a little mud on the racetrack today, obviously. You see the horses. Oh, no mud on the racetrack. Excuse me. I'm looking at Oaklan.
Tricky race.
It is a tricky race. I understand where the public is going with the 7, but then I don't. I don't know if this is Brad Cox money or not, but I'll stick with the 1A. And the 2, and Mystical Curlin, the 5 is taking sneaky little money here. I know a lot of seconds, but I've been saying Gustavo Rodriguez's horse has been running well off layoffs.
Costa Terra, first off the claim for Brad Cox and Sandy Goldfarb, which has been a pretty potent duo claiming horses here in New York. Good luck if you're playing the pick 6. We appreciate all of you participating today with that carryover. It does kick off here in race number 3 at the Big A. Let's get ready to start the sequence. Chris Griffin standing by.
Terra. Costa Terra. Goes in. All set. And they're off.
Centavo breaks well in between horses. Taba watches in that early mix too. Mystical Curlin is right there in the yellow silks. Mystical Curlin is going to take it right to Taba watch early, and these two hook up. And they're 1-2 as they get set to come out of the chute. Costa Terra is going to settle just off of them as the stalking third. Alternate Reality has worked over to the rail, is now in fourth. As moving forward comes Lost in Rome, and the trailer is now Centavo. They work up the backstretch, and they're tightly bunched. They're 23-3 opening quarter mile. Pressure from Tabawatch to the inside and Mystical Curlin, and there's a seam here for Lost in Rome, and Ruben Silvera is going to take that lane, and now in the 3-path, it's Lost in Rome to apply more pressure. 4 wide is going to be Costa Terra. They're 4 across the racetrack, Alternate Reality, and Lane Luzzy is right in behind, a battling quartet as they approach a half-mile left to go. Centavo still the trailer. They work into the turn, 46-3 for the half-mile time. Mystical Curlin is trying to shake loose. Tough spot here for Tabawatch is battling on Lost in Rome and Costa Terra. Alternate Reality moves to the outside, is going to have an outside run, had pace to chase, is in 5th, but is ready to challenge and looming up on the outside. All in is Centavo from the back. The leader is Costa Terra. Here come the oncoming strides of Alternate Reality down the center of the racetrack, and Alternate Reality is unleashed and trying to roll through the stretch, is doing just that. It's Alternate Reality who's in front. Costa Terra is not going anywhere, is trying to come back towards the inside with less than a furlong left to go. Alternate Reality is trying to put away Costa Terra. It's a battle on for show, but it's going to be Alternate Reality to open up late, and Alternate Reality, nice trip and gets the victory. Costa Terra second. Tabawatch does come back to get third over Mystical Curlin in 1 minute 36.54 seconds.
Alternate Reality gets the win. We talked about how he's been in such good form, Paul. The only concern was the trip. He got the perfect trip today.
He did get the perfect trip, and Lane made the right move. Do not wait, let's circle, because Costa Terra had something left here, deep in stretch, but Lane, like I said, he's been riding really, really well from off the pace. Confusing ride on the 1A. I thought he should have got away, but he started coming back for third, but no doubt about it. The 7 was really good for being wide most way around the racetrack because everybody started sending, but the 2, Alternate Reality, gets the job done.
Take a look at the head-on of the stretch. As you'll see, White Blaze is the 2, Alternate Reality, who circled the field. He also stayed clear of whatever was going on down on the rail. I think it was the 5, Mystical Curlin, was tiring, kind of leaning in a little bit on the 1A Tabawatch, but did get pretty tight down there as Tabawatch then tips out again late.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter how fast you're going. When 4 horses line up and you're sitting right behind them, Lane Luzzy was licking his chops and he got the job done.
Just as we talked about a lot of the horses that were part of the pace scratching, then everybody decided to send and set up perfectly for Alternate Reality. 1A, 2, and 5 all claimed and going to new homes today after race 3 at Aqueduct. 2-7, 1A, 5 in the third. Back over to Oaklan Park. Race number 2 coming up next. It's a starter allowance, 6 furlongs. As Payne is currently your 4-5 favorite, stepping up off a condition claiming race, first off the claim for David Jacobson, but he's won 4 in a row as a 10-year-old, Paul. He's been in tremendous form.
I was going to look, has a 10-year-old ever run 100 Beyer?
Well, at a lot of tracks, you can't race it at the age of 10, so probably very rare.
It's got to be like rare.
Yeah.
I mean, because Payne ran 100 Beyer, 101 Beyer. I mean, this horse exploded in the stretch last time. And I keep on saying, at age 10, he can't keep on winning, and he keeps on winning. I do think the 2 is the horse to catch. I think Sitka from Matt Williams will head to the front. Francisco Arrieta is just a more aggressive rider than Harry Hernandez and Christian Torres. But the 3, I'd like to see the old veteran Keaton win.
Yeah, what a cool horse. Payne, the 10-year-old, looking to make it 5 in a row. Currently your favorite. Race 2 at Oaklan. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
Here's Samurai Prince and Tyler Bacon. We're ready to go. And they're off. Sitka was off a little bit slowly, is making up some ground to be close to the pace here. Samurai Prince on the lead as well with El Rey Dorado between horses. Sitka makes it a party of 3 on the inside, and here comes Sitka to stick ahead in front. On the outside, El Rey Dorado right there pressing. Samurai Prince is third. Then GT 500 getting to the rail. He's in the 4th position. Now he joined third, making up some ground to be within 2 lengths of the lead. Another 2 lengths to Payne, who's second to last. 5 clear of Synthesis, his stablemate. as they go into the far turn run. Sitka, 3 furlongs to go, bounds away, a length and 3/4 ahead. GT500 comes out of the crowd, level second now with El Dorado, then Samurai Prince. Payne is down on the inside. He's 5th, now adjoined 4th, is shaken up a little bit, Payne, but he's moving up as they come to the top of the lane. He'll be saving ground and cutting the corner coming off the turn. Sitka down the stretch, a 2-length lead here, still clear. Payne on the inside, adjoined second with GT500. Sitka shifting to the outside here in the center of the course. He's still clear from Payne's second and GT500. Sitka switching leads with a 16th to go, still on top, and he will prevail. Sitka to win it. Payne was second, GT500 third, El Dorado is 4th.
Sitka set the pace, as Paulie pointed out, and he was able to dig in the stretch, swapping leads. He was fighting hard, but able to hold off the 10-year-old veteran, Payne.
Payne was trying to get to him. 109 and change. They ran so fast over this muddy racetrack. You see the 10-year-old trying to chase the 2 Sitka, but Francisco Arrieta, like I said, he's just a more aggressive rider. He got this horse to the front and was able to stave off your 3 to 5 favorite. You got 7 to 2 on this horse.
7 to 2 on Sitka with the win, 2-3 in race 2 at Oaklan. Back over to the Big A. We did see Alternate Reality getting the perfect trip to win here and close under Lane Luzzy, who had a strong winter and picking up right where he left off with this good ride.
He's getting better and better and better. And there you can see all the horses were lined up and Lane swung 5 wide. Now the 7, Costa Terra went with them. And at that point, you see a little bit of traffic on the inside. He was able to clear. And Costa Terra battled back. You got to give him a lot of credit, but no doubt about your winner, Alternate Reality. And that's a good start to your pick 6 if you have this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Upsetting the 2 favorites in here, Alternate Reality getting the win. 2-7, 1A5, $7.60 winner. Definitely will help if you played that pick 6 sequence with the carryover there in race number 3. Race 4 coming up next. It's a 1 1/8 starter allowance for 4-year-olds and up. And right now it is the 5 Neon Bordeaux, who's currently your favorite. I guess it's a little bit of just a horse with some recency. First off the claim for Rick Dutro as well, as he'll stretch out for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, this is first time Rick, and sometimes you'll get this kind of money. I don't know if this horse should be 6 to 5. I do think that he has a shot in here, but I thought there was others in here. The 6 at 5 to 1 is a major player too as well.
Yeah, that horse on a 2-race win streak will try to extend that as he steps up in the class. We'll talk a little bit more about this 4th race when we come back. And continuing our Wood Memorial preview, Pletcher looking for a Grande Wood Memorial indeed. Todd Pletcher with 7 wins in the Wood Memorial. Can Grande become his 8th?
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Confidently handled, and Bank Frenzy dominates here in the Stymie.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And new for 2025, Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Selling the best.
Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser. Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
Mo Donegal comes on through down on the inside to grab second. It is early voting in front. A challenge here from Mo Donegal. Early voting trying to hold on with a 16th to the finish. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal.
What a race that was in the 2022 Wood Memorial, and the top two finishers would go on to win the Preakness, early voting, and the Belmont Stakes. Mo Donegal.
Yeah, it ended up being a really key race, and Mo Donegal just hunting down early voting. Early voting, like you said, won the Preakness, but they both showed a lot of ability after the start.
Yeah, very exciting stretch run there for horses that had dueled a couple times throughout their career and then would go on to win 2/3 of the Triple Crown out of that 2022 Wood Memorial. Todd Pletcher looking for yet another Wood Memorial this weekend. He has just been so dominant in this race. I mean, Bourbonic was a huge price a couple years ago, Paul, but a lot of big names on that list as well.
Yeah, and you look at Verrazano and Vino Rosso, some really nice horses. Escandarea, shame we didn't see him keep on running. Gemologist too, but you know, he's usually a mainstay is Todd, and you know, Grande is undefeated, and he's bringing in the son of Curlin. And it's hard to throw out undefeated horses, Acacia. And, you know, he's going to get the acid test. We'll see how good he is, but he definitely has a pedigree.
Yeah, there is the question of what did he face down at Gulfstream, but he ran on the Fountain of Youth undercard in that allowance and was probably one of the more talked about horses on the card, even though he wasn't running in a stake. And he delivered at even money with that victory. Still a little bit green, still figuring things out, but this was also a 1.125 win, so he can already show that he is effective at the distance.
Yeah, you can tell he's a big lumbering horse, and these type of horses, we know where Todd ends up landing. They could be in the Belmont too, so we'll see what happens, but I don't think the distance is going to be a problem. Whether he can get those feet moving a little bit quicker. He seems like a big lumbering type.
Yeah, he does. He seems like distance is no problem for him. Here's a look at the field again. Looks like Hill Road and Bear Claw Necklace are due to scratch out of the Wood Memorial. Still a big field to go postward though, and as we often talk about, Todd Pletcher, 7-time winner of the Wood Memorial, just remarkable, looking to tie Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons for the most.
Yeah, it's an amazing record, 7 times, and now looking for his 8th too as well. And then that's a resume that goes with a lot of Kentucky Derbies. And he also had a filly win the Belmont. There's a lot of things that Mr. Pletcher has done in this game, and he's also got a pretty good contingency, I think, over there at Keeneland. I know the card was canceled, but I think he's going to get another one in.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see how it all does play out for Todd Pletcher. Here's a look at the Saturday Stakes schedule, though. Plenty of exciting action. Kicking off earlier in the card with the Distaff, Gazelle, the Carter, a really intriguing and competitive race, Excelsior, and then the Wood Memorial. Can Captain Cook keep his momentum going as well? That highlight horse there, Manny Franco, looking to get back to the Kentucky Derby. Of course, COVID year in 2020, he finished second in the Derby aboard Tiz the Law.
Yeah, and obviously winning the Belmont with Tiz the Law that year was actually so fun for the Saratoga Patriots and the people in Saratoga, and we'll be back there for one more year. But yeah, Manny looking to get back, and deservedly so. I thought Manny's been riding very, very consistently.
Yeah, he certainly has been, coming off of winning the riding title here at Aqueduct through that winter meet as well. We'll see if you can add their names to the history books as far as the Wood Memorial is concerned. That's not the only big race on the card, though. As we mentioned, for the 3-year-old fillies, the Gazelle will put those young horses in the spotlight. Chad Brown as an Oaks hopeful in Ballerina Doro, coming out of a 3rd place finish in the Devona Dale. Can she get out of the gate a bit better this weekend?
This proven son of Giant's Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
They're coming for the top of the stretch, and it is Search Results taking over now. Search Results in front. Always Late is back running in second. Then the grass is blue. Maracuja on the extreme outside. Search Results has the lead as they come down for the 8th pole. Maracuja now moves into second. It is Search Results with a 3-length lead. Maracuja and the grass is blue giving chase. Search Results. She's won all 3 of her starts, and she does it here under a Rod Ortiz Jr., who now has 5 wins on the Saturday card at the Big A.
The 2021 Gazelle won by Search Results, who would go on to finish second in the Kentucky Oaks in that thrilling battle between her and Malatha. A big effort from her. She had that habit of taking a long time to switch her leads in the stretch there.
Yeah, she did. But she was one of those horses that sometimes she moved better when she didn't switch her leads, when you kind of concentrated on it. And it seemed like that they've kind of figured her out. Well, she was a nice mare, wasn't she? I mean, it doesn't seem like that was 4 years ago.
I know.
Oh my God.
Seems like so much longer in many ways.
Right?
That was part of, you heard John Imbriala on the call. A big day for Rod Ortiz that afternoon. Chad Brown will be represented in this year's Gazelle. Dylan Davis going to be aboard, though. The 2 Ballerina Doro, who, as we heard from Dylan yesterday on the show, talking about the Devona Dale last year, there just was no pace for her to run at. They went very slow. We saw her close from really far off of it in the Demoiselle back in December to finish second to Mahima.
Yeah, she drew the dreaded 10-hole, and Dylan Davis gave her a great ride. He really did. Was able to split, and then he was tipped out. He tried to get to Mahima, but he just couldn't. Now, he was 7 lengths clear of the next place finisher, so that is very key. That's why you're getting even money on the morning line on this horse. And then next start lost to the Queen's MG, who was in a little bit of a funk, but we saw what the Queen's MG did at Saratoga, just was demolishing horses, and I thought that was a decent effort coming back from that.
Ballerina Doro, there she is, munching on her hay net, getting ready for the weekend, as she is a horse who has shown that not only can she win on the turf, Maggie, but effective on the dirt as well. What are your thoughts about her going into the Gazelle this year?
Sorry, Acacia, somebody was talking in my ear. I could not hear what she just asked me, but I'm going to talk about early on in here and take a look at this New York bred early on. You know, she's only run around 2 turns once in her life, and it resulted in a win. She also had Lasix that day 2 starts ago at Gulfstream Park, but getting out to the 1.125 has her trainer, Safi Joseph Jr., really optimistic because he has said that she's just that grinding type, as you'll see on full display here in this runner-up effort in the Virginia Oaks, which this race in particular run around 1 turn there in New Kent, Virginia. But watching her too, she definitely has that type of style, that type of stride. And she didn't do herself any favors, albeit in the stretch run where she wanted to lug in with Flavien Prat, so kind of losing her momentum. And Safi has also said you cannot let her do that. She just has to have that clear way and not have to, you know, stop and start with her. So I think she's an interesting addition here. Look, they're all going to have to step up and run faster, especially her. But given this configuration of this 9 furlongs, I think it plays to her strengths.
Yeah, early on, an intriguing new face in this group. Maggie, thank you. Just broke her maiden 2 starts ago, and it looked like she just really was more effective as she got to get further distances.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I mean, she's the kind of horse that I think the farther they're going to go, the better. And, like, she's had ample time to refresh. They're going to have to really run to beat her.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see what goes on in the Gazelle coming up this weekend, part of that jam-packed Saturday card at the Big A for Wood Memorial Day. Back over to today, race number 4 coming up next. As horses make their way out of the paddock, it still is the number 5 Neon Bordeaux, who's your heavy favorite off the claim for Rick Dutrow. He's 8-5 right now on the board. The son of Constitution. Pedigree certainly there to suggest that more distance should be no problem.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. I can understand why this horse is the favorite. I just don't know about 8-5. We'll see as we go through the post parade.
Here's the one Omi Island stretching out from 6 furlongs. Should be forward from the rail?
I would think so. This horse blitzed the field going 6 furlongs, so I would think going this distance should be going to the front.
Tom Lacan steps up off the claim.
Off David Duggan. David Duggan has the 1. He claimed Chris Englehart, the 2 off David.
Another new claim, Rudy Rodriguez has the 3 Timaeus.
Yeah, Timaeus won last time out for Linda Rice, now enters the Rudy Rodriguez barn.
7-1 on that one. Burning Beauty is hoping for plenty of pace up front.
Yeah, it needs a lot of pace for Charlie Baker, who's had a really frustrating meet. A lot of seconds, a lot of thirds. He got run down late. I think this horse got a big shot today.
And your favorite, Neon Bordeaux, again first off the claim for Rick Dutrow.
Well, the one to beat. I mean, win last time for maiden claiming, now facing winners for the first time. I just don't like to take these kind of horses at 8-5, but I can understand why.
And Mad Banker riding that win streak. Can he replicate that last effort?
You know, the horses that have come from Laurel have been a mixed batch. Some of them have run well, some of them have run bad. Jamie Ness's horses have run well since they've come here, almost all of them. This horse ran through conditions, non-winners of 2 lifetime, non-winners of 3 lifetime. So he is a 3-time winner.
4-1 right now on Mad Banker. Here he is winning at Laurel last time out. Now, it is non-winners of 2 and non-winners of 3 condition races, so he is technically stepping up in here. And also that 82 Beyer speed figure last time out, certainly far faster than anything else he has run. But yeah, he's in great form right now coming into this spot.
He is. He's in great form. I just don't think he's moving like a tremendous machine, but like I said, when you're this much clear of the 3rd place finisher, I think there's some substance to it. So Mad Banker off 2 wins, and you make a good point. We were talking about non-winners of 2 lifetime. When he won 2 back, horses only had won 1 time. Then horses only won 2 times. So he's out of that condition. Now he's facing horses that have won multiple times. But when you look, a lot of these horses have been protected. If you look at the 4, he's been in a 40 non-2. So this horse has won a 32 non-2. So the 6 kind of does figure in here, you know?
And we'll see if he can keep the momentum going. Still 8-5, though, on your favorite, Neon Bordeaux. Let's go back to Maggie.
I'm not exactly sure what makes Neon Bordeaux such a prohibitive favorite in here. Because the numbers don't say that he should be. I suppose connections kind of aiding that low price that you're seeing on him. And as he does stretch back out to 2 turns here and arguably his fastest race to date in that maiden 100,000 at Churchill, you know, at least on speed figures is his best. And now he gets back out to 2 turns. I don't know if that should make him the favorite, but I do think it's a positive and a feather in his cap because that's the way he's built. He's huge. He's all legs. This is the first time I'm laying eyes on him. But on the flip side, it's not like he looks like your typical Rick Dutrow horse. You know, his coat's a bit dull. It's not like he's big and burly looking. I don't know. As a favorite, I found some other horses much more appealing. And I think, yes, the way that this race looks on paper could play to his strengths because for a 9 furlong contest, it does feel as though there's several horses that want to go forward in here, which could set things up for one to close from off of it. And one that does look to go forward is the one, Omi Island, for Dave Duggan. It's a big stretch out from the 6 furlongs that we have seen him at with Dave here on this coast. And I don't know if he's that convincing looking at him, but at least with that rail draw, you know that Luis Rivera is going to have to be aggressive with him and get him out to the front end. I will say also last time I would disregard that really poor effort, tough spot slash it was wired slash he was totally against the track. He was wide against a day you wanted to be more inside as well. So while I don't think he's that convincing with the massive stretch out, I do think he's interesting to mention because of that pace. Now, the horse that, and maybe, well, he is steadily dropping in price here. I was like, maybe I'm way off the mark here, but I love number 3, Timaeus. He looks sensational. This is the best I've ever seen this horse appear. Maybe the 1 1/8 gets to him, but he's also more settled than I have seen from him in the past. He can be a little obstreperous to get the tack on. Not the case whatsoever today. Warmed up nicely for him. I really love what I'm seeing from Timaeus here off the claim for Rudy Rodriguez, and he was so much the best against a weaker field, albeit, but really ran visually impressively and as far as his number is concerned. And then we'll take a look here at number 4, Burning Beauty. He kind of is what he is, to be fair, but I thought for a horse stretching out here for the 1 1/8 for the first time, he fit the bill. Really well turned out here for Charlie Baker. He's kind of been knocking on the door, and he is one, Acacia, I think, that does need the pace to come back to him, which is something you don't often say when you're stretching out. You think there's going to be more pace than going that 1-turn mile, but who knows? There looks as though there's 3 horses that want to go forward here.
Yeah, it could be a bit of an honest pace, Maggie. Thank you. And Paul, you like Burning Beauty as well.
Yeah, I do, because I think it's just one of those things where the most consistent horse right here that's been running at this level, and the horse has been running really well. I do think Maggie makes a good point with the 1 going towards maybe the front end. The 6 has shown speed in the past. The 2, Tomacon. She loves the way the 3 looks on the course, and that horse is stretching out from 6 furlongs. She got some horses going from 6 furlongs out to 1 1/8.
Yeah.
You would think there should be some pace on.
Absolutely. Plenty of horses stretching out. Be surprised if there wasn't in here. There is Burning Beauty, 4-1. Eric Cancel going to be aboard once again. Horse that he actually broke pretty well last time out, but then just kind of drops back.
He drops back.
He's just that kind of horse.
Yeah, he is. He's going to make one run. He's going to come from out of it. But he's been before. Katie Davis has tried to put him into the mix a couple times where he's not too far back. And we'll see what happens here, what happens with Omi Island, because I would think the 1's going to blast out of there for David Duggan.
There's the 5, Neon Bordeaux. Should not be too far off of it. I thought it was interesting that he's a horse that started off with Rusty Arnold, and he debuted at 1 1/16. So clearly from the beginning, they were thinking this is a horse that wants to go long.
Yeah, and Rusty's the kind of guy that doesn't really crank his horses up first time, so usually he'll give him a 6 furlong race and then try him on the turf, because that's usually his specialty, sprinting on the turf. So that's a very good point you make there, that Rusty said, okay, I know this horse wants to go long from the beginning.
We'll see if he finds himself in the right spot here today. Now 2-1 favorite, Neon Bordeaux, both Paul and Maggie. trying to take a little bit of a shot against the favorite. Polly with the 4, Maggie with the 3, late pick 5. Kicking off here, we'll see how that pace does develop in this 2-turn mile and an 1/8 race starter allowance group here. Of course, Rick Dutrow has Captain Cook waiting in the wings tomorrow. We'll be back on the big scene. He had a big year when he first came back to training with White Barrio, winning the Whitney and the Breeders' Cup Classic, but I know getting back to the Derby would really be a big thing for him.
His success is no surprise. He gave me a big hug the first time when I came back to New York. I said, "How you doing, Rick?" He goes, "We're back, babe." That's all he said to me, so it's good to have him back.
Loading in for the 4th, here's Chris Griffin with the call.
Matt Banker to the outside. Matt Banker goes in. All set. And they're off. Breaking outward is Omi Island, but did break quickly. It's Omi Island is really trying to get out, is now going to get over to the rail for Rivera Jr., and Omi Island is in front. Right there, tracking from second is going to be Timaeus as Omi Island tries to settle a bit, really wants to go, is keen and looking towards his inside. Now more settled, here comes Timaeus, is in the 2 path. 3 wide is going to be Matt Banker. Just in behind them, that's Tamakon. Quick gap of about 4.5, almost 5 lengths. Back to the 2 trailers, Burning Beauty and Neon Bordeaux. They work to the backstretch, 3:23 and 3. Opening quarter mile, they're chasing Omi Island. Omi Island is in front, is up by a half length. Timaeus is following from second. Just in behind them is Tamakon, and Castellano is tracking nicely, is taking that 3rd spot. It's a wide run here for Matt Banker. No choice, out in the center of the racetrack is chasing. They're getting in closer here, the 2 back markers. Burning Beauty with Neon Bordeaux. 47.73 for a half-mile time. Omi Island trying to take them all the way. Omi Island is in front, still up by 3/4 of a length. Chasing all the time is Timaeus, who's just moving in closer, slowly doing it as they work into the turn. Just in behind them, still Tamakon wants to go, is just waiting for some room. It's a patient ride for Castellano, nowhere to go yet, as Mad Banker is going to try and swoop on these leaders 3 wide. Neon Bordeaux starts to rally from the back, and Burning Beauty is the trailer. Omi Island went 1:12 and 4 for 3/4 of a mile. Timaeus is called upon for the effort. Tamakon continues to watch right in behind these top 2 as they reach the top of the stretch, and Tamakon is unleashed, but the leaders get the jump. It's Timaeus who's ready to pounce on Omi Island. Tamakon's going to dive down towards the inside now. The front 2 drift out of the stretch, but Timaeus has put a nose in front. Omi Island battles on. Tamakon has had a nice journey, is now at the rail and right in that rail, and it has a ton of momentum. And here comes Tamakon coming after drifting out Timaeus. He's too far apart. Tamakon will get the victory over Timaeus. Then came Omi Island and Neon Bordeaux in 1:50.46 seconds.
Up the rail came Tamakon and Javier Castellano. Paul, you could see several horses getting quite leg weary at the end of this mile and an 1/8 in the stretch, but not Tamakon.
God, I thought Maggie was home with her 3. It was a good call, but the 1 kept floating the 3 out in the middle of the racetrack because he was getting tired. Omi Island, who hung around for a long time, and then the 2 just ducked to the rail. This usually doesn't work out when you duck to the rail because the 3 always has, like, the outside horse has that position, but the 1 lugging the 3 out might have cost him the race, but you got to give credit to Javier to just ride the rail.
Absolutely, a good call by him. And yeah, Omi Island drifting out. And then I think after that, Timaeus started drifting out on his own as well, stretching out to that distance, far apart when it came to the wire. But no doubt about it, the winner, Tamakon, with the victory. When we come back, we'll talk about Full Moon Madness, winner of the Tom Fool, looking to keep his momentum going in this weekend's Carter.
Over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
At the Keeneland.
You're watching America's Day at the races. We have race 3 at Oaklan Park coming up next. Non-winners of 2 in life, 35,000. 4 fillies and mares sprinting, going the 6 furlongs. And you have a field of 8 to go postward. The 3 Musical Prayer, currently the 2-1 favorite as Steve Asmussen looks for another one, this one, to be ridden by his other son, Keith.
Yeah, this one for Keith. 1 for 10 lifetime. The lone win was an off-a-turf event at Fairgrounds. So I'm not a big fan of the 3, but he can win, or she can win this race. Excuse me. She's a 5-year-old. There's a couple 3-year-olds in here. And when I look at these races, especially when it comes to mud at Oakland, it just seems like the Kenny McPeak horses love muddy racetracks. And I like the one in here, G's Eloise, at 3-1. Now, Kenny's got the 6-2 as well, but I think the one has been working well in the morning. He's got to work over a muddy racetrack that's very good. I think that horse is going to fire a big shot today.
Yeah, a bit intriguing. Even the 6-0 of Juju debuted on a sloppy track and won first time out. But I think you bring up a really good point about G's Eloise, who's been training on a wet track in the morning, coming in as Musical Prayer, a reclaim for Steve Asmussen as he looks for his second on the day, currently 2-1. Loading in for race 3, Oaklan Park, Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call.
Position number 7, 2 back. Amy Z. Into the outside post, Take Her Back. Here's Take Her Back and Walter de la Cruz to round out the field. We're ready to go. And we're off. Take Her Back hopped in the air at the start. Inav Juju had no problems. Musical Prayer out on the lead as well. The 2 gray mares are together down the backstretch run. They lead by 1.5 lengths from Commanded, who's off the pace in 3rd with Amy Z. Take Her Back in the 5th position ahead of stablemate Chiquita Reina and G's Eloise. They run as a pair. Devious Diva, the trailer, 6 lengths off the pace with a half mile to go. The pace is contested by the top 2. Down on the inside, Musical Prayer. Outside, Inav Juju as they stride into the turn. Amy Z, a clear 3rd going into the turn, getting closer in the 3 path. Commanded staying on the rail wall, searching for racing room. 2.5 to Take Her Back under a hard ride. Chiquita Reina alongside of her. G's Eloise trying to get moving, and she's getting to the outside for the stretch drive. Devious Diva still trails coming off the turn. Inav Juju, neck in front. Musical Prayer on the inside, surrendering the lead. Amy Z is asked for her best, and fighting through between horses is Commanded as they come down the lane. Inav Juju. G's Eloise is trying to come on down the center of the track, and she's motoring home. G's Eloise, Francisco Arrieta to the front. Francisco Arrieta riding fantastic these days. He just keeps winning. G's Eloise over Inav Juju, then Amy Z and Commanded.
Francisco Arrieta with another one. Nice call, Paulie. She comes flying late on the outside.
And we talked about these Kenny McPeak horses. For some reason, they just love the slop. I mean, it's just unbelievable. They run 1-2 here, but Francisco sat chilly on the 1 and then went outside and left-hand urging went by his stablemate or her stablemate here in G's Eloise. Sometimes you just got to go with the 3-year-olds. Musical Prayer was a bad favorite there at age 5.
Yeah, very, very good point at G's Eloise and Francisco Arrieta riding hot over at Oaklan with the win in race 3. Back to the Big A. Owe you some prices. It was the number 2 in Tomicon coming up the inside under Javier Castellano for the win.
Yeah, and a son of Tapiture out of a Bellamy Road mare. I mean, listen, all you got to do is look at Bellamy Road and you'd be at least 2 out of the 4 in here in your pick 5. But if you're alive in this pick 6, you've gotten 2 nice prices. As you see, the 1 float out the 3 a little bit. Javier Castellano ducks to the rail with Tomacon, and Chris Engelhardt will get his W here from My Purple Haze stable. And like I said, this is a good start, at least a good double to start your pick 6.
Absolutely. Hope you had it. Tomacon with a nice victory. Certainly able to handle the distance, and a smart move by Javier going down to the inside with those other 2 horses in front of him, drifting 7-1, 1680 in the 4th race there. Turn the page on to race 5. $10,000 claiming race for fillies and mares going a mile. And right now it's Trade Secret, who's currently the favorite. She's interesting, Polly. She's coming back in just 7 days, stretching out in distance, blinkers off, and a drop in class.
Yeah, everything's going on here, right? And she's been in a lot of different barns. She's never been in the Linda Rice barn, but she's going to get the blinkers off and as a 6-year-old mare for the first time in a long time, and Kendra Carmouche will be aboard. I don't know if she's going to end up being the favorite. I think the 4, Coquito, will give her a challenge when it comes to favoritism, but I think the 4 and the 5 are the 2 horses you need to center around. And I also think the 1, Halo City, could be sneaky.
Talk about more on that 5th race in a moment, but first taking a look at the stake schedule coming up for this weekend on Wood Memorial Day. Plenty of exciting stakes action, 4 graded stakes, 5 stakes total. As we'll take a look at the Carter, which will go as race number 10. Came up a really interesting and competitive race. So I always like this race, Paul, the 7-furlong sprint in the Grade 2 Carter. And the horse that's been red hot comes in from the Mid-Atlantic in Quince Brew for Ned Allard. We're in a 101 buyer speed figure in the General George last time out.
Yeah, and you wonder, okay, was that aided by the wet track? Well, off the layoff, he ran a 98 buyer, and he won by 6 lengths. So he's in very good form, this Maryland bet by Mosler. Have a jump start mare. 4 for 5 lifetime with a second place finish via disqualification. But horse brings in some good credentials. Michael Sanchez has ridden here before. He rides regularly at Parks. He's a very good rider. So Ed Allard knows what he's doing. He doesn't have a lot of horses in his barn, but he's got a nice one here.
Yeah, absolutely. A horse that's been very, very good over there at Laurel Park on 2-1 on the morning line. And glad you mentioned Michael Sanchez. We've seen him particularly coming here when Butch Reed ships horses in, certainly riding some live ones. He's riding a live one here, morning line favorite for the Carter. Speaking of trainer Butch Reed, we'll take a look at his charge, Maximus Meridius, who will rematch with Full Moon Madness. They faced each other a couple of times in the Gravesend and the Toboggan.
Yeah, they did. They squared off a couple times, like you said. And Maximus Meridius have gotten the best of Full Moon Madness twice. Now, Joel Rosario, I was looking for Joel. There he is. He'll be aboard Maximus Meridius.
Your wish has been granted.
Yeah, he's ridden this horse before. He rode him in the Gallant Bob, which is always a salty race. So, listen, he was 5 cents on the dollar at Parks last time, and he lost.
Yep.
That would be my one concern.
Yeah, that's definitely a fair concern.
1 to 20.
We'll see what he can do. As we'll take a look at Crazy Mason, who really seems like has been very effective since they cut him back to a sprint distance, coming back off back-to-back wins. 2 starts back when he had trouble, and he was just caught very far off of it. This is his win last time out, when even still he was bumped and shuffled back and able to come rolling late.
He's really turned it his last couple efforts, and he's had different riders in each of his starts. Eric Cancel, Chris Elliott, Kendrick Carmouche, Manny Franco now will be aboard. The problem with Crazy Mason is he's just a better horse with Lasix. Now, he's obviously not going to get Lasix tomorrow, and he's going to have to run his shoes off to beat horses like Quince Brew.
Crazy Mason has that deadly closing kick, just flying by his competition there. The waters are going to get deeper in the Carter, though, as he returns to Stakes Company. Looking forward to that one. Will go as the 10th race on Saturday. As far as the 3-year-olds are concerned, we talked a lot about the Wood Memorial coming up here, but what about Citizen Bold? The 2-year-old champion, he's back in the Sanita Derby this weekend. Will take on Journalism. See how he fares and if he can continue his march on to Louisville.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Big weekend coming up as far as the Kentucky Derby preps are concerned. The Santa Anita Derby, Grade 1, mile and an eighth at Santa Anita. It's a short field, but really intriguing horses in here as we'll get a chance to see Journalism and Barnes rematch after that 1-2 finish in the San Felipe, where, Polly, as you were pointing out, Journalism rolled by Barnes like he was standing still.
Yeah, and it just doesn't happen a lot to Bob Baffert horses. I mean, when you have a horse like this on a lone lead, like Barnes, running over 100 Beyer, they always close the deal. And Journalism, I love the way he lowers his head. He kind of reminds me a little bit of California Chrome, Nyquist, those two, how he's just really straight with his head. It's not wandering around. It's his stride's very efficient. I mean, that's the way visually it looks like, but when you just go buy a Bob Baffert horse like that, you are for real.
Absolutely. And Barnes, I know, very highly thought of course, named after Bob Baffert's assistant, longtime assistant, Jimmy Barnes, and you're not going to name a horse Barnes unless you think it's a really good one. Yeah. So fun to get a chance to see them rematch. And then there's Citizen Bull, who has done very little wrong. He was the 2-year-old champion. He won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. He came back with a win in the Robert B. Lewis. And I feel like he's not been talked about much in this race.
He's kind of been forgotten in the Bob Baffert barn, right? I mean, but he's obviously got the talent. He's very, very good. And it's kind of near and dear to my heart. Citizen Bull, owned by Al Earnhardt. He used to have commercials out in Arizona, and he used to sit on top of a bull. He was a car salesman, and he used to say, "That ain't no bull." And he's owned horses. He's owned horses with Bob Baffert for so long, and on the back of his silks it says "No Bull." And Hal Earnhardt is one of the best. He was a car salesman in Arizona for years, so I'm rooting for Citizen Bull.
I did not know that.
Yes.
That is a fantastic story. Santa Anita Derby coming up this weekend. One of the other key Kentucky Derby preps that we do have for the 3-year-olds this weekend. Back over to today at Aqueduct. We have the 5th race coming up. A mile on the main track going this $10,000 claiming race for fillies and mares. There's Trade Secret coming back off quick rest for Linda Rice. Now, this was another race where the scratch in here of Find Your Joy took out the main pace. We'll see how that does affect the tactics in this upcoming 5th race.
Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe Everly's score on the outside is probably the quick of the quick, but is she good enough? Coquito probably puts herself in the best position. With the 5, Trade Secret taking the blinkers off, I know she's stretching out, but does she push from the outside? That's going to be the key.
Kendrick Carmouche going to be in the saddle coming back on that 7-day turnaround, which Linda Rice has done quite a bit of and has done very well too. The number 4, Coquito, though, you mentioned her speed, and that really could be a key. She's taking a big drop in class. We did see Rudy Rodriguez win yesterday with Chasing Daylight, who was taking an even bigger drop in class. So I think he's just being a bit logical, placing horses where they can be effective.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just got to do that, especially when you're dealing with a lot of, we see it a lot at Saratoga when horses got to drop to where they're going to be. But Coquito is a horse that she's never been this low for the 10,000. She does have a win here at Aqueduct, and that was 2 starts ago. Then she went to Laurel. Rudy tried a little bit better. Didn't work out. She wasn't dismissed at the window. She was 4-1. So I think, like you always say, I think she's back with her friends. And again, when you watch this race, she's not moving like a tremendous machine, but she's getting the job done.
Absolutely. Romero Mirage going to be aboard. He and Rudy Rodriguez teamed up with Chasing Daylight yesterday. We'll try to do so again here with Coquito. Now, we've talked about a couple of the other graded stakes on tomorrow's card. On Saturday, the Excelsior, a fun one that should not be forgotten. You have a nice big field to go 1.25 miles, Paul, which we always love to see as some of these hard-knocking veterans in this group, including Batten Down, who is dropping out a graded stakes company for Bill Mott, the full brother to Tacitus.
Yeah, Mama's Gold from here. We're going to go to, I think, Mama's Gold, right? Yeah. To 7. Gosh, she's in good form. How is she 10-1? It just shows you how salty this field is. She just lost to Mazmac last time. Now, there's so much speed in here. I don't know who's going to go to the front end. This is going to be interesting. The first quarter to the half mile of this race tomorrow is going to be very key. But Mama's Gold, I thought was a player in here, and you're getting 10-1 on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll rematch with Mazmac and Mama's Gold. Yeah, 5-year-old horse. I don't know, that the mama always throws me off as
right.
the gender of this horse is. But yeah, he's run some very fast races, going the 1 1/8 miles. Mazmac in great form for Rick Dutrow to the outside as well. But what about Krupe, another one who has faced the best older horses in the country? Coming out of, though, a couple of disappointing efforts. Didn't really have much of a kick in the Razorback, which, to be fair, you needed to be forwardly placed on that day. Didn't fire in the Pegasus, but last summer he'd run some very good races, including finishing 2nd in the Whitney.
Really tough to gauge, Groupie, right? I would just throw out that race at Oaklan Park. It's so hard to ship in there from other places. This horse had been at Churchill Downs, then at Gulfstream. This was at Saratoga in the Whitney. I mean, he was very good. I just think his Razorback race, you throw a line through that and he's a player.
Here's Batten Down, who has plenty of speed. Kind of ran in place in the mine shaft last time out. Probably a race just to kind of get him going off the bench, you would think as well. This is his win in the Ohio Derby as a 3-year-old. He has plenty of early speed and certainly the pedigree to be a good one.
Yeah, he beat Gould's Gold that day, and Gould's Gold came back to, I think I want to say, just missing the Sir Barton after this, but Batten Down is 2 for 3 at this distance. He's the lone 2-time winner at 1.25 miles, where some of these horses have only won once, so that's why he is your favorite.
Yeah, absolutely. Can certainly handle the distance. That's the Excelsior. We have a fun one coming up, going that 1.25 miles. Back to today. Let's meet the field for this upcoming 5th race. Halo City to kick things off.
I thought an interesting horse for Rudy Rod, a horse that with Carol Cedeno, better break should be better.
Wait, don't tell me.
Yeah, for Wayne Potts, a horse that needs to really pick it up.
Big price on the board. Here's April Antics. Maddie Olver will be aboard.
Gosh, I gave up on April Antics. I've tried and tried. The horse keeps on running third, the poor girl.
There is Coquito, drop in class.
Yeah, and I think the one to beat, this is probably where I would land, this horse or the one. I just don't think you could take the 5 at even money.
Trade Secret on that quick turnaround.
Yeah, I get it. It's Linda. There's a lot of different things, but when you're 2 for 24 with a racetrack, like I said, I can't take even money.
Short price on that one. And Everly's Girl, who beat a couple of these a few races back.
A horse that is 4 for 18, and Aqueduct every once in a blue moon will throw in a good effort, and maybe the good effort comes today. It seems like it's 2 off, 2 on. Maybe today's the day where it's on.
See if she can turn things around this afternoon, 9-1. Pick 4. Kicking off here, there is Trade Secret coming right back. So we'll head downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, Casey, you always have your checklist, right, when dealing with horses off of the short rest and turnaround. And we've seen it time and time again with Linda Rice charges that, she's just so adept at it, and she tends to check every box. Energy level, great. Weight, great. The only thing that's not so great about Trade Secret is her coat. She just looks a little bit dull in that respect, but that's kind of, the end of the winter and that kind of coming around. Now, I agree with Paul, though. To be even money, I'm not too excited to take her at that price. Now, she does take the blinkers off for the first time in nearly 2 years. She has worn them since June of 2023. But look, she's been running shorter. She stretches back out to the mile. I'm okay with that. She's moving incredibly well out there. I just felt like there were some other more intriguing options, and I'm going to go to number 4, Coquito, in here. 2 back when she won in that non-3 for 25. The horse she beat, who was the favorite, Follow Your Arrow, would come back and win with a 72 buyer. So she's faced some decent horses. I know her best work has mainly come at Finger Lakes, but just looks very good in her coat. She's a lighter frame filly that I wish had a little bit more energy, but I just felt more comfortable taking her at this stretch back out in distance, and you're getting maybe a little bit better of a price at 2-1. Now, Rudy Rodriguez will also send out number 1, Halo City, but with the scratch of a horse like Find Your Joy, it just takes out a little bit of speed, and Halo City is so pace compromised. But on the flip side, she's the best looking horse in this field. She looks better physically than any others in here, as Carol Cedeno giving her a brisk warm-up out on the track. So we'll see what kind of pace develops in front of her, because Acacia, you at least know that she'll make a little bit of noise late.
She'll come running, Maggie. Thanks. We'll see if it'll be enough for Halo City. Warming up, as Maggie touched on, doing those figure 8s, kept moving out on the racetrack, but we often talk about it, Paul, and I appreciate the warm-up we're seeing Carol Cedeno give this mare, but sometimes when you have horses that just have no early speed like it's hard to change that and take a horse out of their comfort zone and out of their just preferred running style.
No, I actually thought the way Carol rode the horse last time was perfect. You 8-year-old mare that just sits back and makes one run. That's basically what you're left with. Now you got the rails, so you're probably not going to even break any better. I kind of liked this horse, but when I saw getting the rail, you end up going to have to circle 6 other horses or 5 other horses. That's my worry with the 1, and is there going to be enough pace in here? I think the 4 and the 7 could supply that, but I think Carol Cedeno also is an underrated rider. I think she's very good at her craft.
There is a look at the 4, Coquito, who Maggie and Paul have interest in. Dropping in class for Rudy Rodriguez and Romero Mirage. She has shown with the mile and 70-yard wins up at Finger Lakes that she can handle a 2-turn distance, and you would think a mile stretching back out in here should be just fine.
Yeah, she should be fine. I mean, it's just going to be positioning for her. Does she go to the front end, or does the 7, Everly's Girl, press her from the outset? I don't think that Romero Mirage needs to get in a fight with the 7. I think he can sit off that mare and then go by and then see what happens, see if Trade Secret is going to be live or not, or see if the 1 starts rolling late.
4-5 on Trade Secret. I know that Linda Rice is good on the quick turnaround, and I know that this is a horse that has some credentials, but that is a very short price to take on anybody in this field.
Yeah, especially when you're dealing with this type of field where it's just claiming 10,000. But I get it, because this horse could sit a really good trip. But the last time this horse won, it's not even on the page.
I know. Been a long time
Yeah.
since she has seen the winner's circle, this 6-year-old mare. Kendrick Carmouche going to be aboard. Kendrick now 4 wins away from 4,000 wins. And usually, Polly, when we start talking about these milestones, it seems like they just kind of stall,
Yeah,
which
right?
I feel bad for. But Kendrick had 2 wins on the card yesterday. He was coming in and ready to march towards that milestone.
Kendrick's got that cool confidence about him, so I don't think he's the kind of guy that can press. Houston, I played with a lot of guys that were going after milestones or trying to hit their 30th or 40th home run or trying to get their 200th home run, and they press. And they just get out of their zone, and it ends up getting into bad habits. And it takes a little bit longer than usual when you're trying to reach something that's crazy. I mean, and winning that many races is crazy. That's a lot of races. Yes.
A lot of races to win. Of course, we'll be cheering for Kendrick and continuing to follow him. Again, 2 wins yesterday, making him 4 away from that milestone. As we can get a good look at horses moving over to the starting gate. What race tomorrow are you most looking forward to?
I mean, obviously the Wood, I mean, but the Carter is always a good race. Because, you know, it's always like the miniature Met Mile. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's always, to me, the miniature Met Mile, and it's always a great race and always a great finish.
I think it's a really good way to put it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, certainly if they perform well, see several of those horses out of there into the Met Mile this year. Belmont Stakes Day up at Saratoga. All right, loading in for race 5. Late pick 4 kicking off here. Let's send it up to Chris Griffin live at Aqueduct.
Trade Secret goes in. Everly's Girl. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Everly's Girl breaks with speed from the far outside, and Trade Secret's in that early mix too. Trying to move in between horses. There comes April Antics, is now a challenging third with Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me up on the far outside. There's Coquito. The lone trailer, the back end of the field, that's going to be Halo City. They get set to come out of the chute, and Trade Secret is in front. It's Trade Secret, secures the front end, is up by a neck with pressure all the time from Everly's Girl to the outside from second. 24.34 for the opening quarter mile. Coquito is well settled. Center of the racetrack is a stalking third. It's these 3 across the track, and here comes April Antics, who starts to move forward in fourth. Is to the outside of a shoved along Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, is trying to keep up here from fifth, and the trailer still Halo City. They're approaching a half mile left to go, and Trade Secret is still there. Trade Secret with the rail now moves into the turn through a 47 and 4 half mile time. Everly's Girl is asked for the effort here from second. Coquito was well intent on being in the center of the racetrack, is starting to make up some ground now from third, but Trade Secret is in hand. It's Trade Secret, Kendrick Carmouche, they're in front. Looks to have horse here, approaching a quarter mile left to go. All in Everly's Girl. Now asks for the effort is Coquito as they reach the top of the stretch. And now Trade Secret just nudged along. And Trade Secret in a flash is now opening up on the front end. Trade Secret's in front. Coquito continues to give game chase down the center of the racetrack. And April Antics is launching a big rally from the back, but running out of time as Trade Secret's got a comfortable margin. A 16th left to go. Trade Secret's almost there. It's Trade Secret. Carmouche with the victory. Coquito second, then came April Antics and Halo City. In 1 minute 38 seconds flat.
Trade Secret, the money was right. She did not go off favorite. In fact, Coquito did, but nursed along on the front end. Paulie is Kendrick Carmouche, now 3 away.
Yeah, he had a ton of horse. I was wrong about this horse. She was able to get to the front end, no problem. The race was completely over. The 4 gave chase. Romero Mirage didn't break well with the 4, got to the complete outside, tried to chase. You could see April Antics, my poor little girlfriend. She always runs third. I love her, but she always runs third.
She does.
She's a great show bet, show parlay.
She is. Yeah, if you ever want to do that, get a little bit of excitement, there you go. There's Trade Secret. Yeah, she got so comfortable. You could see coming into the turn. If you're ever wondering about what we say when you say they have horse, Look at the rider's body language, because you can really see it. Kendra Carmouche was motionless on Trade Secret, where you saw all the other riders had started scrubbing on their horses, had started working hard on the turn.
Yeah, and when you take the blinkers off, it's supposed to help a horse finish a little bit better than with the blinkers on, so they can see their surroundings, see the other horses, and finish. And this horse showed more speed with the blinkers off. Just shows you how sharp Linda Rice is. One little adjustment. This horse has started 37 times. I've looked all the way back, has not worn blinkers, I think, one time. She takes them off in the 38th career start, and it pays off.
Yeah, it really does. Relaxes so nicely on the front end there with those blinkers coming off. Kendrick, as always, shouting out the fans here at the Big A. Gets the victory.
Are those on the
Secret.
people on the Belt Parkway? Who's he talking to over there?
It's all our handicapper friends
okay.
here at Aqueduct that hang out
I tell
on
you,
the
those
rail.
Flash Gordon silks have been in the winner's circle lately.
These are cool silks. I like those.
They are.
5, 4, 3, 1 in the fifth at Aqueduct. Back over at Oaklan, they were in the paddock for quite a while. There was, we're told, a thunder delay coming up before this fourth race. Right around the same time, they said post times were being moved up. So dodging the weather there, as we anticipated might be the case at Oaklan. But horses are now on the track for this fourth race, a mile, $50,000 maiden claiming race for the 3-year-old fillies. And right now it's the 4, Carrie's Kiss, who is the favorite, Paulie, coming off back-to-back second-place finishes. Yeah,
and I think they're betting this filly off the race 2 back on a muddy racetrack where she ran really well and just got ripped at the wire. Now she got raised for a higher price in her next start, and it didn't pay off. Now she's in the middle. From 30,000 to 75, now she's in for 50. This race is just really tough. It's a tough race. I'll tell you what, the 5 Rogue Justice for Todd Fincher, he hasn't had a lot of horses. I thought that horse had a look, but I will tell you this, I do think the 2, Trista, will love the slop for Mr. Lucas. And whenever Nicky Juarez gets aboard, he is going to show some speed. So on the stretch out, I would look for the 2 to be very aggressive.
Yeah, and she's taking a drop in class as well. Faced a pretty salty field, second-place finisher. Came back with an 82 buyer in her next start. So you bring up an interesting point, of course, out of an Oxbow mare.
Oxbow mare, yeah.
Definitely pedigree that would say should like a wet track.
Yeah.
As Carrie's Kiss continues to be the favorite. Yeah, ran that 74 buyer speed figure 2 starts back. The number 6, I liked this name, Easy Treats. Back onto the main track. First time running on the dirt in a maiden claiming race.
Yeah, and previously in the Norm Cassie barn, Rob Altris trains this horse. I wonder if we're going to see this horse in New York soon, but tried turf, ran well, now going to go back on the dirt.
Loading in for the fourth race. Again, a little bit of that delay there. You see, looks like some rain coming down at Oaklan Park, but we are loading in for the fourth race. Maidens in the spotlight here. Matt Dinnerman has the call.
Working with Carrie's Kiss to post position number 4. And then after Carrie's Kiss, Zen Dream. Carrie's Kiss goes in, Zen Dreams to round out the field. We're ready to go. And they're off. A stumble at the break badly for Let's Go J-Lo. Carrie's Kiss finds herself in front from Tristo's hard sent from the inside, gets to the fence, dives to the lead, and Trista leads the way into the turn from Carrie's Kiss, who's stalking the pace from the outside in the 2-path second. Momentario is third early. Then Genuine Article inside of Rogue Justice. They're a length and a half clear of Buzzworthy. Another 2.5 to Let's Go J-Lo on a hold third last with Zen Dreams. And Easy Treats is at the back of the pack now, passing Zen Dreams, who drops to the rear. They're down the back stretch, and the 5-2 post-time favorite. Trista leads the way, 3 parts of a length. Carrie's Kiss applying mild pressure from the outside. There's a gap of 2 to Momentario. Genuine Article to the inside. Rogue Justice 4 lengths off the lead in 5th. 3 ahead of Easy Treats, who's taking the 6th position away from Buzzworthy. Just got a tap on the shoulder while losing some position. Let's Go J-Lo now second to last, and Zen Dreams is still trailing as they go into the turn. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Trista niggled along to keep keep pace. Carries Kiss a half length back, applying the heat, and these two square off, putting 4 lengths on Momentario under a ride in the third. Easy Treates is taking the 4th position, has plenty of work to do as the top 2 continue to motor on the lead here. Outside Carries Kiss, inside Trista, they're even, coming off the turn with Easy Treates gobbling up ground, still has 4 lengths to make up though as Carries Kiss strikes the front. Trista behind in second, Easy Treates is third, coming to the finish, Carries Kiss in front. Trista had to take up late when Carries Kiss ducked inward. Coming to the line, Carries Kiss wins it. Carries Kiss over Trista, Easy Treates, and Rogue Justice.
Carries Kiss, it gets the win with Isaac Castillo in the saddle. Able to sit just the right trip, being forwardly placed off the hip of that pace setter.
Yeah, the one really had a bad stumble out of the gate. Hopefully everything's okay with the one there. And you can see, I don't know if the 4 lugged in Isaac Castillo on the 2, Nicky Juarez. Nicky's not a guy that really grandstands at all. So I wonder if anything went on there. He did not lose second place. I think this would be a bigger issue if he would have lost, but
yeah.
Second place. The 6 made a big move, but no doubt about your winner, Carries Kiss.
We did, and it did look like the 4, Carries Kiss, came in a little bit late. But first, we'll take a look at the start. The 1, Let's Go J-Lo. Significant stumble at the start, and she was a bit of a price, but she was also one that projected to be a big part of the pace, because since she got very keen after this, I think changed the pace dynamics. And if we could show the stretch again, if that's possible, we'll touch on what Paul was discussing there with the 4, Carries Kiss. Does end up leaning in a little bit late, but like you said, kind of a key that the 2 was able to hold second. So right here, when Carries Kiss, the 4, takes over, gonna come in towards the rail, Nick Juarez stands up in the saddle a little bit on the 2, Trista.
He does, and you got to give Nick credit because he rides the 2 out. He could have stood up, not ride the 2 out, and then cost himself second and leave it up to the stewards whether, what happened. Now, his horse might have overreacted, but we don't see no inquiry. We're going to get you the head on here and see. As you can see now, Nick's on the horse with the white blinkers on the rail. See if the 4 does come over or if it's just an overreaction.
Well, Isaac Castillo, right-handed crop.
Nah.
Yeah, I think he's clear, but
Yeah,
he does come over.
Does.
And there is an objection that's flashing at Oaklan, so there is an objection. I imagine Nick Juarez against Isaac Castillo there. So unofficial order of finish 4-2-6-5. As Carries Kiss, it actually, I think, looks worse on the pan than it does on the head-on.
It does, and we're not quoting Step Brothers. Pam, between 2 brothers. Yeah, he comes over, and does he impede the 2? Yes, a little bit, but was it that egregious? No, but this is the quandary that we have in horse racing. If the 6 would have passed the 2 for second, the 4 would be in deep jeopardy of winning this race. But for the 2 holding on for second, I do think they keep the 4 up.
So this is what the stewards are looking. I actually think bottom left corner is where it looks worse when the 4 Carries Kiss kind of comes over, and you do see Nick Juarez on the 2 Trista stand up a little bit, and I think what you pointed out, that he was riding to the wire, holding off the late rally from the 6 Easy Treates. That made the difference with holding on in the stretch there. But yeah, there was a little, we've seen a lot of drifting going on in the stretches in both Aqueduct and Oaklan today.
Yeah, and it looks like they've taken down the inquiry now, or the objection. I mean, it's a double-edged sword. I mean, how do you want to approach it at all? I mean, like, we're in a world where when it comes to objections and inquiries, the stewards' hands are tied, let's be honest.
Absolutely. So we'll, looks like the number 4, Isaac Castillo, getting a leg back up on a Carries Kiss, and we'll get the win there at Oaklan. Back over to Aqueduct, Trade Secret. No doubt about this win here. No drama in the stretch for this 6-year-old mare, I should say, who got very comfortable in the front end.
I think we need a countdown clock for Kendrick. 3 more?
3 more.
3 more, and this was an armchair ride. Sometimes you'll look and like, oh, this horse only won by like 2, but like you said, he's not even, he's just kind of waving the crop of the horse just to see, and just in hand the whole way around the racetrack.
Very comfortable, holding off Little bit of a late rally from April Antics and Coquito, who was right there, but $4.60 winner Trade Secret gets the victory in race number 5. We'll take a look at the field for the 6th race. New York bred claiming $25,000, going 7 furlongs in this upcoming race. And to the outside, it is Montebello, who's currently the favorite. First off the claim for Brad Cox, he and Sandy Goldfarb claiming horses, and they've been deadly together.
Yeah, and I would think this is the most singled horse when it comes to the pick 6s, if you were able to get that one home there, because
especially after a couple of the scratches.
Yeah, and you know, he's going to be tough in here for Brad Cox off the claim. He's really low when it comes to the will pays. Horse Be With You, the 2 and the 1, Eric Cancel and Chris Englehart, another horse that does like to win races, at least in the exacta 18 for 44 lifetime.
Back at Oaklan Park, objection not allowed as number 4, Carrie's Kiss, gets the victory with Isaac Castillo building off of those back-to-back second place finishes. $8.20 winner.
Yeah, this is a good ride, but he just stayed on top of the 2 and made it a 2-horse race. Did Isaac Castillo. Burrow McBride, a filly by Vino Rosso of an Almendarvar mare. My goodness.
Vino Rosso?
Yeah, Vino Rosso. But Burrow owns part of this horse, and the McBride family, good horseman.
Well, speaking of Oaklan Park, next week at Oaklan, we will see reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, come back in the Apple Blossom, looking to pick up another win in her 4-year-old season. We'll talk more about it after this.
This is my Oaklan.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on this Friday. That's a look at the Oaklan paddock, where in just about a week's time, we'll get a chance to see the reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, back. Last week, Paul, she galloped in the afternoon. A great sight for the fans there in Arkansas. Of course, there'd been some rain in the mornings, and she looked good doing it in preparation for next weekend's Apple Blossom.
Yeah, sometimes you don't want to make them go too fast in between races, because sometimes they'll think it's race day with all the fans, but I thought she handled it perfectly. It just shows you the class of the horse for her not to run off and for her to be very professional.
Yeah, and she can be very strong when training, but she seems to have really settled a lot as a 4-year-old. We saw her win the Azeri last time out. Now we'll look for another big win of her 4-year-old season, the Apple Blossom, coming up. As Maggie, I know you got a chance to get a good look at her last week as well. And for all of us, of course, excited to see the reigning horse of the year back as a 4-year-old. But what do you think about her leading into this next race?
I do think she got things her own way going back to that Azeri, but obviously it was good to see because you want your champions to come back in that sort of fashion. But I honestly think watching her train as we did last weekend at Oaklan, she came back on Monday with that 101 in change, going the 5/8. And Robbie Alvarado, who has been her regular exercise rider over the winters, doing a really nice job with her. She just seems so happy, so content, and I think that is one of the most vital things to have with a racehorse, with a horse that it just seems as though they're thriving and loving their job, like Torpedo Anna. But guys, I'm excited to see Where's My Ring, who came back with a victory last time out, take on the reigning horse of the year. She, well, just about a year ago, was running here and winning the Gazelle at the Big A.
She broke her maiden winning that Gazelle, doing it in style. It was pretty fun to see Where's My Ring take that Gazelle. And then, yeah, we saw her, as Maggie touched on, just back on March 15th, winning an allowance at Oaklan Park and looking really good doing it. Could be fun if she is a legitimate competition for Torpedo Anna next week.
Yeah, maybe she's the horse that can sting her a little bit around the racetrack. Man, she straightened up and really got on with it. I mean, she probably didn't need another left-handed urging there, but she was finishing the job, and she's finishing the job fast. I mean, you could tell physically how she's quickening up. So, you know, Torpedo Anna was that kind of like just a warm-up type of race. She's going to have to run maybe a little bit faster to beat a horse like this, Where's My Ring, or some other horses. But I also think Torpedo Anna's getting to the point where she kind of knows where the finish line is.
She does. She's found that finish line quite a few times, Torpedo Anna, as we'll have the team on site for coverage next week for Apple Blossom Day at Oaklan Park, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern on FS2, Saturday, April 12th, of course, featuring that return of Horse of the Year, Torpedo Anna. Horses in the paddock for race 6 at Aqueduct coming up in this New York bred claiming race. That's a look at the fun, even money, I should say, Montebello, taking a lot of attention first off the claim for Brad Cox. Luis Rivera Jr. going to be in the saddle. More on his chances after this.
It's Mandaloon. Mandaloon wins.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as we have horses stepping on at the track for the 6th race, and we'll meet the field coming up, kicking things off with the remaining part of the entry, the one Gone and Forgotten.
Yeah, this one drops in for the 25, or actually straight for the 25, where she was claimed.
Here's Horse Be With You. I always love this name.
I know, right? Good win last time out. Was behind Montebello 2 starts ago, but that was on a muddy racetrack.
Pop Coyer will have blinkers going on.
Yeah, a 7-time second place type of horse, so maybe the blinker is trying to get him over that little hump.
Stop the Spread is taking a drop in class.
A lot of people yell that out during the Super Bowl.
15-1. Here's a Toby, another one with a drop in class.
Yeah, another one that does possess some speed. Last time in for 25 did wire a field.
And to the outside, the number 8 Montebello, even money.
And this is a horse that lost to A Horse Be With You. Just beat Brewpub, who was scratched out of the race to 1A. So even money in the Brad Cox barn, I get it. But there's some horses that are close at least to him.
There he is warming up with Luis Rivera Jr. We'll take a look at his win, or I should say 3rd place finish last time out. Horse Be With You getting the win this day. But we'll see if they can turn the table. It certainly seems like the betting public believes that'll be the case.
Yeah, the Horse Be With You got kind of the jump on him, right, and took the wide route and cleared by a length. And then Jackson Heights came back on him and almost re-rallied on the rail. And you could see that Montebello's in between them. So this is a race where the Horse Be With You basically beat Montebello on the square, and you're getting, what, 3-1 compared to even money. So, you know, maybe they're thinking the 8's got a easier way around the racetrack with less speed in the race.
And just as we've talked about, Brad Cox claiming for Sandy Goldfarb has been so fruitful. See if he can turn the tables on Horse Be With You, as of course, for those not familiar, Horse Be With You, a nod to Harvey Pack. It's something he would always say. Horse is warming up on the track. Let's check in trackside with Maggie.
I am going out on a very short limb here to say that Montebello will turn the tables on Horse Be With You this time. To me, Horse Be With You got an ideal setup. He was right off of a 3-horse pace stool in which Montebello was in the unenviable position of battling in between horses. It's just the most uncomfortable spot, I think, for a horse to be throughout. Now he gets to draw on the outside, play out who gets to go to the lead. More so, you know, you have a horse like Toby, who will likely be the main pace setter in here, and he can just set up shop right outside of him. Now, on top of all that, it looks like Montebello and then everybody else. He just looks physically like he's in a different class, a better class than any of these other horses in here. He's so well conditioned and well muscled. His coat looks fantastic. He can be a horse that's a little bit difficult to manage to steer at times for the rider on his back. So I have taken notes about all the different equipment that he's worn throughout his career. As he does go first time out here for Brad Cox, just a ring bit and a small pair of cheater blinkers. In the past, he's worn a more full blinker with a Houghton bit, but going the easy, more easy route this time around for a start for the barn, but looking fantastic is Montebello, your 3-5 favorite. Now, long shot in here is the 3. That is Pop Coyer's. Chris Engelhart looks for his 3rd win on this Friday card. And last time out, I remember actually Andy Serling liking Pop Coyer, and he broke running, but then he couldn't keep up with the leaders, and then he got checked going into the turn quite severely. It was almost kind of his own doing, like he got intimidated, and it felt like he got intimidated when they broke too. So adding a short cup cheater blinker today, I'm wondering if this is what this horse has needed, and furthermore, not quite as washed out as what he normally gets. He does tend to be that way, but not quite as hot and washy and nervous acting as I have seen him in the past, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. Getting that equipment change for Pop Coyer, who, Paul, I know you like at a price.
Yeah, I think this horse has got a shot in here, definitely. I mean, I get it. The 8's 3-5. I'm going against a horse that probably is your winner, but I do think the 2 and 3 are the other 2 horses in here. So I'll land on the 3 at 11-1, putting the blinkers on. and you're getting a good price. I do think, like I said, the 8's the one to beat. I would back up with the 3. I just think the 3 has some numbers to go to that compete in this group, especially at 11-1.
I like it. Definitely getting a nice price there, going against the favorite. How do you see the pace playing out with Hey Toby dropping back down and a couple others who could potentially be forward?
I would think the 5 goes to the front end. I would think Montebello would try to lay off the 5. I think the 4's got a little speed. We'll see what happens with Pop Coyer. Horse Be With You will not be far off. He's got tactical speed.
Well, Montebello, as mentioned, very dangerous. First off the claim for Brad Cox. Brad Cox has a runner coming up this weekend in the Wood Memorial with Passion Rules. Kendrick Carmouche going to be aboard that one, and he's a price. He's undefeated, though, and we saw a few years back Kendrick Carmouche and Calumet Farm, though that one trained by Todd Pletcher, won the Wood with Bourbonic at 70-1.
And 70-1. This is a horse probably they didn't have much desire for. Maryland bred. I made an optional claiming race and then 3 in a row. And this race will, the racetrack chaplaincy, is dedicated to them. And if you're ever in-house and you get here on a Sunday and you need to get some prayer, the racetrack chaplaincy is here for you.
Wonderful organization that does a lot from the backside here in these New York tracks and at NYRA. So 3-4, Montebello first off the claim for Brad Cox coming up to the starting gate. There is Horse Be With You. He's always easy to spot in a crowd.
Right? He's
Good
a big old
looking
gray, isn't he?
Yeah, 7-year-old by Liam's Map.
He looks like his daddy.
Yeah, he certainly does. Cool horse. Does have some speed as well, drawn to the rail coming up here, but 3-4 on Montebello. Very short price. Paul taking a little bit of a shot against 11-1 shot Pop Coyer. So now you mentioned Chris Engelhart looking for his 4th win today. Race 6 coming up next as they continue loading in here at the Big A. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the rest of the load and call.
Hey Toby. Gone and Forgotten. Montebello. Montebello, moving in. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Broken a good line. Gone and Forgotten with early speed from in between horses. Isn't having to work too much here to be on the front end as they now quickly come out of the chute. With the early mix here as Pop Coyer is at the rail, and also pressing on now is Hey Toby as they sort themselves out. Gone and Forgotten is going to be well settled in 3rd, broke on top, but is now back to the 3rd position at the rail. Here comes Stop the Spread to move on in behind these early leaders. That's the leading 4. Comfortable in the 5th position is Montebello, just loping along here as they went 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Horse Be With You is the lone trailer as they approach a half-mile left to go. A pace stool up front, but some measured fractions so far as they work into the turn. On the inside, Pop Coyer to the outside, Hey Toby. These two head and head as they work well into the far turn now. Montebello now starting to warm up, and here comes Montebello out in the center of the racetrack as they went 46.77 for a half-mile time. Gone and Forgotten is trying to hold that spot in the 3 path. Nowhere to go right now for Stop the Spread. In behind rivals. Quickly there. 4 across the racetrack. Montebello's on the grandstand side. Gone and Forgotten in the 3 path. Hey Toby is battling on. It's between these 3 right now. Horse Be With You is trying to rally from far out of it. Gone and Forgotten with a nose in front. Montebello with every chance the favorite to push on by. Gone and Forgotten to the inside. Montebello to the outside. Montebello just getting the edge. Here comes Montebello. Montebello up for the win. Over Gone and Forgotten, Hey Toby, then came a photo Stop the Spread with the oncoming Horse Be With You in 1:23.4.
Montebello gets the win. He had to work for it, though. Paul did not switch leads as is often his habit, but class prevailed.
One like a 3-4 shot should.
Back at Oaklan Park, they are at the gate for race 5, loading in. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
Simple Dreams walking up the gray horse. And Dixie. Two back, Queen Wilhelmina. Into the outside, Sublime Hope to round out the field. We're ready to go. And Larough could be getting Sky Raven, the big long shot, on the lead today. Aunt Dixie taking the second spot with Chapter and Verse, who's hustled along to claim second and come after the front runner, Sky Raven. Paris Accord in the fourth position early, about 2 lengths off the pace. Air Castle, Sublime Hope, they run as a pair. Volatile Betty is parked deep with a half mile to go. She's a length better than Pamilla's Bet, who's down on the inside. Then Simple Dreams close that gate there side by side. They're 2 ahead of Queen Wilhelmina. She's second to last, and All Tail is trailing as they charge into the turn. The favorite, Chapter and Verse, getting to the front, clearing off from Sky Raven, a length and a half behind now, trying to come on back on into that front running position. Aunt Dixie sent hard 3 wide. She's advancing position as they come to the top of the lane. Air Castle in fourth, plotting in place. Paris Accord cuts the corner, needs to do better. They're down the stretch. Chapter and Verse with Aunt Dixie. They're side by side coming down the lane. Chapter and Verse not going away when Aunt Dixie came up alongside. These two together, Chapter and Verse reclaiming the lead from Aunt Dixie, who's starting to tire in second. Air Castle rallying on into the second position. Chapter and Verse close to home. She's got it. Chapter and Verse to score. Air Castle second, Air Dixie third, and then came Queen Wilhelmina, who checked in fourth.
Chapter and Verse game to break her maiden there in race number 5, holding off the rally from the number 11 Aunt Dixie there at Oaklan Park. As it's time for us to say goodbye. Fun as always, Paul. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Big day.
Good day.
As we have Greg Wolf, Richard Miglori, and Andy Serling coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. Stay with us on America's Day at the Race. There's still plenty of good racing to come from Aqueduct and Oaklan, including the prices from that 6th race at Aqueduct, where Montebello got the win.
And clear off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Nominate now for this year's Fasig-Tipton Selected Yearling Sales. The July sale, with a focus on precocious and athletic yearlings, July produces strong results in the sales ring and on the racetrack. Last year's sale produced the highest median in the sales history, with 46% of yearlings sold, bringing $100,000 or more. The 104th Saratoga sale, the crown jewel of American yearling sales, Saratoga smashed every record in its 103-year history, led by a $3.4 million sale topper. Saratoga also produces the highest percentage of Grade 1 winners of any North American yearling sale, led by recent Breeders' Cup Classic winner Sierra Leone. New York bred yearlings, the leading marketplace for New York breds, held during the Saratoga race meet. Last year's sale set the highest median in the sales history. Selected sales, superior results. Visit selectedyearlings.fasigtipton.com to nominate now for our 2025 Selected Yearling Sales.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first wood memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Naira Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995.
Well, quite a history they have here at Aqueduct, and we have some history of the racetrack here with us on set as well. The winningest rider in the history of Aqueduct. Back from Hot Springs, Richie Miglori joining us up here, Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, New York Racing Association handicapper, all here. The trio back together again for the first time in a while. Good to see you guys.
Back where you belong.
Well, I'm a New Yorker, love it here. Aqueduct has been my place. First place I ever came racing. The Toboggan Handicap in 1976.
Really?
Yeah,
Your
that was
first?
the first stakes race I ever saw, and George Velasquez won it, I believe, for Harborview Farms. Names escape me at the moment, but I will come up with it.
I'm annoyed that I can't remember it. I'm sure I saw it. Yeah. There's no truth to the rumor that you're moving to Arkansas. Because I heard the family's moving all down, the whole
No,
Miglori
there's no
clan
truth to
moving
that.
down.
Listen, everybody's been super nice to me in Arkansas. The racing's been good. I enjoy the back and forth with you guys. Kind of makes me feel I'm living vicariously through you guys here. It's been fun. It'll be fun when it's over, but it's been a good experience.
Good. We're glad to have you
Well,
back,
they're
too.
speeding up boat times a little bit this afternoon because of inclement weather in Hot Springs. Of course, we have a huge weekend ahead. Wood Memorial Saturday with a stakes-packed Saturday afternoon program. Preps for the Oaks, preps for the Derby, the Carter, much more to the Excelsior as well. It's going to be a tremendous Saturday afternoon.
It is a 13-race card, and it's going to be a lot of fun talking about it.
Yeah.
The Wood's always such an historic race. I can remember watching on the main floor here at Aqueduct when Richie won the Wood Memorial with Eternal Prince a number of years ago against a very, very good field. I want to say Proud Truth finished second there. Seen a lot of Woods. My first Wood, 1976.
That was Bold Forbes, and one of the major debates with my good friend at the time, Carlos Figueroa, who trains horses now, actually has a horse in tomorrow that I think's pretty live. He loved Bold Forbes and Honest Pleasure. Bold Forbes and Angel Cordero, and I loved Honest Pleasure and Braulio Baeza, and he turned out to be right.
We're going to talk both those two editions of the Wood, so don't give too much away. A little bit later on in the program.
He won the Derby. I don't want to spoil that for people.
I taped it, please. I've been waiting. All right, we'll get to that and relive some of those great ones to come. Montebello, here's a look at what happened in race 6.
Tell you what, he got quite a tussle at 3-5 from the only filly in the race, I should say, race mare. Gone and Forgotten for Ilke Cantermachi. Gave him all he could handle, really ran well off a little bit of a freshening, but got the money at 3-5.
Yeah, made that kind of long, wide, sweeping run, so he's losing ground and hung on his left lead. And I think if he had maybe gotten over his right lead, he might have made it a little easier on himself. But hey, a very game effort by the filly, Gone and Forgotten, and Montebello gets it done at a short price.
Yeah, it's funny because if you look at yesterday and today, I think there's an argument you could make about the racetrack that the inside was, in speed were pretty good, but we're still seeing races like this where horses are circling the field, so I don't think we're dealing with any kind of real bias.
Race 7, it is a good one. Contentious Group 1 turn mile, allowance optional claiming field. This is for 4-year-olds and up. Star of Wonders won 3 of 4 lifetime starts for Brad Cox, but this will be the 4-year-old debut coming up. He is the favorite right now.
He is the favorite, but this is a contentious field. It's an interesting field, Richie, because you've got some horses that have real back class, like Repo Rocks and Castle Chaos and Nelson Avenue even, whether or not they're in great form, and our horses like Star of Wonder and Big Blue Line, horses on the come, that might be really good horses that have a little more upside.
No, I agree with you. I was a little bit interested, Andy, in Nelson Avenue. My reasoning behind it was he's a horse that can be forward, show speed. Now, he was forward going a mile and 1/8, but I just don't think it's a recipe to win when you're stretching out from 7 furlongs to not just put him on the lead going a mile and 1/8. I don't think you want to try to pass horses. And I think today with Kendrick Carmouche aboard, he maybe uses speed in a more judicious manner.
I cannot believe that Kendrick's not going to look to be forward with him. I think the question is, how much speed does Jamie Dreams have? How much steam does Repo Rocks have? And are we so sure that Nelson Avenue has the same kind of speed he had when he was in better form? I agree with everything you said, but I'm just not wholly convinced that he still has that speed. Sure. Kendrick will try to get it out of him, I'm sure.
Much more on this race when we come back. Very good group here in the 7th. We're going to talk the weekend in the Wood. Brad Cox bringing, speaking of Kendrick Carmouche, an undefeated 3-year-old to the Wood party. Passion Rules, yet to be beaten, but would need some big improvement to contend in the Wood. Is he up to the challenge? Stay with us.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
50-60, 250-60, now 60, 260 mark, 260,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Friday coverage on the eve of the final prep for the Kentucky Derby here in New York, the Wood Memorial. We'll have live coverage on Saturday. Our program brought to you in part right there by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime at nairabets.com. 7th race, approaching the 15-minute mark to post as we get a look at Star of Wonder, trained by Brad Cox, the favorite here. And Brad Cox, of course, will be sending out, as we told you going to break, in the Wood, the undefeated Passion Rules. Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard. This will be his first start in New York after 2 wins at Fairgrounds and a win at Oaklan Park last time out.
Well, one thing we know about Calumet Farm, who owns this horse, they are not afraid to run in any spot. And they won this race with Bourbonic a few years ago at 70-1. So for me, Passion Rules looks a little bit slow, but he could improve. He has a good trainer. You don't see a lot of running Frisian Fires, and he's one of them. But you know what? When connections ship here and win at 70-1, it's hard to knock him for taking a shot.
Oh, absolutely. And listen, he doesn't know how to lose yet, right? He's done everything that's been asked of him. I agree, he's a little bit light on figures, but this is the kind of horse that can step up, and maybe he runs to the level of his competition a little bit.
Slow starts getting out of the gate the last couple of tries, too. We'll see if he can overcome that, because as you start facing better and better company, that's harder to get past.
No question about it, and that's the thing. The good horses also are usually horses that act fairly well.
Good
Not
point.
always, but
usually. Well, passion rules. 4th career start coming up. 12-1 morning line. So many big names in this race. Bob Baffert, Mike Smith with Rodriguez. Obviously, Linda Rice trying to get to her first ever Kentucky Derby with the New York bred Sand Devil. Grande, Todd Pletcher looking for an 8th win in the wood.
yeah, and of course Hill rode a scratch from this race, unfortunately, and I believe the 9 Bear Claw Necklace is coming out as well. I think it's a question here, Richie. If you like Rodriguez or Captain Cook, that's fine. And it'll be interesting to see who is actually favored between those two. I was talking to our morning line maker, and he said, I'm hearing so many people like Captain Cook. I think maybe I made the wrong favorite.
He ran incredibly fast
If
last
you're
start.
against both of these horses, then it opens it up, and there's a lot of possibilities.
Yeah, then it's really wide open. You can come up and make a case with several others if you don't like either one of those.
Back to Brad Cox and the horse he's sending out in this race coming up. Are you convinced he's 9-5 good against this field?
No, and I picked him. My feeling here is upside, right? He's not coming off a long layoff, a sort of natural layoff, and a horse that had that one bag race going a mile and 1/8 at Keeneland where he had a little trouble and kind of got shuffled out, but he was bad that day. Otherwise, he just keeps getting better with all of his starts. I don't totally love him here. My problem is, Richie, I wonder if there's a number of horses in here, the 4, the 5, the 6, the 7, that are just past their best days.
Well, I guess that is the big question, right? Nelson Avenue was kind of thrown in back-to-back poor efforts after winning in the mud on New Year's Eve at Parks. Ripple Rocks, we know what he's capable of when he's very good,
Yeah.
but is he a
Coming
semblance
off
of the...
a second to Bookham Dano, though, no disgrace there.
No, but it was a 3-horse field, to be fair. So, but no, I know, and I actually think that was a pretty strong race, and we're all big fans of Bookham Dano.
Now, big back class, yeah, for the 6 Repo Rocks. 9-2 right now. Let's send it down to Maggie Wolfendale for more here on the 7th.
Yeah, we'll take a look here at layoff runners, and one of them happens to be your current favorite in number 2, Star of Wonder, as he comes in here for Brad Cox. And you know, the last time we saw him, he was running at Churchill Downs and beating a horse by the name Lambeth, who, if you were watching our program last weekend, you know, won the Temperance Hill out at Oaklan a couple starts after this effort back on November 24th. Now, he likes to be able to break and go forward because his one loss in his 4 starts came when he got shuffled back along the inside behind kind of a slow type of pace at Keeneland, going the 1 1/8 miles. I do like the mile for him. He's kind of your quintessential Uncle Mo progeny, very much stamped by that sire, and stamped in the good way. You know, very athletic, very, very aerodynamic as well, and he comes in so fit. I mean, this guy does not look as though he's been off since Thanksgiving, and resplendent coat on him as well. And he's been preparing for this start back at Payson Park, so you would expect to see that. But also, it feels as though Brad Cox has put his A-plus team in training at Payson Park. Really, the horses that he thinks highly of, and so it makes me think that they do have high aspirations for Star of Wonder, who just continues to tick every box for me coming back off the bench. Now, number 1, Power Seeker, he'll go out for Linda Rice. We haven't seen him since Saratoga, and he was beaten by another foe in here, Big Blue Line, who we'll get to in a moment, and he was contesting the lead early on that day. We did see the horses come from off of it to get the job done, but he kind of took some punches down the lane there, a little intimidated, and bumped around between horses, and now we see him off from the races for quite a while. I will say Linda has him looking though he's ready, because he has great energy. He's very forward into the bridle, things you like to see, well muscled, looks fit for a Linda Rice horse. And sometimes, because I always say her horses tend to get into the feed tub quite well, you wonder off of the bench. I'm not wondering with him. He looks ready. He'll just have to prove that he's good enough. Now, that horse that did beat him that day is back again. Number 3, Big Blue Line. Reading quotes from trainer Will Walden, he has said that he's not exactly sure what his best trip what his best surface is, but they're going to go back to what has worked in the past, especially first off the claim up at Saratoga resulted in a big performance that day, and also running with Lasix on his side, though he's run fine without it in the past too, and does come in here off a win on the synthetic at Turfway Park. He's kind of an odd horse. He's a big, burly type and does tend to carry a little extra weight. Weirdly, the two horses that are coming off layoffs appear to look more fit than him, but it might just be him. So otherwise, it looks as though he is shipped in here quite well for his connections, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. And Andy, you were just talking to me about Big Blue Line here off the air.
Just saying how we were just talking about the Brad Cox horse in tomorrow's Wood Memorial. That horse is a Maryland bred, and this horse is a Maryland bred. Maryland has such a great history, for breeding. Northern Dancer obviously comes to mind. And at one time, they were clearly the third biggest breeding state in the country. Those things have changed. This is a funny horse, Richie, because you don't really know what his best surface is. And the one concern with him also is he has no speed.
No, he has no speed, but it does look like there's ample enough speed signed on in this race, doesn't it?
It does, I agree, but you know how that goes sometimes. But I agree. It just, the problem is in general, and listen, Star of Wonder is no bullet either, but he is quicker than this horse. I always want to ask myself, like, when you're betting horses at short prices that have little speed, it just feels like they're more apt to be victims. Whether the pace is slow, they get in some trouble, and his lack of speed concerns me here. But I don't think the 2 should be 6-5, and I picked him, but that's a little short, isn't it, Greg?
It is, and also the 1 should probably not be 10-1, should he? That's tremendous value.
I picked the 1/3. What am I missing about the 1? He's just a horse who got a little bit of a freshening, and you look at him. This is a horse, Richie, that had been running for 10 straight months when Linda gave him a layoff, and you just kind of wonder if maybe she thought he was getting a little dull and said, let me give him some time and bring him back in the winter or the spring.
Yeah, they're not machines. They don't necessarily have to have an injury to get a break. It's just sometimes you're worn out. We need vacations as human beings.
And couldn't he get a pretty good trip sitting behind the speeds in here? Because he's not that slow, and I thought he could get position. I agree. I don't know why he's 10-1 in here. Maybe it's a bad sign, but I'll put it this way. I'd rather bet him than Jamie Dreams. I know Jamie Dreams, and they're the same price, has been in good form. Yeah. I just don't think the 5 Jamie Dreams is necessarily good enough to beat these horses. I'll put him in the winner's circle.
But he does have a look of a horse that has to take a step forward. This is the deepest group he's faced.
I agree. I thought he was in tough, and so does the public. But I think the 1 at a comparable price is a much more logical player.
And, you talk about back class with Repo Rocks. There's some back class, too, with Castle Chaos, the 7, isn't there? He's 13-1 on the outside.
He's got some of the best back form of anybody. He, along with Repo Rocks, probably have the best race of anybody. The concern with him, at least Repo Rocks is holding decent form. He has not run well in quite a while, and he came back in February. And I know it's a tough field, Richie. He didn't lift a hoof.
Yeah, I actually thought his last couple races left a lot to be desired. And listen, he's a 7-year-old, and there comes a point sometimes they lose their enthusiasm a bit.
Yeah, and you wonder if he's going to be in a 40 claimer coming up forward. But listen, it doesn't mean he can't run better. And I respect Rob Falcone, who we just haven't seen a lot of Rob so far this year. He's a little cold, but I just don't feel like I've seen Rob running horses that were supposed to be winning and are losing.
Post parade coming up. As we get back to Hot Springs.
Falcone.
On the sloppy going 5-2 favorite. There he is, 8-year-old Elusive Doro. This one, 6 furlongs, 4-year-olds and up at a $10,000 condition claiming race.
Richie saw that track and he said, man, I can't believe I'm not there. I got to sit with you idiots up here. You like anyone here, Richie?
I wasn't crazy about anybody, but what about this precipitous drop with the 7, Cowan? I mean, they didn't pass go. They went straight to the bottom, basically.
Cowan's a funny horse because when he broke his maiden, he actually beat Sheriff Bianco. And they didn't run Sheriff Bianco back in the dirt again until Linda claimed him. He got in off the turf race, and now she's made a fortune running the horse on the dirt. So I always say with Cowan, I agree. That is a very concerning thing. And I'll tell you something else. He's a little chilly on the board,
and
is
off
he
a
not?
long layoff, too.
Yeah.
Hadn't raced since April of last year, the 7.
Yeah, I thought there was going to be a lot of pace in this race, and I'm not sure how much Cowan can rate. But I'm not thrilled with the 1, the horse that Tom Amos claimed. He claimed it from a trainer that wins at a high percentage and comes out of a race that totally fell apart.
I like the 9 a bit, Alto Road with Francisco Arrieta, who has really impressed me as a rider, watching him on a daily basis.
Drops off the claim. This trainer has good numbers dropping off the claim. I agree. I think he's very dangerous
Yeah,
here.
it's Jonas Gibson, who is, very dangerous. First off the claim. Here we go. 6 from Oaklan. Start of the pick 5. Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Tricky Tracky, post 6. Husker Butch. And to the outside post, we wait on Derby Date. Here's Derby Date. Coming up. Go again. We're ready to go. And we're off. Uneventful beginning. Cowan off the layoff is quickest and strides in front with Captain Jack. Alto Road in the middle of that pair down the back stretch. Cane Creek Road is moving up to be close to the pace too. Cane Creek Road, Elusive d'Oro, and Cowan is now rushing forward. Cowan on the inside with a neck in front. Cane Creek Road on the outside pressing. Larry's Legend running in the 3rd position. Alto Road between horses and Midday Image down on the inside as they corner into the turn. Elusive d'Oro's 4 lengths off the lead, cornering into that turn. Husker Butch, the long shot outside of him. Love to win. Back behind that pair well sent along. Derby Date next. Worth looking to the inside. Tricky Tracky losing position. And Captain Jack, who broke alertly, is at the tail as they come to the top of the lane. Cowan and Cane Creek Road side by side as they come off the turn. They're together on the inside. Midday Image trying to punch forward. The rail's wide open if he's good enough. Outside Larry's Legend plotting in place. Elusive d'Oro coming on. Cowan with a nice spurt. Kicks away to a 2.5 length lead. Goes for the finish. Elusive d'Oro's charging into second. Cowan, though, on the big class drop has the lead, and Cowan is just classiest. Cowan and Sammy Camacho Jr. to win it by 2. Elusive d'Oro is second. Midday Image third. Larry's Legend fourth.
Dropping off a cliff with this massive drop in class, and Cowan for David Jacobson as a 7-year-old inching ever closer to $1 million in earnings.
11-month layoff, big drop down. I know he's 3-1, but he seemed a little chilly, and he galloped like he should have been 3-5.
David's barn really has come to life over the past few weeks there. And I think he was a barn that was hurt by interruptions in training around the meet because he tends to train horses lightly anyway.
They have certainly had their share of bad luck with the weather at this meet, to say the least.
Back to New York. Here is Power Seeker to kick things off, Linda Rice.
I'm in agreement with everybody here. This was an overlay.
Star of Wonders, even money now.
Yeah, taking all the money, coming off the layoff. I've been training at Payson Park, which is a surface that gets horses fit, a little bit on the deeper side.
Will Walden barn with Big Blue Line.
Listen, he's run well in the dirt. He comes off a good race synthetic, but his dirt form's fine.
Nelson Avenue, that off-the-charts performance in the mud at Parks. That was 3 starts ago.
Yeah, I just didn't like the way he was ridden last time. I think he'll get a better trip, but he has to prove that he's still the same horse.
Mig, we jump to the 6, Repo Rocks.
Certainly all the back class earned over $1 million already, and we know what he's capable of on his best day.
Castle Chaos and some major back class here.
Yeah, he's 15-1. If somebody wants to say he's a huge price, he's got back form, I'm going to bet a few dollars on him. I'm not going to argue with him. I'm worried his best races are long behind him, but not impossible.
And here's Jamie Dreams, back-to-back wins, and both on the lead, doing it at Parks coming in.
He comes into the race in career form. The question becomes whether or not you think his career form's good enough for a trainer who's run some horses here. And he's had some success. Not great, but he's had some winners. He's won 5 of 45 races at Naira.
Well, Repo Rocks, this was a horse that Jamie Ness really seemed to turn around, but those days, are they long gone, Maggie?
I don't know. He ran a very fast figure last time out. No matter what metrics that you use, I do believe it came up fast, despite being a 3-horse field. It was funny, Andy, talking about the Maryland bred and Big Blue Line. There was actually 2 Virginia breds, and Repo Rocks being one of them. And the last time he won was in that restricted, it's not necessarily Virginia bred, but Virginia certified race where they have to spend 90 days prior to making their first start as a young horse on a farm in Virginia. So a lot of people taking advantage of that. As looking at Repo Rocks, look, he's a horse that can be a little difficult to handle. So, the equipment's all there, the full cup blinkers, the shadow roll, the Halton bit as well. And it did take Ruben Severa a little bit of time to kind of get him to jump into the bridle. In fact, I don't know if he ever really did overall. And he's a horse that carries his weight really well. It's funny, like once they get older, they don't train that enthusiastically. You know, they know how much they need to do, and so he kind of looks that way now. I also have felt, though, over the years that maybe shorter, just a little bit shorter, the 7/8 kind of distance is best for him, though. You know, calling a spade, he's run some of his fastest races going this 1-turn mile. So not a horse to dismiss, but like you said, Greg, I do wonder if his best days are behind him. As number 4, Nelson Avenue, I really think that performance in the slot is a complete outlier. It felt like speed was good that day at Parks over that muddy sealed surface. He and another horse I remember shipping in here on that Withers day, coming in as favorites off the backs of big performances on that wet track that particular day at Parks and running terribly. So I don't particularly like the way he looks today. He looks very dull in his coat. His top line is kind of dropped away. He's going to be the one that's, you know, a single-digit odds that's going to beat me today. And I agree with you guys. The other Virginia bred in here, Power Seeker, way too big of a price. I've liked everything about this horse, but I have to side with the even money favorite in the end, Greg.
This is bizarre. 14-1 right now on Power Seeker, who has several races that put him in contention with this group.
I mean, listen, maybe he's just cold on the board, but sometimes in races, horses get lost. It happens more in bigger fields, but it's like they just sort of get ignored for whatever reason, and it feels like he's being ignored in here. I don't think any of us are saying he's supposed to be 4-1 or less, but he's not supposed to be on
5-1 morning line.
Right.
Way too big a price.
And maybe he's going to run to his odds, but I had to bet a couple dollars on him at that price. I picked the 2. I'm certainly not betting him at even money. 4 to 5. 4 to 5. They just can't get enough, can they?
So
you better win the way they're betting him.
This is bizarre. I mean, maybe he's just going to run that good off the charts here that the money's right. To this point, what he's done in his career, he hasn't shown he should be 4 to 5 against this group.
No. And I never thought he'd be this short. I thought he'd be around 2 to 1, but I never thought he'd be this short.
Here is Repo Rocks, Jamie Nesbarn, Ruben Silvera. The back class horses at the back of the pack. Here's Castle Chaos, another one. Graded stakes placed in his career for Rob Falcone Jr. Set for the 7th. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Speed from the rail here. Power Seeker is in the early mix and immediately gets out towards the 3 path, but it's going to let these leaders press on. And Nelson Avenue emerges with the front. It's Nelson Avenue with a neck in front, is chased all the time by Jamie Dreams towards the outside to apply the pressure, and just off of them is going to be Repo Rocks as they're tightly bunched up front as they come out of the chute. That's the leading trio, and here at the rail, Nelson Avenue is going to apply more pressure to Jamie Dreams. These two now head and head. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile as Repo Rocks is going to stalk those 2 pace setters. Moving forward is Star of Wonder, was off a step slow, is now moving forward, has taken a 4th position right in behind these leaders. They're in 5th. Towards the outside comes Castle Chaos, 2.5 off the lead. It's another 3.5 back to Big Blue Line. And now the trailer, Power Seeker. They approach a half-mile left to go, and Nelson Avenue is still there through a 46 seconds flat. Half-mile time. All in is Jamie Dreams, trying to keep up from second. Star of Wonder is trying to move on through, and here comes Star of Wonder just progressing, is now right in behind. Nelson Avenue looks to have horse. Javier Castellano looking for a way out. Repo Rocks towards the outside in the green cap. Star of Wonder is just bottle up right now as they approach the top of the stretch. A quarter mile left to go. Nelson Avenue kicks on. The rail is open for Star of Wonder. Might try to muscle on through. Castle Chaos at a big number gets the jump, and Castle Chaos is in front. Star of Wonder has clear running room and is now moving through at the rail. It's Castle Chaos trying to hold off the oncoming strides of the favorite, and Star of Wonder, who makes up ground with every single stride. Star of Wonder pushing on by. Star of Wonder gets the victory over Castle Chaos, Nelson Avenue, and Repo Rocks in 1 minute 35.23 seconds.
Star of Wonder overcoming a bad beginning to get this victory over Castle Chaos. It goes off at 22-1 to run second.
And Javier Castellano did a very good job with him after he broke badly. He didn't panic, but he also knew I need to be a touch in this field and got him in good position. He just got left, you know?
Yeah, he just didn't react very well when the doors opened.
But at least he didn't lose his, he didn't lose his stride. He kind of got quickly into stride. But I will tell you, after the break, he got about as good a trip as you could possibly get.
Well, he gets to slide up inside the 1-horse Power Seeker there, and now he's sitting that coveted pocket spot. And now you're just hoping that either the horse on the lead drifts or the outside horses fall away. And, of course, the horse on the lead drifts, and you go, relief. I got horse and I got space now.
And if I can't, he doesn't get me here from there, get me home from here. And he barely won. Castle Chaos was the one horse with back form that showed up today. The others really didn't show up. I think your 4, Nelson Avenue, did run a lot better than he had run in his past races. The track has been playing pretty quickly, but those are still honest fractions, even at this level.
It's a good race.
Gifted that opening, certainly, when the rail became parting of the Red Sea, but overcoming that bad beginning, that's a good effort.
Nobody gets those $4 horses home like I do.
And the way he traveled up into the pocket, and Andy made a good point. Javier didn't panic, but that's one of the advantages to having a rider as accomplished as Javier. They're not going to get left on a big favorite. They're not going to panic. They're going to give them an opportunity to find themselves.
When you ride a horse like this, after you swear, you say a few curse words.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard. You have to just sort of relax, right? You have to realize.
This is the hand I'm dealt, and this is how I got to play it now. It's not ideal, but the worst thing you could do then is just go rushing off crazy. And speaking of cursing out of the gate, when people started having picnics more and more on the backstretch and it started getting more popular, I got shut off one day and I cursed somebody out. And the starter came to me and said, "Mig, we got families back there. You can't be doing that anymore."
No.
So a week later, I got shut off again, and I said worse stuff because in the moment you're not there. I got fined.
Well, as I recall, you had some words with somebody who ended up having dinner with you really recently.
I'm trying to recall.
Was there a traffic incident with somebody?
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, we'll talk about that another time.
Star of Wonder, even money overcoming that bad beginning to get the win. Javier Castellano, cool in the irons for Brad Cox and Windstar Farm. Linda Rice, dominant on this circuit for so many years. Can she book a trip to Louisville on that first Saturday in May for the first time in her career with Sand Devil?
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races, and we are proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Delivering on a favoritism, a Star of Wonder, and guided to victory by Javier Castellano. And Javi, we saw just a tardy break. Playing the hand you were dealt, talk a little bit about the plan after he broke so slowly.
Well, I've been watching the last couple of races before I handicapped the race. Seemed to me he break a little slow the first step, and then he moved forward. I'm watching all the races, and I started a little bit, give me a little feedback. The horse, it can be come from behind horse. Seemed to me a couple of horses get the speed in the race. I'm playing the game a little bit behind the horses, let them settle a little bit, come through in the rear, cut the corner, get it done.
I was going to say, how brave was he to come through that hole?
It was brave. I mean, I really give you such a great credit to the horse, the way he did it. He split horses, came through in the rail. He did it very easy, very smart horse, because a lot of horses hesitated to go to the spot. He did it. He went through. I like the way he did it. And Braca, he did a great job with the horse, bringing the layoff and put it sharp to win the race like today.
I feel a little forced to ask you about the next horse, but it's the only horse in the stakes that you've been on before, but another son of Uncle Mo, Donegal Momentum, that you'll be aboard for the Carter. Switching back to the dirt, you've been aboard on either surface. Talk a little bit about the feeling that he gave you on the dirt in those first few races.
I love it, and I don't have any concern about it because it's such a good horse. I've been working the horse before he first raced in his career, and the way he did it, I believe that day was a little sloppy track, and they still the track is playing cold and rain tomorrow. I think it didn't hurt at all. Actually helped a little bit too as well. It's a cool horse. You can put it whatever you want. I don't think the surface is gonna be his best disadvantage for him. I think it's gonna move forward. It can go either way, turf, the dirt. Great horse, he do that.
Well, thanks. I promise I didn't pay him to say that. But also, it's been 20 years since you won the Wood Memorial aboard Bellamy Road. We checked it out a little bit earlier on the show, but what a performance that horse put in that Wood win.
Really special horse, Bellamy Road. That's one of the first step of horses that went to the Kentucky Derby, towed to the Kentucky Derby. That's the bridge he put me the Wood Memorial. And I believe I had so much fun turning for home and pumping up before the finish line. And actually, the steward, they give me warning because he's staying with the horse before, and then you can celebrate. I mean, but those kind of rookies, first step in my career, but I have a great memory with the horse, and I've been thankful. Thank God, a lot of people, they give me opportunity to ride the best horses in the ground for many, many years. My agents, and they give me support, and the training, the owners, and I'm here.
You're still here, rightfully so. Well, congratulations here, a Star of Wisdom, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thanks a lot.
Javier Castellano, I feel like he's going to be here for a lot longer too, Greg.
We're going to talk about staying power, and he really was like the comeback rider of the year of the sports a couple of years ago. Winner of the Kentucky Derby back in 2023 with Mage.
One of my favorite guys. Happy to have him back. Look forward to spending a little time with him.
Imagine that, kicking off the Derby with Mage, Arcangelo in the Belmont, then another Travers. That really was a remarkable comeback year for him. And it just shows that, sometimes we lose a little bit of our physicality, but the mental part of this game, you learn to compensate, and it makes you a better rider sometimes because you got to be more thoughtful.
And he rode those horses extremely well in those races. And Arcangelo, I thought in particular in the Belmont, he really gave him a very, very good ride of timing it well. And, you have to have the engine under you, but I thought he did very well.
Not an easy way to close out the card. With this one, 6 furlong, 16,000 claiming race, non-winners of 2 life. And a dropper here for Linda Rice. Jose Lezcano with Despo's Dream with a recent form against better. Not so solid.
I picked Despo's Dream on the drop down for Linda. I don't have a lot of confidence. Shaman Princess has been in good form. One thing that worries me, Shaman Princess, the horse is 0 for 11 on the dirt. Has never won a race on the dirt. Kind of bothers me, but certainly logical. And I'm still not completely giving up on Santagata, but Richie, I got to give Nick Santagata one more chance here. I don't even think the horse is named for Nick.
It's not.
But I still love Nick. So for me, he's named for Nick.
Yeah, it turns out he's not named for Nick. But I was actually up at Sugar Maple when Santagata, the horse, was there on a layoff, and she looked great there. And she was coming off of after breaking her maiden layoff, and it just hasn't translated since she's come back.
I just don't know at this point if she can run at all anymore. And though I do, for people not familiar, Nick Santagata, who works here as a valet, he was one of the great journeyman riders of all time. He won over 4,000 races, right?
Over 4,000 races.
The
and
hard
if
way.
someone wanted him to ride the 9th race at Penn National after riding the card here, he'd be in his car. And on the way, Nick never turned down an opportunity.
Well, even though it's Philly not named after him, always gives us an opportunity to give a little shout out that we miss you. And he's a great.
I see him in the jocks room. I mean, he's one of my favorite. How can you not like Nick? And
one of my dear friends.
He was a great friend of yours when you were riding.
Speaking of Linda Rice and the class dropper she has coming up in the 8th, let's talk about the horse she's trying to get to the Kentucky Derby for the first time in her career, the New York bred Sand Devil. He has speed. He can be quick early. Didn't break great in the Gotham. Still a runner-up finish to Flood Zone, who's headed to the UAE Derby.
The real question with him, besides the distance, obviously, is how fast the pace is going to be, because he does have a horse, Grande, who has speed on the outside, and Todd Pletcher's not a trainer looking to take the speed away from his horses. And I know that maybe others look faster. I believe that Rodriguez is coming out running in this race and going to try to wire the field.
Well, I got to believe so. And even though Rodriguez is getting the blinkers off, one thing about Bob Baffert, a lot of his horses run with blinkers, but they're very, very short, what we call a cheater cup, with almost a non-existent blinker. It's basically a hood on them. So I don't think that's going to dictate whether he shows less speed. And Mike Smith from the inside, he knows the value of inside position.
I agree, and it's going to make it harder for Sand Devil. But I'll tell you something. I don't really feel like Sand Devil lost a great deal in defeat in the Gotham. I thought he ran very well. And you're talking about a horse that's never not run a good race, Sand Devil. It's just the competition's obviously getting tougher.
And I know the horse who beat him was a big price, but it was a Brad Cox horse who had a huge race coming in that sort of just got ignored, surprisingly.
Right, and he ran. I mean, he didn't. It's not like the race came up a slow race and Sand Devil got second by default. I think the one thing in his favor was the pace was moderate and the pace held up that day, but he didn't break that sharply. And listen, he's a good horse. Is he good enough to win this race is a different story.
Yeah, we will find out. New York bred, who looks like it's between him and Rodriguez for the front end in that Wood Memorial. And the other part of that equation, who I just talked about, who has that other part of the speed equation, Bob Baffert's Rodriguez. Blinkers are coming off. He's got the inside post with Mike Smith aboard. We'll talk about his chances when we come back.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Confidently handled, and Bank Frenzy dominates here in the Stymie.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And new for 2025, Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races as we head back out to Hot Springs. Mile and a 16th. maiden claiming race coming up here for 3-year-olds and up. We're the 6 right now, favored at 2-1 on the board. Bolt's Treasure, Chris Hartman barn.
Yeah, I don't have a big problem with horses like the 6 and the 7. They're logical type horses in this race, but I got to bet a few dollars on the 11 Arky Road. This horse did not run that badly in his second start, and he's getting a massive rider change, assuming Ramon Vasquez is still riding, right? This is a big rider upgrade for him, and the others have had their chances. They can win. I'm not, but I can't pass up 18-1.
Arky Road actually showed run. Man, I thought made a bit of a middle move. Now hasn't broken well in the first 2 starts, and did get bothered a bit at the break. So hopefully gets out of the gate a little bit cleaner, so at least doesn't cost him position the first turn.
But with the 6th lowest level he's ever run at yet in start number 8 here, second off the claim, Chris Hartman barn, who's having a strong meet. Dr. Storm next door just ran second for similar, but had been facing mostly better company.
Well, I mean, that's the thing about the 6, why he's such a short price. I mean, he's making a precipitous drop second off the claim for Chris Hartman. Now, he's running only a little bit lower than he did 2 races back, but the assumption is maybe he moves forward for Chris Hartman. But I'll tell you something. Chris Hartman's winning at 19%. We're talking about a trainer we've seen 25 to 30% wins. And his horses have run fine. I'm not knocking him, but they're not winning. And I mean, it's clear they're not running as well as they have in the last couple of years. I don't think there were times that I was scared to bet. He had a horse off the claim, didn't want to bet it. I don't feel as though he's dominating like that.
And just to tie it into Wood Weekend, this one by Entice. Didn't Entice have a runner-up finish in the Wood?
Was second to Vino Rosso, and there was an inquiry.
So, yep. And listen, Chris Hartman has done very well for Ruiz Racing, but that's with horses that were in California and shipped out. This is a horse he claimed.
It's interesting. He had the horse when they brought him here at first, right? They made the trainer switch and gave it to him. And he really didn't run that well. I mean, he sort of held his form, and then he claimed the horse. He can win, but he's just a horse, right?
Rocket Knight, by the way, the 12 taking play too. David Jacobson off the claim. This horse has been claimed each of the last 3 starts. And he's been at this level and not gotten it done several occasions. 0 for 16.
I mean, my horse has a lousy post too, but my horse is almost 20-1. The 11, I don't. Well, listen, I don't think anybody's shocked, but I don't want 3-1 in the 12.
Matt Dinnerman with the call. Start of the pick 4 from Oaklan.
Booney to the outside post. We're ready to go. And they're off. Having to take up at the start was Percy Road. Full Victory steps on the gas as an arrow lead early. Spoony from the far outside trying to cross over here is going to be caught deep and is level second going into the turn. Rachel's Wagon amongst the early action as well. And Rachel's Wagon, in fact, has the lead from Full Victory, who's a half length back on a hold in the second spot. South Fork is keen behind the speed, down in a pocket. Spoony to the outside of him, 1.5 lengths to Highway 20 Ride and Rocket Knight. They're side by side. Then Bolt's Treasure. He's 6 lengths off the pace, 2 clear of Arky Road approaching the back stretch. Dr. Storm is next with Audax Minor, and Percy Road is trailing as they head down the back stretch here. Rachel's Wagon on the inside neck lead on Full Victory. Spoony on the outside third, now in a stalking spot. South Fork more settled down on the rail fourth and is 2.5 lengths behind Racing Alone. Another length back, we have Rocket Knight going into the turn. Highway 20 Ride right behind him. Bolt's Treasure still 6 or 7 from the top as they corner into the turn. Percy Road out of last, being hard sent in the 4th last position. Looks like Arky Road's not being persevered with, is being eased up. Dr. Storm still has a ton of ground to make up as they come to the top of the lane. Spoony on the outside in the 3 path comes looking for the lead. Rachel's Wagon under the left-handed encouragement second with Full Victory. Percy Road from the back continues to rally on. Can he keep this move up? They're off the turn. Spoony in front. Percy Road into second, diving after the front runner Spoony, who appears to have something for the final furlong and kicks on. Spoony now a 3-length lead on Percy Road, who's losing contact with him. Dr. Storm attempting to get up into the second spot, but he's not going to win. The gold medal goes to Spoony. Spoony, your victor here over Dr. Storm, Percy Road, and Bolt's Treasure, who is 4th.
Eclipse Award-winning apprentice Eric Asmussen for Dad. Here's Steve on Spoony, the also eligible first time on dirt, with the victory here in the 7th at 12-1. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, finale on the Friday card from New York. Linda Rice, the class dropper. Will today be the day for Despo's dream? Stay with us.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Bucaro, any day. Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano. Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface. Queen Maxima starts to extend that beautiful stride of hers, though, and it's lights out. None of the others will come close to Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Nightcap to come here in New York with a claiming race for horses who only have a maiden win on the resume. We start off with My Cara Mia Mine here in the post parade.
She has never run a step in her 3 dirt races.
11-1. The Mitch Friedman barn, Joey Martinez rides.
They're dropping her down. We're just about to get into turf season.
Santa Gata, blinkers on and can't show speed.
Yeah, can't show speed. Just he left a lot to be desired. Her 2 efforts since she's come back off the bench, but she does drop in class and adds blinkers. So sometimes when they get position easier, they tend to run a little better.
Cut back in distance for Allie's Song.
Yeah, and I think she'll appreciate the cut back in distance, but she is 1 for 20 with no seconds.
Daniil for a trainer that started out red hot here in New York.
Yeah, 17 times to break her maiden, 18 times, excuse me. This is her 19th start. Maybe she decided she likes running and getting her picture taken. We'll see.
Eastern Star at 12-1 for David Dunk. Had a lot of good efforts trying to break the maiden.
Finally broke her maiden in her race 2 races back, but she's just a tough horse to like.
The Linda Rice runner, Despo's Dream, drops in class.
Now, the drop in class has certainly got to be helpful, and she's got races that, frankly, are just better than most of these.
Here's a daughter of Big Brown, Big Hazel for David Donk.
She's got some back form that would make her tough in here, but her recent form has been abysmal.
Shaman Princess, Ruben Silvera for Rudy Rodriguez, another speedster.
This is who I like. I think she's just from the she's the outside speed and could just kind of control things faster. She's not on the lead, at least in the right spot.
Supposed to go.
6 and 8. Do they seem like the standouts here?
Well, they're the right 2 horses on paper, and the advantage the 8 has in the 6 is that she has more speed. But I'm going to be honest, I don't, and I picked the race 6-2-8. I just, it's hard to be overly confident about this crew.
Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with number 2 in here, Santa Gata, who, on top of getting the class relief today, she's 3rd off of a layoff and looks completely different than what I saw from her in her last start. And different in a very good way. She was really nervous. She was washed out. She didn't look as though she was carrying that much weight or muscle mass or conditioning. And in the month since I've seen her last, all of that has gone the right way. And sometimes when you put blinkers on, and I'm not saying this is the main reason why, but when you put blinkers on, it actually calms a horse because it provides them with focus. You know, they're only focused on what's in front of them, and they don't have to worry about, you know, what's going on behind them or next to them or whatever. So she's warming up beautifully with Kendrick Carmouche aboard. So I'm going to land on her just for the 180 that she's done from last start to this one here in my estimation. So moving on to a horse that, you know, I'm hoping what Richie said it does work for Danielle. She was, you know, for the first time in her career favored in her last start, but to be fair, she's also been in good form in her 3 starts for Steve Shower. So she's the other horse that looked fantastic to me. And maybe sometimes it's that element of surprise, and she was turning back last time, but sometimes, as Mig said, they figure the game out and they will rattle off those wins, even though it took them quite a while to get there. And then with regards to your favorite, Despo's Dream, she comes in here wearing an extension blinker for the first time. And Mig can maybe explain a little bit more about it, but it often leads to a horse, especially wearing it for that first time, to break slowly. Not that she necessarily has that much speed to begin with, but I don't like to see that. It's not something Linda reaches into her equipment trunk and uses on a lot of horses. So that right there is a little bit of a red flag for me. And furthermore, she just seems nervous. She's gotten hot, which isn't totally out of character for her, but it's just more so than what I saw from her back on March 22nd, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Favorite, there she is, Despo's Dream, so getting a lot easier company, but needs some serious reversal from those last couple of starts.
Some interesting comments too, Maggie, about the extension blinker. And one of the reasons that some horses that have extension blinkers or that elongated blinker cup have a tendency to break slow is if they're not perfectly straight, where they're looking down the racetrack and their eye is encumbered by that blinker cup, they won't see the break, and they'll tend to take just one step to really react to it. And it's something that as a rider you have to be on top of and make sure, especially with a blinker cup like that. And the fact that it's something that Linda doesn't go to on a regular kind of basis, I do think those are red flags.
And back to the 2 for a moment, who Maggie brought up, said she looks completely different. She caught all of her eye up here. Wow, really making a nice appearance.
She's also gone from 7-1 to 4-1 when Maggie brought that up. And, you know, it's, listen, I've had a lot of love for her. I picked her in her last 2 starts. She's lost by 40 lengths combined, but she is dropping down to a much lower level today. And Maggie says she looks good, and I'm not an expert of physicality, so I will rely on Maggie. And I know you thought she looked good as well, but I don't know if I want her at 4-1, but I have had a lot of love for her. I thought her maiden win was a lot better than it looks. I think better than that 56 buyer suggests.
And we talk about the big drop the 6 is taking. Well, I mean, this one's the 2 taking a similar drop.
The 2, yes. Yeah, I agree. The difference is at least the 6's form isn't terrible. You know what I mean? At least she's been running. And it's not like the price differential is that big. She's 4-1 today. And the 6 does have back races consistently that make her the horse to beat. Doesn't mean she's going to run it today, though.
Oh, one of the ponies acting up, rearing up in front of the camera. 8-5 favorite, Shaman Princess from that outside post. Ruben Silvera, never one to shy away. And there's that pony settling down from being forward when he has a mount who can be, and the 8th Shaman Princess certainly can be forward.
Well, this horse with a clean break is supposed to be in front here. Now, if somebody really sends, as you were saying, Richie, he has the option of just sort of relaxing outside of them. But I think if you're Rodriguez and you're Ruben Silvera, you're hoping to be in front by yourself.
Well, come out like you want it and make everybody else kind of think about it first. And then if somebody is just intent, again, that's the luxury of the outside post.
And Ruben is a rider that generally rides like that. It's not
aggressive.
like he's a guy that looks to take back speed horses. It's never been his M.O.
There is Shaman Princess for Rudy Rodriguez, beat by Short Shift last start, who finally became a horse who just recently could finish her races. Was one who gave up big early leads in several of her starts, but now I believe back-to-back wins for her.
Santa got it down to 3-1 now, taking a lot of late money.
Wow.
Looks the part. We'll see if she can wake up with a drop in class, the blinkers on as well, and how forward she wants to be also with Kendrick Carmouche, who could take advantage of a quick one also, and how much she wants to press Shaman Princess.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. You know, but I'm not. Shaman Princess is the horse to beat in here. I am not a big fan. I don't like horses that are 0 for 11 on the dirt, but I will say for her, this is the best form recently she's ever been in the dirt. It's just she's not that good, but maybe she's got the right field, and at least she has the recency, whereas the 6, there are some question marks in the drop down, but I still would prefer the 6, especially at a better price, to be honest.
So having some issues, I believe, is it with Big Hazel maybe? No, I think it might be, a couple doors down. And now the favorite moves in. Nightcap, Aqueduct. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Maybe squeezed at the start there was Eastern Star. It's at the back end of the field early. Shaman Princess broke sharply from the outside, and joining her, here's Ali Song at the rail, and these two hook up early. Daniil is going to tuck right in behind them. It's going to take back to third. It's now a challenging third. Is moving forward is Despo's Dream. At the rail is Santa Gata. Starts to move on through. Is going to be in 5th, and Big Hazel's in 6th out in the center of the racetrack. Then comes Eastern Star. Starts to make up some ground with the trailer. My Cara Mia Mine. 23.37 for that opening quarter mile. The leader. On the inside, it's Ali Song. To the outside, pressured by Shaman Princess. Here comes Despo's Dream. Is now ready to challenge Santa Gata. Drop back quickly. Is towards the back end of the field now. Is 3 wide. Here's Despo's Dream trying to rally. At the rail is Daniil. All in there is Big Hazel. Santa Gata trying to keep up. Then comes Eastern Star, My Cara Mia Mine. They're still chasing Ali Song at the top of the stretch, who looks very strong. Full momentum down the center of the racetrack, though, for Despo's Dream, and Shaman Princess is trying to hang in there, but Despo's Dream is ready to roll right on by. Despo's Dream has taken the lead, is trying to pull away late. It's Despo's Dream who's up by a full length. Shaman Princess is coming back towards the outside of Ali Song. Late run here, Daniil, but no doubt Despo's Dream wins the finale. Shaman Princess second, then came Ali Song and Daniil in 1 minute 11.60 seconds.
Drop in class, Despo's Dream, Linda Rice. Jose Lezcano with the victory here in the nightcap.
She was perched. You could see she looked good. It felt like the 3 was kind of drawn off Richie a little in the stretch, but she was just best today.
She was always poised in the perfect spot. Jose Lezcano has been putting horses in the game, in position to win.
Wins at 5-2, second choice on the board to close out this Friday action here from New York. More to come from Oaklan, and we're going to switch over to FS1. We'll see you over there in just a few seconds. Good to have you with us on our Friday coverage here on America's Day at the races here on FS1. Card has just concluded here at Aqueduct. We'll show you what happened in the finale here in just a moment. We got more to come, including a feature on this Friday afternoon from Hot Springs, Arkansas, and Oaklan, and of course, plenty to look ahead to with a huge Saturday on top for the Wood Memorial, the final stop on the road to the Kentucky Derby here in New York. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Richie Miglori, the winningest rider in the history of this racetrack here at Aqueduct, as we get set for an Oaks and Derby prep coming up, and a tremendous undercard as well.
Yeah, I'm excited, and I'm excited to have the MIG back.
Yeah, it's great to be here. I'll only be here for a couple of days, and I'll be heading back to finish out a great meet at Oaklan Park. But it's good to get to come home, be with you guys, visit, oh, by the way, and see my family.
On loan from Hot Springs. We had to pay an exorbitant sum to get you here for a few days, so we appreciate it.
We did. I don't know
what you paid for.
They're not paying anything to get them back, I'll tell you that. And Oakland just announced apparently they have canceled tomorrow's card. They're expecting over 4 inches of rain, and they're going to bring that Saturday card back on Sunday, plus the Rainbow Stakes, which is the stake that was already scheduled for Monday, apparently.
Yeah, tough weather throughout the country. Keeneland having to move some of their cards as well, with them hoping to get underway very, very soon. They have a big prep coming up at the Bluegrass. Let's show you what happened here in the nightcap at Aqueduct. Despo's Dream, Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano team up to take this nightcap.
She showed up. I mean, listen, you only have to be as good, Richie, as the field you're running against, and she ran a competitive race today. The 8 was not able to get the lead when the 3 got that clear lead, and I just think that took the starch out of her a little bit, Rich.
Yeah, I think she wants to have things her way, lead. She don't want to pass. And it was funny, I don't think she was ever getting by the 3 horse until the winner went by, and then he kind of carried her past.
$7 for the win. Big drop in class for Despo's Dream. Gets just the second win in 13 starts in her career. Pick 6, there was a carryover coming into today. Very formful afternoon, and returns just over $1,400. Big one coming up tomorrow. Wood Memorial, final stop here in New York on the road to that first Saturday in May. And 12, well, we have a Scratch Hill Road. It's not going to run in this race, unfortunately, for Chad Brown tomorrow. So down to a field of 11. Bob Baffert is showing up with Rodriguez, who has shown talent, but is yet to break through in a graded stakes race.
Yeah, but I really believe that he's been compromised by the fact that he was facing other good Baffert horses that Bob felt needed the lead in both Citizen Bull as well as Barnes. So they rate him in those races. The best race by far he's ever run was his maiden when he was allowed to run on the front end. And I just think back to Madacat Road and how fast he ran the Rebel when he finished second. I think Bob is more interested in getting horse to the front and worrying about the paces later, and I think he's going.
I agree with you. With the inside post, Mike Smith, and look at the fractions he set when he broke his maiden. I mean, he was sub-23 first quarter, and in his subsequent starts, they went above 23 the first quarter, and you make a great point. There were other Baffert runners in there that he rated off of. Don't take his weapon away, speed.
Last time Bob Baffert won this race, got to go back to Bob and John.
Thank God Jazzle got second that day.
2006.
Ran down. The favorite. Jazzle. A horse who wanted to go 6 furlongs. Key event. Key horse.
Keeping it with Bob Baffert, though. Congaree, and I know you're a huge fan.
I got my useless information partner next to me.
I know these two could get off on a tangent. I know you're extremely, so many people, if you watched that Kentucky Derby Congaree was in, and that early pace that he was part of, one of the great probably defeats in Derby history.
I feel like Congaree is a forgotten horse, or a horse that just doesn't get the credit he deserves. He was such a tremendous racehorse. He was basically a miler. He didn't get it done in the Met Mile, but I believe he won 2 cigar miles. He almost won a mile and a quarter against Milwaukee Brew, who's a very, very good horse in the Derby. He was involved in that just monster pace that completely cooked everybody, but he just got nipped to the wire for second by Invisible Ink, and that was when Monarcos took advantage of the fast pace, but he ran absolutely huge there, and he's the one that created that fast pace when Medaglia d'Oro lost the Breeders' Cup Classic to Pleasantly Perfect, and I think he just got nipped for third by Dynaver that day.
Yeah.
But he was a really, really good horse that I just think because he had some distance limitations and was in tough pace situations, people don't remember him the way they should. I loved Congaree.
He was a fun horse. Oh, by the way, yeah, Bob Baffert, 6-time Derby winning trainer. We'll see if Rodriguez, he needs to step up. We'll see if he can. And the big sort of question with him in this race, is he going to be the horse on the lead with where he's drawn? Seems like he will be.
I think so.
Withers winner, meanwhile, will be next door to Rodriguez in the starting gate, and he's coming off maybe the best effort of anyone last time out and was at this distance at 1 1/8. We'll talk his Wood chances next.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races, set for the 7th here from Oaklan. Sorry, excuse me, the 8th. Thank you. Mile on the 16th. Now winners at 3 life in this $25,000 claiming group. Last in line here on the outside. Here's the 12, our dream ride. Matt Dinnerman, the call.
And they're off. Aaron was off slowly. Hollywood Ending prominent from the inside. He's got swagger quick as well. Fear of Union might be quickest of all he is. And into the turn, he's a neck in front of Charleston. Hollywood Ending and a deep skip the line as they charge into the first turn run. There's a gap of 2 back to He's Got Swagger off the speed in 5th with Rebellious. Another length and a half to Aaron. He's kept on the outside while Keen joining Big Drinker, and that leaves Our Dream Ride to trail the field. A compact group separated by 6 lengths approaching the backstretch run. They've sorted themselves out on the lead. Fear of Union happy to take back here and skip the line. On the outside, striding forward, clears off down the backside, leads a length and a half from Fear of Union. Then there's a line of runners. Hollywood Ending. Rebellious is there down on the inside, and Charleston, who's sent along while backpedaling. He's Got Swagger joins that party. A length back to Aaron, then Our Dream Ride out of the last position, passing Big Drinker as they approach the far turn run. No turning back for Skip the Line, who hits the turn, increases the leading margin. It's 3 lengths with 3 furlongs to go. Says, come and catch me if you can. Fear of Union in the second position. Rebellious in third, saving ground, getting closer, goes pretty well. Then Aaron fourth in an all-out drive. The others need to turn it around. He's Got Swagger trying to run on here as they come to the top of the lane. Skip the Line has come back to the group. Fear of Union making a bold move towards the lead. On the inside, Rebellious trying to get there too. Skip the Line down the stretch, narrowly ahead. Fear of Union on the outside, making it a good battle here, and Fear of Union on the outside now sticks ahead in front. Skip the Line to the inside trying. Fear of Union 100 yards from home, neck in front, a half length, and he's your winner, Fear of Union. Skip the Line was second. Photo for the Shodo. He's Got Swagger and Rebellious.
Skip the Line was a stubborn customer, but eventually Fear of Union rolls by. Greg Compton barn. Ramon Vasquez, back-to-back wins now.
Gutsy Orange by the 11. It looked like he was kind of getting ready to get swallowed up, Richie, top of the stretch, but he hung in for second. Nice runs by him. Fear of Union is a little too good at the end.
Yeah, Skip the Line really battled gamely, but Fear of Union backed up that nice effort last time when he dropped in class and gets it done. And Greg Compton's one of those trainers that I knew by name, you know, from a distance, that I've gotten friendly with while I'm there at Oaklan. Really good horseman. Enjoy talking horses with him.
5-2, your favorite, Fear of Union, with that victory in the 8th. Back to the Wood Memorial. Hope you join us for our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2 this weekend for this final stop on the road to the Derby here in New York. Captain Cook, what a story this horse has been for Rick Dutrow Jr., one of the last Mary Lou Whitney stable horses. Sold in that dispersal with that unfortunate untimely death of John Hendrickson, now a St. Elias stable. And every single start, he's only raced 3 times, he has made big improvements, none more so than that win in the Withers.
Richie, I don't know what there is to not like about this horse. Whether he wins or loses, he's just run well in his starts, and as Greg said, he just keeps getting better. The only thing I feel bad for is I feel bad for my friend Norm Cassie, who originally had this horse, and he's got to watch him do so well, and Norm is the one who brought him along.
Yeah, but listen, this horse really, you know, his Withers was good. He's already won it to 9 furlongs. He's got a good style, right? He should put himself in a good position. And I just love seeing that Mary Lou Whitney pedigree still. You know, the history of the Whitney family. Harry Payne Whitney, with regret in 1915, won the Kentucky Derby first filly in the same colors that Mary Lou Whitney campaigned in.
You know, you think about the stretch of the Mary Lou Whitney stable. There just aren't that many of those stables left. I mean, the Phipps are still around. They have some horses, but it's not like it was when you and I were growing up in the game. And I'd like to see Vinny Viola doing well with this horse as well.
And, you know, depending on what figures you look at, there's some variety of who's run the fastest race, but some have Captain Cook doing that. And regardless of where you look at, it's one of the fastest, that Withers win, and it was at 1 mile and an 1/8. Some horses are fast, but when you stretch them out a little bit longer, they're not quite as fast.
And Rick Dutrow has not been shy about saying how well this horse is training. And, of course, Rick won the Derby with Big Brown, so he understands what it takes to get there. I think this horse is a real Derby contender. We'll see what he does in tomorrow's race.
Well, I think it's legit. I mean, 2 horses have won at the 1 1/8 distance going into the race, and that's Captain Cook and Grande. And I think that's just important. There's a dividing line. I mean, we know that they can get 9. Obviously, then there's another dividing line up to the 10 furlongs of the Kentucky Derby.
But I know there are always these questions with horses stretching out, and I found out what he's named for. He's the first person to map the coastline, Captain Cook, in the 18th century of Alaska.
And
I'm shocked right now that Andy Serling has put in this type of research.
Well, I texted Norm Cassie, who I think was annoyed already to hear from me to bring up a horse he's a little heartbroken he doesn't still have. And Norm gave an Andy answer to me. You could probably Google it. He said, what, are you playing me now?
I actually knew that, and I didn't want to chime in on the
Give me your
conference
days
call
from
this
the
morning.
Iditarod.
No, and I'm going to tell you why. Because Barry Schwartz named the horse Admonson, and it got me researching that, and he was an explorer as well. And then it led me to Captain Cook. So I actually did know that. But
I think he's lying. He could have spoken up in the call, but he didn't.
I hate to interrupt the calls because I want them to get over fast.
Back to this race.
He's lying. I can feel it.
These two history buffs right here. Statesman for Shug McGahee. He comes in on back-to-back wins at Tampa. Seemingly will need to take a big step forward, but at least he's moving in the right direction, undefeated as a 3-year-old.
I'm never going to sit up here and knock horses that are big prices. I just feel like he has to get better. And the reality with Sammy Marin is he's ridden well down at Tampa. He's got a tough post. Now, he's going to be in post 9 with a couple of scratches, but still, he's got to negotiate the right trip and get faster. And the thing about this race is 2 of the major contenders are very well posted, which also makes it harder for outside horses that need to get better. But got a good trainer.
That first turn, Mig, comes up almost immediately here, which makes it tough for anyone drawn outside.
It's a very quick run of the first turn in mile and 1/8 races here at Aqueduct. I do appreciate that Shug McGahe's given Samuel Marin this opportunity, right? Because, it could be very easily could have changed. And I've been impressed with Samuel Marin, particularly riding the turf. Very disciplined, saves ground. I know, listen, this is tough, and it's horse racing, and this horse has to step forward, but at least he's going in the right direction.
And his Damn Icon project, who you probably remember, Bobby Frankel trained this horse for owner Andrew Rosen, and she ran, I think, a 116 buyer when she won the personal ensign, and looked like she might be the horse to be for the Breeders' Cup. Unfortunately, I think she had a suspensory issue. They're going to run her the Beldame. They didn't run there, and then she came up the issue and was scratched from the Spinster and didn't run again. But she was a horse that could run all day long. This horse has a pedigree, Constitution Icon project, that distance should not be a problem whatsoever.
When she won the personal ensign, she was coming off a real good second in the Delaware Park Handicap, going 1.25 miles as well. So you're saying the stamina is there.
This horse has a great pedigree
Strong
for
theory.
going long, an empire maker, strong theory.
Well, you mentioned Andrew Rosen.
Oh, right, who of course owned Theory, his father, Carl Rosen, who owned the great Chris Everett, among other horses, and Chief's Crown as
and
well.
And the clothing line Theory.
Yes, well, Andrew owned Theory, yeah. And he had the horse Thasken's Theory, who was named, I think he's the, he was his designer, I believe. And that was a pretty good horse. Ran in Europe and also may have run here.
We got to get these two to just teach a history class together.
Yes, our students would not learn a thing unless
at least I didn't have to Google Captain Cook.
100th running of the
$750,000 Captain Cook. It's one of the most embarrassing things I've ever
Memorial.
seen.
Happens tomorrow. FS2, you do not want to miss it. That's a look at the wall of all the winners whose name will be added to that list. Bob Baffert, Rodriguez, Rick Dutrow Jr., Captain Cook, Linda Rice trying to get there for the first time to the Derby with Sand Devil, the New York bred. So many good storylines as we get back to Oakhlan. Fear of Union has won back-to-back starts now. In fact, 3 of the last 4 after starting out, 0 for 10 in their career.
Yeah, he's in good form. Sometimes horses need to just find an appropriate level, and I think Craig Cobden found just that, dropping him to the $25,000 level.
Race 9, we move along 6 furlong sprint. Arkansas bred first level allowance race coming up. Purse of $130,000. These Arkansas breds, they run for a lot of money in Hot Springs. Fillies and mares 4 and up. And it is Queen Mallard, Ron Moquette. Quick, early, second off a short layoff today is the favorite.
I thought the 7 and 8 were the 2 horses to beat in this race, Richie. Maybe I'd rather take a little 3-1 than 2-1 on the 7, but to me they look like the right 2.
Yeah, Queen Mallard coming off the layoff was very aggressive. She wasn't sent last time. She basically locked on the bit and ran off, so I do think she'll be a little bit more settled today.
Todd Pletcher going to try and win an 8th Wood Memorial and equal the all-time record. He will send out the undefeated and lightly raced Grande on Saturday.
over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The Big Cat, as it has come to be known, is the jewel in the crown of California racing, as some of the all-time greats have showcased their brilliance in the shadow of the San Gabriel Mountains.
Locked is let loose, and he moves to the front with a furlong left to go, and it's lights out. He's pouring it on, but it's all about Locked, and Jose Ortiz dominating the Big Cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
We was at La Mesa Park in New Mexico, and he was 8 years old, and they had a horse sale there, yearling sale. Todd said, "Dad, this lady wants to give me a horse. Her husband bought this horse out of the sale for $800, and she's going to give it away." He said, "Dad, this is a nice little horse. He's correct. Can I have him?" We took him and we broke him, and the first time we ran him for $25,000 claiming. They claimed the horse. He won, and he had $36,000 in the bank. And I said, "That's a good start on your college education right there."
I have never in my life been known except, "Oh, that's Todd Pletcher's mother." I have no identity. I'm just Todd Pletcher's mother.
Todd Pletcher had the work ethic, he had the energy, he was articulate, and I guess I could say he's pretty handsome too. But the big thing was he was a damn good horseman.
And Lucas must be proud of you people. I don't care how the
relationship. He is. We all saw him here at Belmont, and you can see that he's sort of taking pride in the fact that most of the guys that have worked for him are doing pretty well.
I used to say, "I'm going to have a name for you." You know, like all these big people have names, and, you know, Marvelous this, and this, Assessing, and this. I said, "You're El Duro." He said, "What does that mean?" I said, "El Duro is the person that is the tough one, the hardest one. The one that, like, if it's a group of people there and you point to them and say, that guy, he's El Duro."
Obviously, he's a very unique guy. He's hands-on on everything. You try to go into the computer, believe me, it's not going to work.
You know, Johnny and I were sort of coming along at the same time, so it just sort of evolved where Johnny was on the rise and our stable was growing.
The Shadow, Lightstown, Uncle Mo, English Channel, forward, Alice. Stay thirsty. Alice Mallet. Quality Road. Left bank, cross traffic. Lawyer, Ron, wait a while. And it's going to be a filly in the Belmont. To me, Rags to Riches was always the most exciting and funnest win that we've had. The Derby with Super Saver was almost like a relief. With Always Dreaming, we really felt like we had a huge chance, and it was extra special to win it with Johnny.
After all these races that we had won together, he had won the Derby with somebody else, I had won the Derby with somebody else. It felt right. It felt really, really right.
We've had a lot of starters in the Derby. I think we've had 59. But one thing I'm proud of is I think 29 of those have gone on to win stake races after the Kentucky Derbies.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso.
All the grade ones, the champion horses, the number of wins, the money earned,
14 training titles at Saratoga. He's won 14 in 25 years.
The Lucas organization instilled early on is it's a team effort. I've been fortunate to have staff that has been with me for a long time and a good portion of the 25 years that it's taken to get to this point. Without them, you can't make it work, and I also appreciate that some of them who have worked for me have gone on to do very well on their own. So Wayne Lucas has a pretty impressive family tree. Our branch has done pretty well on its own also.
The one thing I contribute to Todd's success is he's always known what he wanted to be, and Todd was a type that anything he set his mind to, he could do.
The first text I sent to him was to Todd and Tracy, congratulating both of them, because it's an amazing team effort. Tracy's involved in the business. If Todd works 20 hours a day, she probably works 21 hours a day. She deserves as much credit as he does.
It's hard because it's a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of sacrifices. He always separates one with the other one. You know, his family's family and this is business.
There's some games that I missed, and there's some parties that I missed, and there's some school events that I missed that, you know, I wish I could have back. But on the flip side of that, I think the one thing that we get in this industry is the family can also share in a lot of the stuff that's going on. So, you know, the kids were able to spend summers working at the barn, and they were able to come in for the Derby and go to the big races. You know, it's not too often that your kids can come to your job, come to your office, and then share some of the big moments as well.
Obviously, one of the greats of all time, a Hall of Famer. There's all those victories, 7 of them in the wood. But even more important than all that, the impact he will have left on this game. He's got a long way to go, obviously, but
well, also from
incredible.
A stallion standpoint, you know, you can say he gets a lot of well-bred horses, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think there's been a trainer in history that's had the effect on the breeding part of the game that Todd Pletcher has. You just look through 2-year-old races, and half the horses are sired by Todd horses.
Yeah, at one time I was talking with Todd about that, and it was something like 76 horses.
It's over 100 at one point. He said to me, some of them may not be standing for much, but it's crazy.
Yeah, it's really a crazy amount. And, you know, listen, what he's done, and Greg said it. I mean, for trainers, he's still relatively young. I mean, he could train for considerably more time.
Well, he's got Grande coming into the wood on Saturday, who's very lightly raced, only 2 starts, comes in undefeated. Not easy to win at a mile. First time out, he was able to do that. Stretched out, won at a mile and an 1/8, but now comes a true test.
What worries me a little with him is, A, the pace scenario is not going to be in his favor, but also he beat a horse, Jimmy's Dailies, that did not run particularly competitively in a subsequent start in the Florida Derby. That bothers me a little bit. But for him, he's posted well. He's outside of the other speeds. Potentially the horse on the rail, Rodriguez, as well as Linda's horse in here, Sand Devil. So at least in that situation, he can sort of dictate his trip.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, having the luxury of being the outside speed. The other thing that I consider, he's never competed outside of South Florida. Obviously, he has an affinity for Gulfstream. That has to translate.
Yep.
He probably, I mean, there's question marks obviously with everyone here. You might have more question marks than most.
Yeah, he does, but he's run well in both his starts, and as you say, he's running long in both of them, and he's running well from the get-go. You say you got to come from Gulfstream and do it. This is the logical step for him. You find out in these races whether or not they should be ready to move up forward. He's obviously a very good horse.
Absolutely. He's 2 for 2, and he's won at 9 furlongs. You can't discount that.
And reasonable pace races, too. He's getting decent figures. He's just got to improve a little bit.
Dylan Davis will be aboard for Todd's main man, Mike Rapoli, Rapoli Stable with Grande. Time to play Name That Derby prep winner. I'll just warn you, Mig, Andy's been sensational
until yesterday.
Yeah, he did
I
have
actually
a flop.
got yesterday's, but off camera, just like Captain Cook.
Just like you knew about the, what was the fact we just talked about? 12-time winner, 3.5 mil career earnings. Did win the Wood before a 4th on Derby Day. Scored the Peter Pan before a runner-up finish in the Belmont Stakes. Nothing yet from either of these two. We're playing Stump the Analyst.
I know.
Andy
No.
has it?
No. I was
Whitney Woodward Jockey Club Gold
I
Cup
was
winner?
thinking it was the Scotty Schulhofer horse that ran with Vision in Verse. Lemon Drop Kid.
No.
Wasn't Lemon Drop Kid.
Not Lemon
He
Drop
won the
Kid.
Belmont.
Final guess,
right.
Mig, you have anything?
I am drawing a blank at the moment.
Won the Whitney, Woodward, and Jockey Club. Oh my God!
We should have.
I should have gotten that
Blue
because
gold.
he was, he was second in the Travers, and he was a horse that kept getting unlucky. Well, by the way, he won the Woodward. He won at least the Woodward Jockey Club, one of those races 2 years in a row, I think. One of those two. Yeah, the Jockey Club 2 years in a row.
Here's his 1983 Wood victory.
It was a very, very good horse. And he was second to Caveat in the Belmont Stakes. And Caveat, when Lafitte Binkai almost ate the rail coming through on the inside with him. This was a very, very good horse. John Hurtler trained him. A great man, John Hurtler, and a really good horse.
Is that the testimony running second? One of Bill Boniface first came back and won the
Bounding Basque making the big run for third there, and looks like those Woody Sedlicheks.
Slew of gold.
He was a tremendous horse. Stood at Three Chimneys. I saw him there actually in '94 when Seattle Slew and he were both there actually.
Yeah. Eddie Maple aboard this day.
I am embarrassed I didn't get that. I love this horse. I didn't love him when he beat Bates Motel by a nose in the Marlboro, or I think it was the Marlboro back then. I'm sold. I remember they used to give away cigarettes.
Didn't Highland Blade come and pick off
he and Bates Motel in the
Woodward.
In the Woodward.
Yes, in the Woodward. Yeah.
I love these moments. I really do.
Yeah, but we didn't get Slew gold.
I'm embarrassed I didn't get him. He was such a good horse, but he didn't. He was he's a very good example of a very good horse that just kind of got a little unlucky trips. He wasn't that lucky in the Travers. He was a little unlucky in the Belmont, and suddenly he didn't get unlucky, and he was virtually unbeatable at that point until the Breeders' Cup as a 4-year-old.
And then he had hoof problems going into that Breeders' Cup, so he didn't get to train properly. A little bit of a bigger, heavier horse, so those horses lend themselves to getting less than stellar trips because they can't make multiple moves. They're not as handy.
But he had a pretty good rider in Angel Cordero. Yeah. And I also like seeing these horses that remind us of trainers that aren't training anymore. And John Hurtler, I mean, to know John Hurtler was to love John Hurtler, a terrific man. And seeing that horse, and John's still with us, but he's not training anymore.
Back to Oaklan. Back-to-back days we have stumped Andy Serling.
I'm embarrassed. I'm quitting.
I think I distracted him.
6 furlongs in this Arkansas bred first level allowance race. It's still the 8. Ron Moquette's Queen Mallard as the favorite at 9-5.
Yeah.
We'll have Keith Asmussen aboard.
I prefer the 7 Appealing Addy, Richie. How about you? Gets Lasix for the first time.
Well, yeah. I mean, listen, Queen Mallard is maybe a shorter price than she should be, but she really last time ran too fresh, and with that race under her belt, she should be more tractable. And
the scratch the 11 helps her because the 11 could have put pressure on her from the outside, and without her in here, it does mean that the pace might be a little bit easier for her. But it's not as though the 7 is slow. I prefer Appealing Addy, but they to me look like the 2 horses, and they're the favorites.
I agree. They are the 2 horses.
Yeah. Let's show you Queen Mallard. Last time out, this was the 4-year-old return. Hadn't raced since late December. Comes back mid-March. Has a 3-length lead in the stretch and gets caught.
Yeah, but she was keen. Like, she kind of ran through the bridle early in that race. And when horses run like that, they don't give themselves a chance to save anything. I do think that with the race under her belt, from a fitness standpoint, she'll be a little fitter, but more so she won't be quite as fresh and be too keen.
And she has a win in a muddy sealed track 2 starts ago. So we know at Oaklan Park she has handled a surface like today's. Do you think, Richie, that there's a real difference between a muddy sealed track and a sloppy sealed track? I realize the sloppy track is more about having more water on top of the track, but do you really think there's that much of a difference between one or the other?
I don't think it's a tremendous amount of difference. The only thing is sometimes when you have enough standing water, they won't run over the top of the ground as much. They'll go down to the base. They're still going to run over very firm ground. It just depends if it's over the top of the ground or to the base of the ground.
And I feel like a track that has a lot of water on top of it, those are the tracks that often are more conducive to speed. And I wonder if one of the reasons is if you have a lot of water on top of it, it's going to really increase the kickback.
Oh, absolutely. As a jockey, you lose your goggles in one jump. First goggle gets covered because it splats up. So absolutely, horses have to deal with more kickback then.
Well, we'll see the game plan here and how keen early Queen Mallard is, the 8. Who is your favorite? With Keith Asmussen, Matt Dinnerman the call. Here's the 9th from Oaklan.
To the outside post. We're ready to go. And we're off. An eventful beginning. Then after the start, Appealing Addie was a little bit slow, going with the rest of the group and drops to the back of the pack. Queen Mallard has speed with Q's Your Mama, one way or another on the inside, easing off the top pair who get acquainted on the front end here. Wildwood Queen settling off the pace in fourth with the Texas Shipper, Millie G, another 2 lengths to Appealing Addie. Aloha Baby and a strung out group there together, and that leaves our Pirate Treasure to trail the field. A fast tempo on the lead here. Q's Your Mama, Queen Mallard, they're going at it, locking horns with 5/16 to go. One way or another has gotten the good setup here right behind the speedsters. Coming to the top of the lane is getting outside. There's a gap of 7 to Appealing Addie. Wildwood Queen is backing out of it. The others well behind as they come off the corner. One way or another, Queen Mallard are going to go on and decide it here. Far outside, our Pirate Treasure is coming fast down the center of the track. Queen Mallard, one way or another, need to deal with our Pirate Treasure and Appealing Addie. It's one way or another. Our Pirate Treasure, our Pirate Treasure finds the gold today.
Does Tom Durkin get a
should get royalties for that?
Royalties, yeah. Matt, for that call?
Our Pirate Treasure with the victory here. Francisco Arrieta, who, Mig, I know you've been very impressed with down in Hot Springs, gets the victory.
He's a very complete rider. He's just as adept at coming from well off the pace as he is putting a horse on the lead. I've actually been taken with his riding, and he came with the last run, and there was more pace on for Queen Mallard than I anticipated. She really took a lot of heat, didn't she, Andy?
Yeah, I agree. I'm surprised to see the number. I believe the number 10, Q's Your Mama, came. I didn't see that coming at all from her, and that really softened her up. And she just didn't really have any answer when he came down the stretch. The 7 didn't get off very well. Probably cost her the race.
It's our Pirate Treasure, the win. 9th from Oakland. Prices when we come back. We will talk Oaks Prep Grade 3 Gazelle. Ballerina Doro, even money favorite. Morning line for trainer Chad Brown on the road to the Oaks. We'll talk her chances next. Back on our Friday coverage here on Fox Sports 1. And the 9th at Oaklan. Picture time for our Pirate Treasure. Wins for just the second time, 12 career starts.
And for the 7 people at home that don't know this, there was a horse named R. And when he ran, Tom Durkin, especially in Saratoga, Tom gave these sort of legendary calls. R. I don't want to imitate Tom. He's a lot better than I'll ever be. It's something like that. It's not even. But clearly, this was one that Matt thought, if this horse makes a run, I'm going to do the R.
Well, he pulled it off, and this horse came with his big late run, ran down the middle of the track and got it done. And again, I've been taken with Francisco Arrieta. I like his riding.
I agree with you. You know, nothing against Christian Torres, who rides very well, but I think Arrieta is a sensational rider.
17-20 for the win. 9-5-7 in that 9th as we move on to the finale. 6 furlongs. I was talking about Mig and Arrieta.
Okay.
30 maiden claiming. State bred race coming up. And a look at the current odds. Battle of the Ravine on the rail. Taking support.
What I would say here is, if you like somebody at a big price in this race, don't be afraid to bet. It's not going to take a Herculean effort to get it done.
These are the kind of races we can get chaos.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, Viney's got to be the favorite by post time, right? I know she opened at 8-1.
Doesn't it feel like that?
Yeah, I mean, he runs back to his 53 buyer last time. The field's in trouble.
Which is not a huge effort, but against this field.
In here,
it seems
far and
to
away the
stand
best
out.
number anybody's ever run. There's another 53 going back on Bradford.
You ready to sing happy birthday? The great Serena song, 33 today. We're going to take a look back to the 1995 Mother Goose, Gary Stevens aboard. She was 1-9 and ran like it.
She was a tremendous racehorse. And one thing, Richie, she danced every dance. I believe she won the Haskell against the boys. She took a brutal beat to Mahogany Hall in the Whitney as a 4-year-old. I mean, she was
put her
the
head
goods.
out and down and reach for ground. And for people that don't know, 33 is extremely old for a horse. It's rare that horses live past 30, and here she is 33. It still looks like she's bright and has a good quality life.
18-time winner for the coach, D. Wayne Lucas.
So what, she run about 40 times or something?
38 times.
She was. There are some good horses, very good horses, that get a little overrated at times. I feel like she's a good horse that's probably a little underappreciated.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The way she would fight for it, too. A horse would get to her, and she would really stick it out.
And you know, she lost the Breeders' Cup juvenile fillies to her stablemate Flanders in that tremendous stretch duel, and Flanders ended up getting injured, never running again. And I don't think people can appreciate what kind of effort it took to hit the wire with Flanders, because she's one of the best 2-year-olds I've ever seen.
Am I
fillies.
remembering properly? It was like 19 lengths back to the third-place finisher that day?
I can probably look. He's got the lifetime PPs in the Breeders' Cup juvenile. No, it was actually only 4. But Stormy Blues, who was third, I believe, was Scotty Schulhofer, and she was a very, very good horse.
The coach decided to put her in against the boys in the Kentucky Derby. Of course, we have a Kentucky Oaks prep coming up tomorrow in the Gazelle, along with that Wood Memorial. And in the Grade 3 Gazelle, we have an even money morning line favorite, Ballerina Doro. It's a short price to make anyone in this field who has not yet won on dirt. And do you feel like seems to be that big of a standout?
I think if she runs her good race, she's a cinch. The 8, Liam in the Dust, is scratching out, so there isn't a lot of pace. So Dylan's going to have to find a way to get engaged, but this was her first dirt race. It was a 1 1/8 here when she lost to the then highly regarded and seemingly extremely talented Molomina, but she didn't. I know it looks like she's getting a very good trip because Dylan saved ground and did that, but she got caught wide in the first turn from her outside post.
Yep.
I thought this was a sensational effort by her. Liam the Dust was left in their dust. She's way, way back here, finishing third. And Chad Brown loved the way she was training. He's been raving to me since early this winter. She was supposed to run the Silver Bullet Day down at I think out of the Rachel Alexander, one of those at Fairgrounds, got sick. So he had to reroute to the Devona Dale. Well, a mile with no pace at Gulfstream doesn't really suit her, but she does lack some speed. She's going to have to get the right trip here.
Came back at a mile at Gulfstream Devona Dale.
Would you agree if she runs as well as she ran in the Demoiselle, she's probably going to win here?
She's going to be very tough to beat, yes. Right. But that's a big if.
Early on scares me in here. I think early on, of course, for Sappy Joseph is coming out of a better effort than it looks last time.
Now, it's the Virginia Oaks.
Extremely well in the Virginia Oaks.
Just missed against Fawnley at Colonial.
Yeah, and I wonder if this fig could have been a little bit higher. Maybe it's a little bit better. I think she got a figure in the low 70s, a 69 actually. I thought this race a little better. The winner finally is a Grand Motion horse who's 2 for 2, 72 by her debut, 70 year. I thought it was a solid effort, and I think she's the main danger here. A horse who can be at least a little more forward than her, but she doesn't have much speed. I know Vanilla, people are talking about Vanilla Sunday or that 79 buyer and 1 by 15 lengths. I believe that she's completely dressed up by riding a very strong bias in her last start. But she is the speed again in here, Richie.
Yeah, and early on is going to have to come from off the pace. It looked to me like she was running with the emergency brake on in that Virginia Oaks. And finally, when she got all the way to the clear, she found her best stride. She made up a lot of ground in the last 8th of a mile.
And she's improving a lot in her starts. If Valerie Duro runs what I think what she's capable of, she may just be too good for these, but she's got to show up and do it.
Well, we've lost some big names along the way. Immersive, who was the 2-year-old filly champion on the sidelines. Muhima, we thought was going to be the big star, and that's, who would beat Ballerina Duro a couple of starts back. She didn't look near as good.
She's running in the Ashland, which has been rescheduled for Monday, but I thought she did not look good at all in that race and showed no ability to rate.
Quiet Side, Good Cheer have stepped to the forefront.
5G's no slouch either. I thought she ran very well down in the
I would think Simply Joking, too, is right behind Quiet Side, off a layoff and just her 3rd career start.
That was a terrific race.
Maybe just as good, if not better, than Quiet Side.
Terrific race.
Less foundation, right, to run that big. And, it's interesting. I do believe that this division has gotten considerably deeper over the last few weeks.
It has. Brad Cox looked like he had a hammerlock last year's champion. Muhima. This horse, Good Cheer. Good Cheer is the only one that sort of kept it going. Obviously, Immersive, unfortunately, injured and not running till later in the year. She's been good. She's gotten very good trips. I don't know how strong the field she's beating are, but she's running consistent figures. The only thing that bothers me a little bit about her, Richie, and it's not a crit, she's very talented. I don't think she's got any better. I think she feels like she's sort of the same horse. She's running the same figure every time.
She really hasn't, yeah.
And you worry when a horse dies. It reminds me a little bit of Mohamed. Okay. One of the reasons I was against Mohamed when everybody loved him as a 3-year-old was he's running the same figures. And Kieran McLaughlin, who trained him, agreed with me. He's running the same big numbers he ran as a 2-year-old.
5 for 5 in his career?
Yeah, but you got to start improving somewhere because other horses are going to improve.
The only thing I question about that, and I agree with you, you want to see it. I mean, it's factual, but some horses just do what they need to do. And if something kind of presses her, does she find more?
She may, and she's beating fields fairly easily. I'm not knocking her.
No,
as a horse who's going to be favored, the one thing, and I think this is probably something that Bragg's a little concerned about, you just want to see him show some natural progression.
You think on that day, too? I mean, obviously they want their horses to be on their best on that day. Someone's going to step up.
Some one or ones.
Yeah.
And maybe it's her. Maybe, Brad's sort of nursing her along and getting her ready for it. But that's my only concern about her.
Quiet Side looked really tremendous the last couple of starts, but again, keep your eyes too on the runner-up in this race. Simply Joking, who was coming off a layoff and was only making her 3rd career start. Simply Joking.
I thought this was one of the most exciting big races on the trail for either the Derby or the Kentucky Oaks all year. This was a terrific horse race.
This is as good a race as you're going to see. These two fillies left the field behind. They basically put on their own match race. I thought Jose Ortiz did a masterful job of walking that tightrope, keeping enough pressure on her, but still saving a little something to finish with. Simply Joking was very good. Only her 3rd start, much less foundation than Quiet Side. And what shouldn't be lost is the training job that John Ortiz has done with Quiet Side. When we were having that kind of bad weather and the training was interrupted at Oakland, he shipped her to his fairgrounds base so he could continue to train her on a steady schedule. And that move is what's helped her kind of find herself. She's never run a bad race either. She's never been off the board.
And I'm going to tell you, as a guy who's been around the game a long time, I like seeing John Ed Anthony have a good horse on the trail for a big race like the Oaks because he's had so much success going back to Cox's Ridge and obviously Temperance Hill as well. And so it's kind of neat to see those silks still persevering and have a real chance to win a big race. Big races.
Of those top two, Quiet Side, Simply Joking, who would you prefer on Oaks Day?
It's a great question because the other filly should progress now. She's battle tested, right? And she showed she won't shy away from a fight, Simply Joking. Quiet Side, though, consistently shows up and gives you an effort. Even her comeback in the Martha Washington, where she didn't have an ideal trip, a lot of stops and starts, traffic, she still showed up. She still tried.
Right.
And those kind of horses you always have to respect.
I am very interested in seeing, speaking of the Martha Washington, Take Charge Milady, who won that race quite easily.
Yes.
Now, I think it's fair to say she got a very good trip, and Quiet Side, as you say, didn't get a good trip, but it was an easy victory.
Sure.
I think she's very interested in what's going to be Monday's Ashland, because she just had a ridiculously bad trip in the Honeybee and had no chance. And I think she's extremely interesting in the Ashland, and she could be a horse if she runs well there, because that and the Gazelle are the two big races. And, of course, out west, Bafford's got a pretty good horse, I believe, in the Sanita Oaks.
Yeah, let's not forget Quiet Side beat by Good Cheer, but it looks like she's just a different filly now and has progressed quite a bit from when they met last time.
Well, I think they found the key, too, with her, is that you just want to get her up in the game. You don't want to put her in a position where she can't find her best stride.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. A lot more to come.
Not that much more to come.
Well, a little bit more. What a race. 100th edition of the Wood Memorial coming up on Saturday. A race that has produced almost half of the Triple Crown winners. Stay with us.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser, Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
Gunite to the outside, Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is fourth, then the chosen run, Elite Power to the front. At the 60 pole, Gunite is second, but Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
These New York bred foals represent many sires: War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at Naira Tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Throughout its rich history, the Wood Memorial has played a key role as a prep for the Kentucky Derby and on through the Triple Crown. In fact, 11 winners of the Wood Memorial went on to win the Kentucky Derby, and 4 winners of the Wood Memorial went on to win the Triple Crown. Named for former New York State politician and Jamaica Racecourse president Eugene D. Wood, the Wood Memorial debuted in 1925 with a purse of $7,600. In the 35 years the race was run at Jamaica, 9 eventual Hall of Famers won the race, including Triple Crown winners Gallant Fox, Count Fleet, and Assault. The Marquis Derby prep moved to its current home, Aqueduct Racetrack, in 1960, and has continued to produce champions and Hall of Famers.
Bombay Duck on the rail, Foolish Pleasure on the outside. Past the 70-yard mark, and it's Seattle Slew in front.
Coach on the outside to the wire. Easy Goer has the lead.
Not every champion wins the Wood Memorial. Secretariat lost his final Kentucky Derby prep to Angle Light.
Far outside it, Secretariat fourth.
Before captivating the nation and capturing the Triple Crown, including his record-setting score in the Belmont Stakes. 100 years of history, legendary performances, and all-time greats. The Wood Memorial has helped shape the landscape of the sport and the Triple Crown Trail. What lies ahead for New York's marquee Derby prep?
What an incredible history. 100th edition of the Wood coming up on Saturday. We're going to take a look. There's that winner's wall. Back at a couple of ones that stand out to these guys. Back in 1985, Yankees boss George Steinbrenner, just a couple of weeks earlier, had spent close to $1 million to buy 37.5% share of Eternal Prince.
Yeah, Eternal Prince, very talented horse. Broke his maiden in February of his 3-year-old year. Packed a lot of racing in a short period of time. Was good coming into the Wood Memorial. Butch Lanzini, his conditioner, terrific horse trainer, had me work him 5 furlongs, but from the wire around to the backstretch because we wanted to make sure he would negotiate the first turn okay. And he beat Proud Truth, a Breeders' Cup Classic winner in Rome
later that year.
It was a very good horse. He was a nice horse.
I love this afterwards, too. George Steinbrenner was asked about the Derby, and he said, that's up to Butch Lanzini. I don't tell my trainers or my managers what to do. I think Billy Martin might have something to say about that.
Well, it was funny because
everyone else who worked for him.
After a calamitous break in the Kentucky Derby, I was fired from Eternal Prince, and it was
he never won again anyway, did he?
No, he never did. But he also had fired Billy Martin in a very similar time frame.
Speaking of Billy Martin, who was who was more combative, you or Billy? It's got to be like a
probably pretty close.
I think I was very nice. I don't know what
Did you start kicking some dust up on the racetrack?
No, but what was funny, though, is even Johnny Carson, because the newspapers put the boss sacks the MiG and everything, because they made a big deal out of it. It was
right,
you know,
Steinbrenner.
Right. And
Johnny Carson.
Johnny Carson's monologue, he brought it up that now, Steinbrenner's firing jockeys, and he brought me up on the Tonight Show, which I got phone calls about and everything.
That's awesome. I never knew that.
Very funny. The thing about it is that Steinbrenner actually sold Eternal Prince as a yearling to Brian Hurst for not a lot of money. I want to say like $20,000, and wound up buying 37% of him back for $1 million.
Was a favorite of his son, Hank.
Yes, and they said, well, if a horse that we bred is going to go on to the Kentucky Derby, we can't not be a part of it, and they bought back in. And listen, he won the Gotham, he won the Wood, but that was his 5th start in about 6 weeks. And by the time I went to Churchill Downs to work him the Monday before the Derby, he was a brilliant workhorse. He just didn't pick up the bit at all and didn't run. And then he got left at the gate, and I got all the criticism. But honestly, he was kind of a spent horse by then.
He wasn't beating Spendebuck anyway.
Nobody was beating Spendebuck
Nobody
that
was
day.
beating him. That was a tremendous performance.
Yeah. Well, 1976, and this is a historical moment because this was the first ever Wood seen live on site by Andy Serling. He was one of 38,446 on hand.
I was sitting down on the floor below us in the outside seats with my grandmother, my grandma Sophie. We came out for this race, undoubtedly took the Aqueduct Special out here, and he was such a tremendous racehorse. I think Kojak was second. Songkisser maybe was third in this race.
Can we let it run out past the wire? Because Lasper actually had Angel travel the extra 1/8 of a mile afterwards to see if he could get the mile and a quarter.
Did not know that.
Went 2:03.1.
And you know, as good as he was, Honest Pleasure coming into the Derby was coming off, I think, an 11-length win in like 146 and change in the Florida Derby, the Flamingo, which he also won easy. And Honest Pleasure was 2-5 in that Derby. Believe it or not, I think the field was only 9 or 10. And Honest Pleasure looked unbeatable, and Angel and Bold Forbes just wired him.
Stakes record for Bold Forbes in that Wood Memorial. 147-2.
What a mile and 134-3 on the way to that. He was some talent.
And he was the Puerto Rican Flash. He was running in Puerto Rico, and he came up here. He won the Tremont. Then I think he won the Saratoga Special. I don't know if he ran again as a 2-year-old. He was out in I think he was in California, and he came here for the Wood.
Yeah.
But he was no, he ran the Bayshore, I want to say, and then he ran the Wood. He skipped the Gotham.
I think you're right. But meanwhile, the owner too, E. Rodriguez-Tizol, was somebody very instrumental in Angel's career when he started in Puerto Rico. So for him to win on that horse for him,
it's cool.
Nightcap Oaklan, 6 furlongs. Arkansas bred 30 maiden claiming race. Battle of the Ravine, the Rail, and the favorite. What do you think?
I don't love this horse. He's Probably the speed. He's going to take some pressure, I guess, from the 7. But, geez, I don't know if I want to bet the favorite in this race at all. Why isn't the 5 favored? Because the rider doesn't win?
I'm betting a Woolworths, 5 and dime, exacta.
Rider in the 5 looking for his first win of the meet.
Matt Dinnerman with this nightcap on the Friday card from Oaklan.
And Alberto Puzak. Live racing resumes on Sunday afternoon. We're ready to go in the nightcap. And Laroff in the finale. Battle of the Ravine from the inside, hustled for speed as a share of the lead with Get the Boss. These two stride together. Baby Nova the Gray right off of them in third. Viney is next with Enigma Code, and Low on Funds is on a hold right now, getting towards the inside and is running 6 lengths off the pace. A gap of 3 lengths back to Sergeant Frank, the first-time starter, with Coach Sam P. and a deep Chrome Runner as they hit the far turn run. Bradford is third last, about 5 ahead of Golden City Street and Big Rig Dude as they round the far turn. Battle of the Ravine puts the pedal to the metal and goes at a very fast pace, putting 4 lengths on Get the Boss. Low on Funds trying to make up some ground on the inside, slips inside of Get the Boss and claims second. A gap of 1.5 lengths further back to Coach Sam P under a hard ride with Chrome Runner. They're off the turn. Battle of the Ravine has 3/16 to go. A 4-length lead. Now it's 3. Low on Funds is flattening out. Chrome Runner coming down the center of the track here. Battle of the Ravine a little bit leg weary after setting that fast pace. Can he hold off Chrome Runner? Chrome Runner charging. We're going to get that answer here in about 100 yards, and the answer is no. Chrome Runner going to the front. Big Rig Dude from a mile behind coming, but Chrome Runner breaks the maiden over Battle of the Ravine, Coach Sam P. and Big Rig Dude.
Second-time starter, Chrome Runner, with the victory here. And Alberto Puzak aboard for the win from that outside post. Gets up for the win.
Hey, we saw a couple races. Horses coming with that last run out in the center of the track, and this horse improved off the first start, but the first start wasn't terrible.
No, the first start was fine. Had a 48 buyer, which makes him one of the horses to beat. And we should also remind people once again, Oakland canceled their card tomorrow. They're bringing Saturday's card back, plus the Rainbow Stakes, I believe, on Sunday. Yep, and we'll be covering much of it.
All right, so yeah, we'll see that on our air. Tomorrow, of course, a tremendous Saturday that we're excited about. We hope you join us. Wood Memorial, Oaks Prep as well with the Gazelle. We have the Carter, and we'll see Crazy Mason, among others in there. My favorite.
Yes.
Excelsior, Mazmac, who's won 4 of his last 5 starts. Just a great Saturday of action.
I agree, and we'll be together for a lot of the bigger races later.
I'm so excited to be back here with you guys to cover this card.
Thrilled to have you back.
Thoughts on real quick on the Wood. Right now, you're leaning where?
I'm leaning on Rodriguez to wire the field, but I do respect Captain Cook. I'm chalking it out in there. I don't love anybody besides the two shortest priced horses.
I really like Captain Cook.
Could be very tough for Rick Dutrow Jr. 100th edition of the Wood Memorial. You will see it live tomorrow in our coverage on Fox Sports 2. $750,000 purse, and more importantly, top 2 finishers most likely punch that ticket to the first Saturday in May. Will it be Captain Cook for Rick Dutrow Jr.? Manny Franco with a huge opportunity. He's already won at 1 1/8. He did that in the Withers. He's had some time off, and Dutrow says he's had time to mature, and he's a completely different horse now. Rodriguez, quick. Will he go to the front? That seems to be the plan for this Bob Baffert 3-year-old. Taking the blinkers off. Mike Smith will be aboard, and Sand Devil, the New York bred, trying to get Linda Rice to the Derby for the first time in her career.